voices telling me run, but I got people depending, so I can't be done. Nah, nah. Stay break, mirror cracking, but I'm holding weight. Stay break, demons calling, trying to change my fate. Stay the same. Tired eyes, dark skies, long nights, fake highs, thinking about leaving, but I know they cry. If I vanish now, who gon' guide that kid? Who gon' teach him how to fight like I did? Dream about freedom, flights, no stress, but peace ain't real if you leave a mess. I ain't perfect, got scars on scars. Still here standing with a patched up heart. Cracking, but I'm holding weight. Still break, demons calling, trying to change my fate. Still break, I got chains made of love and pain. Still break, can't let go, but I can't stay the same. Sometimes I wish, believe it all, just go. Then I see my son and I just say no. Ain't no blueprint for a man like me. Raised by war, now I teach him peace. Look in the mirror, wanna crack that glass to the man who quit, can't wear that mask. So I stand on 10 roots, run too deep, and my word too strong for the fake to speak. I feel the pull every day, but I can't throw my soul away. This ain't for show, this ain't a phase. I made a vow, and I still stay. Still break, mirror cracking, but I'm holding weight. Still break, demons calling, trying to change my fate. Still break, I got chains made of love and pain. Still break, can't let go, but I can't stay the same.
Salute. How's everybody doing out there, man? I see a couple of y'all in the building. Cisco, what up, brother? It's good to see you in here. Ryan, salute. Kamal, how y'all doing tonight, man? Hope everybody's doing good. I'm doing great. I got no complaints right now, man. But so we got the open panel tonight. No topic, no talking points. How y'all feeling? That's what I want to know, man. Anything y'all want to talk about, it's open panel from the jump. You know, anything you want to ask me, anything you want my opinion on, or if you just got something you want to get off your chest, you know, that's what we here for tonight. So I'm gonna open up the panel early. Man, so we can see what's going on with y'all, man. Get the link in there. Let's see. Ryan, how you doing, brother? Type in the chat if you can hear me. Let me know. Give me a 1. Can you hear me good? Just dropped into Wishy Stream for a little while. So I don't know if I could drop the link on the YouTube side. So if any of y'all want, because Brett was just saying that he doesn't have Nightbot. So there's the link. Here's the link, man. I'll drop it on that side. But man, nah, I've been doing good. You know how it is. haven't been spending too much time on YouTube. I've been trying, to watch what I can, to catch up with who I can. Calvin's stream, I done missed his stream like 3 streams in a row, man. So I'm like way behind. But life is life, man. Life is life, and that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all, man. Because regardless of what we do, life is gonna be life, man. So, hey, yeah, salute, Ryan. Anybody in here, if you got a channel, don't be shy. Don't be shy, man. Promote yourself. If you're selling anything, no matter what it is, man, don't be shy here, man. This is an open forum for the most part, as long as it's positive and it's not negative. This is an open forum, so you could promote yourself, man. Drop your channel. Type MINE in the chat. Drop your channel. We will support, any way we can. For me, if you want to support me, the best way to support me is just watch some videos, watch some live streams. I'm about 180 hours now away from the first level of monetization. So that's going to be, when I hit that, I'm going to be excited, man. I'm going to be happy because it's a good milestone. Juice, what up, bro? Good to see you in here, man. And it's not easy. It's not easy, man, especially when you're not, I'm not going to say selling out, but you're not pushing certain top talking points and talking about certain things, man. Negativity sells, but I'm never going to go that way. I'm never going to go that way. I'm not saying I'm an angel or I'm not, but it's just not what I want to promote. I'm a human. I got a bad side. I got a good side. But I'm getting close, man. Like I said, man, it's going to be a happy day, man. Because honestly, at first, I didn't even want it. I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't looking to be a YouTuber. But once I started talking and sharing, it's become like, I'm not going to say an addiction, but it's become something that I look forward to a lot. I really do. And I really do enjoy coming up here, listening to you guys, sharing some of my life. I've shared a lot about myself. I don't talk about it in depth or a lot, but I have shared more than I would usually. And it's because this forum, I said it before, to me, live streaming, I guess the way I do it, it feels like therapy to me, man. Even when I'm not actually making a video, sometimes like the process of preparing for a live stream, writing my thoughts down, it helps. It really does help, man. And I'll drop this link a couple times if anybody want to come up, man. So salute. Q, what up, bro? Good to see you in here, man. Today, no topic. It's an open forum. Whatever y'all want to talk about, whatever y'all want to talk about. I may not be an expert on the topic, but I'll share my opinions. And then the link is in there. If anybody wants to come up, talk, any topic you want to bring up, we could chop it up, man. Barbershop talk, man. You talk about anything, man. Q, drop, type mine, Q. Type mine in the chat, MINE. Type mine in the chat, MINE, man. Promote yourself. I don't have a huge channel yet. But you absolutely don't feel shy in here, man. Go check out Q. Unfiltered Black Abroad, man. Doing some good reaction videos, sharing his opinion on a lot of things, man. I enjoy that. I haven't been able to watch as much as I was before, but I still catch them when I can, man. I like that one. I like that side. I said it before. I like that side, man. Because it's just, without the bullshit, it's just your opinion. and a lot gets missed when you're typing. A lot gets missed when you're just typing it, like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's this channel right there. Support him, man. We need to support each other, man. With small YouTube channels, man. By small, I mean like anything under like 10,000. It's small. Like, so in the scheme of things, like we're like baby channels, you know what I'm saying? So we got to support each other. You know, Ryan's doing the live stream, 1:30 p.m. I don't know what time that is. Here, 'cause I'm in America. Let me see if I could Google that. 1:30 p.m. Australia. And I type. Let's see. So that's 11:30 p.m. It's 11:30 p.m. for us. I'm on the East Coast in America. So that's what's up. So tomorrow night, Ryan will be live streaming, so you can check him out. There's the link, guys. If you guys want to come up, feel free, man. Feel free. SW Engineer, salute. Good to see you in here, Russ. How you doing? Jason Bass, salute, bro. Welcome. Open panel, 100% open panel, man. Whatever y'all want to talk about. No topic is off limits, you know. But I will protect my channel. But other than that, man, as long as you're respectful, you're welcome. You're welcome to share your opinions. You're welcome to shout yourself out, shout anybody else out that you want. You know, what's going on, man? What are y'all seeing out there? How y'all doing? How was Calvin's last live stream, man? Brother Cal, man, because I missed it. I missed like the last 3 in a row. That's unusual, man. I think that's the first time ever. First time ever I missed like 3 live streams in a row, man. But salute to Sunshine Shoulders always, man. The big brother. I need like 180 hours. So I'm doing like 40, 50 hours per live stream. But you know, every day, something drops off. Hours drop off every day. Because once you hit 365 days for an upload or for a view, that view drops off. You know what I'm saying? He said the live stream was good as usual. Always controversial topics when it comes to religion. Yeah. People get worked up about that. People don't even want to talk about it. That's what bothers me, man. Like I'll talk about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes I don't even have an opinion because I don't really care that much about certain topics. But I let other people share. You know, it's important, man. It's important to have these conversations about politics, about religion, because they're the most important things in our fucking life. I don't care where you're at. You're in a political system, you know, and most of the time you're in a religious system, whether you believe in it or not, you know. So to tell people not to talk about it, to me, is weird, and it does a lot of damage. Why shouldn't we talk about things that have the most impact on our lives? Politics and religion. You can talk about anything else. Just don't talk about politics and religion. Talk about sex. You can talk about women, cars, money, clothes, music, all bullshit, honestly, in the big scheme of things. But don't talk about religion. Don't talk about politics. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? So let me also drop the link over here, just in case y'all don't like Nightbot. Here's the link over there. But life, like I said, man, life, it's been busy, man. This job is hard. It's hard work. It's physical. But I've been doing it for a long time, so I'm used to it. But I could feel myself getting older. You know, I don't even have to. I don't really have to work as hard as I'm working, but I just can't. Like, I can't really sit back and watch the dudes under me work and me not help. I'll be out there busting my ass. But he says, where in the Philippines have you been? So the first trip, I went to Cebu. Of course, Moncton, because that's where you land at. I don't even count that. I stayed there like only one night. When I got off the plane, I stayed there for one night. Then I went to Cebu. I went to Sarao Garden. I went to Temple of Leia to see that stuff. Stayed there like 4 days in Cebu City. Then I went down to Alona Beach in Panglao. And then I went up to Manila on the first trip. It was only 2 weeks. So that was the first trip. So Cebu City, Panglao, Bohol, and then Manila. Then the second time I went to Manila, Puerto Galera, Boracay. Where else? Oh, shit. Calamba. I went to Calamba Laguna, BGC. You know. Thomas Marshall, what up, bro? Good to see you in here, man. But I had a ball, man. I had a ball in the Philippines. I love the Philippines, man. I wrote a song about the Philippines, man. I don't know if y'all heard it. I used it in one of my intros. I wrote a song about the Philippines, man. I love writing. So, and the intros you see on my live streams, I write them. You know, I write them, but it's not me singing it, of course. You know, but I upload them into AI. AI sings them. I love it. I love writing. I love creating that way. I've been doing that for a long time, though. Just writing, even when not performing or nothing. Just always jotting something down. Like, never gonna stop. For recreation or work. For what? When I went to the Philippines, vacation. It was vacation. He said Manila and Cebu are like night and day. The women even look different. Yeah. The women look different. Yeah, I think so. But I heard, like, from history, like listening to other people, that the Philippines was all different islands and different people, you know, different like all different communities. You know, that's why the languages are so different. It wasn't until they needed to come together to fight against the Spanish that it became the Philippines. If I'm wrong, let me know. He says, okay, yeah. He said, that's pretty creative on your part, Blizz. Your intro is pretty nice. Yeah, I played the wrong one too. I had a different one. But once I started, I was like, oh, fuck, I played the wrong intro. You know what I'm saying? But it's all right. It's all right. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I do. But that song to the Philippines, that's my love song to the Philippines, man. I can't wait to go back. What up, Ray? Good to see you in here, nephew. Yeah, I can't wait to go back, man. Yeah, man, that's AI. I was playing this song for this guy I work with. It's a blues song that I wrote and I put it in AI. It's a blues song. And it's called the Load I Carry. It's a blues song. And he was like, damn, that's AI. He was like, you can't tell me that people thought AI couldn't capture the soul of men. And I'm like, yeah, now they can. They really can. But I actually did some work on AI. I don't know if I didn't really like build it or nothing, but I did some voices. It was like say this word, and you say the word, and then they record it and they use it. So I might have had a little hand in helping AI take over the world. But I don't know, man. They're getting really, really good, man. You know, I had to go back and hear it. Stay or Break, nice song. How can I get that song? I don't know. I don't really I don't have it platformed or anything like that, but shit. I'm not gonna copyright it if you wanna record it and use it. It is what it is. Because I'm not doing it to use it for anything. It's just fun for me. It's just fun. Just next we're gonna have sex robots that look like humans. I don't think. See, I'm about to say it. I don't think they'll ever be able to replace women. I don't know. Shit, they said that about everything, and now look where we're at, man. But I use it as a tool. I use it as a tool, man, because that's what it should be for. It shouldn't be used to replace anybody, man. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Q, come on back and get the load off your shoulder. Yeah, yeah. Probably early next year, man. Probably like February or March. I'll be back. What AI did you use for your music? Suno, Suno. You could put honestly, AI could make the whole song for you. Like if you don't write, AI will make the whole song, but it's gonna be cheesy. Like I hope that if you've heard me talk about certain things and you listen to me, you can hear me in the song. You know what I'm saying? He says, thanks, I'll record that. Yeah, no doubt. Can we stream AI music for monetizing? Yes. Once you make that song on AI, you own it. You own it. Now, I'm not sure if because I had another music app, and this is why I don't get why people. I got a little bit of pushback for using AI, but it's like you own the damn song, man. I had a different stream thing I was using for my music early on, a subscription. So it's like I didn't make that song either. Somebody else made it. I'm just using it. So now I make my own song, the own lyrics to my song. You know what I mean? Where it says exactly what I wanted to say, when I wanted to say it. How it's not easy to get them to pronounce things or to hit certain keys where you want to, but if you play with it long enough, you'll figure it out. But yeah, you own the song. And I think like with my old subscription I had, you could download the music, you can use it however many times you want, whatever platform you want. But as soon as your subscription is up, it won't penalize you for any past uses, but you can't use it going forward. That was the old one. That was Epidemic. So I was like, F that. I could make my own damn music. You know what I mean? And I'm talking to somebody right now who does music, who actually makes music, live band makes music. So, he's going to take the beats and actually do them live and record them live. So that's going to be fun doing that. Salute, Cisco. How you doing, bro? How's life treating you out there on the left coast? He says, I'm debating going to Thailand, but I don't like big crowds and loud music. Any recommendations? I don't know. I've never been to Thailand. Go though. Go. Why not, man? Go visit. I don't know how long you've been there, but you're gonna have to go somewhere. Anyway, in 3 years, when your 3 years is up. Well, I don't know. You married, so maybe not. I don't know how that works, but yeah, yeah, man. Why not go visit? It ain't gonna hurt. I don't really like crowds or anything, but I think when I'm on vacation, I just go with the flow wherever I'm at. I just go with the flow. But living around it, I don't think I could. He says, "Are you gonna get upset today, Cisco?" Nah, Cisco, cool, man. We just got the open topic, so whatever y'all wanna talk about, I'm good. He said, "I'll go up there if you do." Yeah, I think folks get upset with me. I'm just talking. Yeah, we all just talking. Danica, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Yeah, had the day off. It was nice. Yeah, salute. He says, I want to go to Bangkok or Pattaya, but man, it's too many foreigners. I like to feel special. See, I'm the opposite. Like, I like to just blend in, just go with the flow. I don't want to stick out. I don't want to stand out. I just want to be part of the crowd. Just go do whatever the hell I want to do. I don't want to be, I don't know, man. That's just me. That's how I am, man. I want to just blend in. Let me do my thing. Don't stop me every 3 steps asking me to buy something or like, I just want to go. Only when people don't listen. They're too busy trying to argue with 10% of what I said and don't hear the rest. Yeah. Yeah, I've been guilty of that. I'll be stopping people too. I might have had a hand in that last little dust up on the channel, but it's a good conversation no matter what, man. He says, I want to try Thailand, but I know why guys go there. Just go anyway, man. I went to the DR. I don't care what nobody thought, what I did there. I don't really care, man. I ain't even finished doing the damn. I'm just going to cut that shit in half because I've been messing with this music more than editing. Like, I got so many songs made. Like, that's my new thing, I guess. I've just been messing with this music out heavy. I got a country and western song. So trying to mess with everything, man. You know, it's fun though. He said it's tough on this platform though. I give Blizzard credit, man. Thank you, man. Salute. I ain't doing nothing. I'm just listening to y'all, man. I see you. I think you do a good job on your live streams too, because you're very interactive too, man. Cisco. Do you, bro? Don't let other foolish people stop you from experiencing beautiful places and people. Yeah, because those people only go to certain places. You know, Pattaya. They haven't seen Thailand, and that's what I be saying. I heard Calvin say it a lot. You know, like you don't know Thailand. You only been to like, none of us really do. Like, I've been to the Philippines twice, 2 weeks in 2 weeks. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know anything about the Philippines. Well, I know I had a good time. I know I enjoyed the people I was around. I had a blast. That's it. I can't tell you really about the Filipino people. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those people in Thailand can't tell you about Thailand because they haven't been around the whole country. They're visitors. They're guests. That's why it does piss me off sometimes when I see people like, oh, I'm the mayor of Pattaya. Not to throw shots, but like you could be on the next thing smoking up out of there if anything goes wrong. You're not the mayor of Thailand. You're nobody, just like the rest of us. You know. So my expertise lies in, where I'm from, my roots, my culture. That's my expertise. He says the communication barrier gets me annoyed easy, and I'll be ready to leave. That's why I chose the Philippines. Most speak English. Yep. One of the reasons why I chose the Philippines also to visit is because English is spoken there, you know. And I don't really like to be in the real touristy places. So, you know, most of these countries, if you get outside of the tourist areas, then they're not going to be speaking English. Anywhere you go, if you're in the tourist area, they're going to speak English for the most part. Thanks, Blizzard. But believe it or not, I hate hearing myself talk. I wish I could just communicate what I'm thinking via telepathy or something. Me too. I used to. Now it doesn't bother me now. But when I first started talking and having to hear myself back, I was like, ooh, that voice is crazy. But now it is what it is, man. Get used to it. Like the more you hear yourself, because I've always talked. Like I started talking to kids in my teens. I started talking to younger kids. I used to go to the schools and have to talk, but when you hear yourself talk back, it is weird. Thomas says, I used to talk to a Thai female, but before I got serious about coming to the Philippines. No, I never talked to a Thai woman. Take some videos, Thomas. You don't have to be on camera or even say a word. Just so it's what you see. Yeah. Get the GoPro, strap it to your chest, and just go about your day. How prevalent is English in the Philippines? From my experience, it's taught in schools, but that's not saying much, I guess, because they don't. And from what I heard, what I seen, they don't speak it amongst themselves. It's like a lot of immigrants in America. They may speak English, but when they go in the house or they're talking amongst themselves, they speak their language, which is, understandable because they understand their language. So, but I would say anything you need, from my experience, anything you need, or any want you're going to have in the Philippines, you'll be able to get it. You won't have a problem. He says, I can do that, Cisco. Yeah. Very prevalent. Most people speak English and communicate pretty easily. Yeah. Says exactly, Blizzard. I have to say, I went back and listened to the stream where there was some disagreement with you, and I agree with you about 100%. Oh, you agree with Cisco? Most of the younger Filipinos can speak English, but you'd be surprised. Same. I hate tourist places. It's not their true culture. They're just accommodating foreigners. The true culture are in the province. Yeah. That's why, I love the Dominican Republic. Honestly, man, I'm going to go back there, but I'm going to go somewhere different, more in the province next time. Because Santo Domingo is a big-ass city, man. I know I heard that before, but it's huge. And me walking around, I took some grabs and shit here and there, but for the most part, I'll just be walking around, man. Just seeing what I could see. It's the first thing I do when I get somewhere is I drop my bags and I go out and I walk. But you ain't seeing all of that city, man. You're not seeing all of that city. Just a couple days. But it's close. It's close. I like it. I like the people. Like I said, I grew up around them. I dated a Dominican woman before. I kind of understand. Shit, I already know how to put bachata. I already know how to do that. A long time ago, I learned that. But it's close. And even in the Philippines, the first time I went, Cebu City, I got off the airplane. I listened to Calvin, and I booked that damn I forgot the name of it. The pension house was like a 10-minute drive from the airport. So I booked that Ace Pension House in Moncton. So I booked it. It wasn't the greatest room, but it was good enough to sleep in. I put my bags down, I freshened up, and I went out walking. Then the next day I went to Cebu City, and I stayed up near IT Park in that neighborhood, like 2 blocks away. And as soon as I got there, honestly, no, I got there early. Because one thing I don't understand about these Airbnbs, these hotels, like you never get a full day. You never get a full 24 hours. You get like 20 hours, 19 hours, because you got to check out at 11. Then you can't check into the next place until 4 or 3. So you got that whole big ass window where you can't check in. You can ask, but so I had a while. I walked all around Cebu City, man, for like 2 hours, I think. Just looking, just seeing, just it's the daytime. I feel comfortable. Let me just walk and see what the hell's going on. I love that part. He says, right. Thomas says they can speak English, but they're shy about speaking it. Q says, I live in a deep province, and many people there don't know English, which shocked me. They just know basic English words, unlike the big cities like Manila, where they speak fluent. He says, do you live? Yeah. He says, I appreciate that, bro. I think we're in the minority here for now, but disagreements are okay as long as we all are intellectually honest and not just talking BS to be controversial. Yeah. And that's it, man. And it's came to name calling a couple times, but I don't like that because it discourages the conversation. But if it's just a disagreement, it's life, man. We men, we can have a disagreement. We just gotta be grown about it. But a lot of the things, Cisco, that you say, I agree. But it's like you're like a little further than I would be. You know what I mean? He says, yeah, man, 3 years now. I'll never go to Baraka again. That was a beautiful disaster. Good experience, but congested with foreigners and people trying to upsell everything. I went, I loved it. For me, maybe it was the time I went, because I went in like March. It wasn't that crowded. But again, nah. Where I stayed at was a nice Airbnb. Damn, my pen busted. Sitting here playing with this pen and it busted. Hold on a second. Let me wipe this off. I got tissue right here. All right. Yeah, but it was I stayed in a nice Airbnb that was out of the way, quiet, and then it was close enough to where I could go to either beach on either side of the island. Again, like I said, we were walking. We did the island hopping. I follow Cisco basically. I think I was like a month behind him, but most of the shit he did, I was doing. But a lot of people said that don't go to Baraka. It's overcrowded. I don't know, man. But that's me though. That's me in a nutshell, man. I'm gonna go anyway, and if I like it, I like it. Just I stay down the street from the pier to Bohol. Town is called Talut, Argyle, Cebu. Yeah, no, I got what you were saying, Q. He says, hey, Blizzard. Ron Lawson, what up, brother? Checking in. How's everybody, man? He says, I was on the beach at the Red Coconut Hotel. Best experience ever. Even gave us a private fire show, which was crazy lit. Yeah, salute. Was the all-women one? They had an all-women fire show. That was pretty nice. I think they were women. To be honest, I know two of them was definitely women, but it was one that I wasn't sure about. Says I get that, Blizzard. I think the difference between the way I think and some other people is that I try not to let my own experience cloud how I see the world. I stay open to there being other ways. Yeah. My experience has changed the way I see the world. My viewpoints, my politics. It really does. It really has. Did you go alone to the Philippines? Yep. And I'll be alone again next time I go. I travel alone. I meet people along the way, which is fun. Make some friends. It's still beautiful there. I won't let tourists ruin my experience. Just gotta accept it sometimes. Oh, the Chocolate Hills. Yeah, I didn't go. What's the Crocodile Dundee test, man? If you travel alone to the Philippines, it's usually to meet a Filipina. I don't know, man. It's up to the individual, though. It's up to the individual what they want to do. You know what I mean? I went not to meet a woman. When I first went, it was like just to get away. And I had been watching Kelvin a lot. So I was like, let me go there. One thing he got me when he said, if you want to know about the Philippines, just get your ass on the plane and come over here. And I was like, you know what? Let me start watching all these videos and just go. You know what I mean? And trying to learn everything and watch this person and watch that person and do all this shit and research. And I think after I seen that video, I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to book the ticket. I booked the ticket the next day. And then after that, I really had to start planning what I was going to do and how I was going to do it. But I wouldn't suggest traveling to meet women. And that was how I went. I know what I wanted to see. And that was my itinerary. And I was going to stick to it no matter what. And whoever I met along the way, I met. You know what I'm saying? Did I go to meet a woman? No. Did I anticipate meeting one when I got there? Absolutely. But it's kind of like, if you know how a lot of us operate, some of us operate, it's like if I could go to Chicago and be like, yeah, I'm gonna meet somebody. You know what I mean? I could go to Vegas and be like, I know I'm gonna meet somebody, you know. Crocodile Dundee. I don't know what you mean by that, expat. You went alone, why not bring a woman with you or a friend to share? Nobody wants to go, bro. To be honest. And I like doing shit alone. I go hiking here. I go hiking a lot here. I walk a lot of trails here by myself. I like being alone, honestly, man. But it's like, I think there is an echo chamber that some people are in. And they think like, just because I did this thing, that's why everybody does something. No, there are millions of people who just travel. And I don't think nothing's wrong with it. Travel, see the sights. If they meet a woman, they meet a woman. If not, that's how I am. I'm not going to be disappointed. If I go out right now to a club, to a bar, and I don't meet a woman, I'm not going to be disappointed. It just is what it is. I'm still going to have a good time. You know, there's a million. I think you guys might be the exception. The guys that strictly travel to meet women. You guys might be the exception. You know, everybody loves women. You don't love women any more than me, just because I don't prioritize them as much as you do. You know what I'm saying? And it's weird to me that people like don't get that everybody's not. There's whole movements of men that don't want nothing to do with women right now. I'm not saying I'm part of that, but there is, man. And then again, it's like some of us don't prioritize it and put it at the top of the list. Is it on the list? Yeah, of course, it's on the list, of course, but it's not the top of the list. Like that would never be the top of my list anywhere I go, because I'm not 20 anymore. I'm not 18, 17, where I have to have that in my life. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I was 20, in my 20s, hell yeah. Like, but that was a phase that honestly ruined a lot of things in my life, bro. He says, hey, Blizzard, if you don't mind me asking, who did you fly with and how did you book your ticket? I flew China Airlines the first time. And that may not be right. I flew out of JFK. I didn't want to fly China Airlines. I wanted to fly PAL. But China Airlines, the time that the flight left was perfect for my schedule because I could still work my whole shift. Get out of work in time, and then make it to the airport and fly out. PAL was leaving like 1 in the morning. I still would have been at work. I would have had to wait until 1 the next morning to fly out with PAL. So I was like, all right, if I fly China Airlines, I could work, I could get out, I could get home, I could wash up, change, get to JFK, and fly out. I think the flight flew out like 1:45 in the afternoon. So that was kind of better, man. So if it's not women, why the hell would we travel 8,000 miles away? Water diving. For some, I can't speak for everybody else. Man. You know. But I guarantee you there are a lot of men over there that women wasn't number one on the list. And you hear people saying it, but nobody wants to believe them. You hear a lot of people saying it. You know what I'm saying? But I can only speak for myself. Like some of us are like not, some of us really need peace in our mind. Some of us been through the ringer, bro. Like you go to a divorce, go through a custody battle, you know what I mean? Be stressed out, and you just want to get away, far away, you know what I mean? And then travel 8,000, and then not even travel, but the first thing on your mind is going to meet another woman. It's not going to be the first thing on my mind, you know, because honestly, there's women here. There are women here, yo. So, oh, Miss Wishy, how you doing? Miss Wishy. Caught the end of your chat. It was good. That was good at the end. Here's the link. Here's the link again. Anybody wants to come up, anything y'all want to talk about, it's fine with me. Yeah, he says they usually meet us at the airport, but the woman that meets you there will be yours as long as you want her. Nah, see, that's the thing. Nobody meeting me at the airport. That's the way y'all do it. And I'm not trying to be the exception. But I'll be damned if, like I said, I go through everything. We all have the same complaints. We all have the same complaints about America, right? Oh, women is women that. And the first thing you do is travel to meet another woman. and be up under another woman the whole time. Like, get out and see the world, man. Explore, bro. Some of us want to travel just to travel and see shit. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing at all wrong with that, man. Like, I got a buddy, him and his boys go on a golf trip every year. I went to Florida just to golf. Just to golf. So, I don't know. And if you don't understand it, it's okay that you don't understand. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't like Chocolate Hills. I climbed all those steps to look at a bunch of hills. Big deal. But so to be real, when I went to the Philippines, I did meet women. I did. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I went out. I had a good time. I met people. You know what I'm saying? I connected with people. But I never been to a red light district. I never been in the whatever one of them bars that it is. Like, I literally met women in person. Like on Lona Beach. It was just old. So I don't drink, but I was out. I was just walking around. I had made a video on the beach, just recording the beach and shit, walking and talking and shit. And I went to sit down. So I went, sat down at the bar, ordered soda, 7-Up or something. And I'm just sitting there, and this dude comes up to me, he's older expat. He's like, "Hey man, I've been trying to holler at this girl all night. She not giving me no play because her friend there." So he was like, "Yo, you want to just help me out?" So, you know what I mean? So you sound, "Yeah, I'm so and so. I'm from Kentucky." I'm like, "All right, I'm Blizz. I'm from Connecticut. Good to meet you." This and that. So he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Man, I got you, man. I'll distract the friend while you holler at the girl, right?" So right. So we go over there. I'm talking to the friend, and the friend is like, "Yo, this dude's a creep." You know what I mean? And she was like, "Anyway, neither one of us are interested in him, you know." So I'm waiting for my boyfriend, but my friend here is single. You know what I mean? The one he wanted to talk to. So I'm like, man, here we go. So long story short, I end up hollering at the girl, and the dude got mad and left. The dude got mad and left, and I left with the girl. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it ain't hard to talk to people, man. It really ain't. Sorry, that's all you saw, Thomas. So I did all the tourist shit. Cisco, my favorite was the river cruise. Man, we should get our T levels checked yearly. A good indicator of slow is when we say we don't want to deal with women. Yeah, I would never say that. I would never say I love women. I love dealing with women. Cisco, Adam, probably some men over there that wish they hadn't met a woman. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We hear the horror stories, So, nah, bro. I mean, you only saw a bunch of hills. Like, the redwoods are more than a bunch of trees. The Sierra Nevadas are more than a bunch of mountains. Know what I mean? Yeah, he's saying that you didn't see the beauty of it, man. You know what I mean? It just didn't move me. I mainly went to Thailand for the lower medical costs. Everything else I considered a blessing. Yep. He's living proof right there, man. The women, some of us just see it as, there are women everywhere. I'm going to meet a woman no matter where I go. That's how I see it. Costly buying two of everything. I don't know exactly. Cisco, I want to go back for the river cruise. I hear you, bro. He says I was a vet in the red light district. Yes. Salute. No. Did you do the zip line above the river cruise? Oh, I didn't even know there was one up there. I didn't go. I wanted to go. I was gonna rent a scooter, and then I got down there and there was no scooters left. So I was like, F it. He says, damn, Blizz, you backdoor your man's woman. Never that special. I didn't know the dude. And they was like, he was a creep. And he always trying. What they really was saying was that he's a creep. And he thinks that he can buy them with money and stuff like that. You know. But I don't know. It is what it is, man. Bruce, what up, man? Bruce, how you doing? Mars is in the building. Mars from Sorry Store. Type mine in the chat, everybody. If you got a channel and you want to shout yourself out, promote yourself, type mine in the chat. MINE. You know, I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Yeah, he, like I said, man, they wasn't feeling that dude, man. They was not feeling that dude at all. They wanted to get away from him. So yeah. Oh man. Yo, Q, you a trip, bro. You a trip, man. He says, I dislike the creepy guy who thinks every girl is from. I don't know the true story, but that's what they were saying. But anyway, she was cute. So it is what it is. But it is true. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the ladies in the chat, man. It is true that sometimes you could tell a woman straight up the deal, straight up, and they don't hear none of it. You know what I mean? They hear what they want to hear out of a whole conversation you have with them, man. You know, I'm sure the view was nice in the red light district. Yeah. No shame, man. No shame. Not tonight. Jay Shar, what up, man? Jay Shar in the building, bro. It's good to see you in here, man. Salute, bro. Ah, shit. Jay Shar in the building. But yeah, everybody doesn't travel for women. Not at the top. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, just because I don't put a woman at the top of my list doesn't mean that it's not on the list. You know what I mean? What happened to peace of mind? What happened to escaping the matrix? What happened to, all this other shit? Cost of living, all that goes out the window when you get around a woman. No, it's on the list. It's up there. Believe me, it's up there. Beautiful culture. Yeah. Fellas, hide your woman from Blizz, yo. Don't be a creep to your woman, yo. You don't gotta worry about Blizz. But nah, I'm not really like that. I'm not like that. Guys used to wait until you went to the bathroom, then crack on your girl. The crazy thing about it is, like, he got mad and left. And then on the way back, we walked by him. It ain't funny, bro. Like, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, man. Let me catch up with this chat, man. Y'all saying hi. Still eating fried fish and veggies. Yes, Miss Wishy is always eating very healthy appetite. I'm not gonna say what else, but yeah, she's always eating. Says join me, Jay Shars in the building. Wishy's making me hungry. Wishy says travel for good food and beautiful culture. Travel for whatever the hell you want. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. Haha, Jay Shaw, have you ever tried dried fish? Oh, I thought you said fried fish. You said dried fish. Okay. Nah, I never had that. He said it's good. I haven't had that one. with some corned beef and rice. Dry fish doesn't taste too bad, but no thanks. It's the smell, right? He said, what's the deal with these Indians traveling to Southeast Asia? Who the hell they check in with? I know in Manila, I seen a lot of Indians, a lot of Africans too in Manila. But salute to them, man. Salute to them. Anybody want to come up, have a chit chat? Anybody want to ask me any more questions? Any other topics y'all want to cover? I'm good tonight. I'm feeling good. Feeling energized. I could go tonight. The other night I had to go to bed because I had to get up. Yeah. Louis the 14th. What up, man? What's going on? He says you guys need to have a meetup in the PI. I'm waiting for Icy to do her meetup. Either Icy or Miss Manny. She's gonna go to Japan or Belgium. Miss Manny and puts on boots. He said the day they start contesting the Philippines is the day I'm out. Yep. At least you get it though, man. At least you get it, man. You don't feel like you own the damn place. But some dudes really be over there, like they own the place, man. Congesting the Philippines. Okay, I see. I hear you. I don't know, man. Yeah, let's get a good topic. Hit us. What you want to talk about? Louis the 14th, what you want to talk about, bro? It's an open panel. It's an open panel, man. Expat living overseas is in the back. Caught up on all the comments. Salute, bro. How you doing? Anybody else want to come up?
I'm doing good, Blizzard. I just thought I'd come up and keep you company.
He said, yes, I've had dry fish and lots of beautiful women. Sorry, Miss Sweet Wish. Right, let's talk politics. Where you living at, Thomas? They'll let you know you're a guest in the Philippines. Yeah, we all are guests when we travel abroad. And we need to get that through our heads, man. The shit that you're an expert in, the shit that you own, the property like, is right here back at home. And like it just is what it is, man. Expat living overseas. You've been in Thailand. I don't know how long. Are you a citizen?
No, I'm not a citizen. I'm here on a marriage visa.
Here we go. You know what I'm
You can
saying?
get citizenship here in Thailand, but it's a hard, it's a difficult, long process, and you're not guaranteed that you'll get citizenship. They only give so many out per year.
It should be. It should be. It should be a difficult process. You know, just like it should be a difficult process in the United States. Some people don't like that. You know.
Yeah, you look at all the other
There you
countries
go,
in the
Louis
world.
14. You see how I slipped that in? You see how I slipped that in? It's your
You
politics.
go just about all other countries in the world, they have immigration laws and they enforce them. America, not so much.
Yeah. He says he's in Argyle. Argyle. If I'm saying that right, Argyle. Cebu, he said. Yeah, he said Argyle, Cebu. Where you at, Q? You don't gotta say exactly where you at. I know you said it the other day, but I can't remember. Next time I come to the Philippines, I don't know. Maybe I'll go down and see Wishy, see how she doing down there, because she said she'll be my tour guide. Oh, Central Luzon. That's what's up. Yeah, Wishy said she would be my tour guide near Baguio. Okay, wow. I want to go to Baguio. I do. Car. I know where that's at on the map. That's south of Cebu City. Bruce Davis is in the back. Bruce, you salute. Bruce, you ready? I'll bring you up, man. Yeah, so Louis 14, man, what political topic you want to talk about? We could talk about it, man, but you gotta come up. That's the
I just come up and say what's up, see what's going on.
man, we doing good, man. We doing good. I'm feeling refreshed. I'm energetic. I could go 6 hours tonight, 7 hours. You know, if it's up to y'all though, it's up to y'all.
Well, I do have a lot of free time on my hands.
No. Hey Blizzard, this is gonna be my first time flying. How do I book my ticket to the Philippines? Has anyone gone through ASAP travel agency? I don't know. I didn't use a travel agency. I didn't use a book. I went right through the carrier. So well, I'll tell you what I did. I'll tell you what I did, honestly. I used Google Flights to find the flight and the time and all that stuff. And then I went to the carrier and booked it through the carrier. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of other research in the back, like where you're staying, what area you're going to be in, what do you want to see, what do you want to do, what do you actually want to do in the Philippines? You know what I mean?
When I was traveling, I was using Agoda and Kayak.
Yeah, I used Agoda. I use Agoda for some places to stay. I use Agoda and Airbnb. I like Agoda. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He says, Mars says, I'm also in Luzon. I'm going to mess that up. Tugu Garau. I might have messed that one up, man. If it wasn't for the women, Q says he wouldn't be in the Philippines. Food is trash. Pollution is bad. And there are no laws that protect us foreigners. See, is that smart, though? Like, I don't know. It's because maybe the women are that good. Maybe they are. I'm not saying they're not. But I'm not going through all that other stuff that you're talking about just for a woman.
The other thing people need to consider now, if you go into the Philippines and you're retiring, if you're over 50, the deposit that used to be 10,000 has gone up to 15,000 USD now, and that starts in September. And they have where like if you're in your 40s you can retire, but you gotta have like 20 to 25,000 in the bank if you show income, steady income. If you don't show income, you gotta have 50,000 USD.
Yeah, it seemed like Thailand is always changing, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's the Philippines I'm talking about.
Oh, Philippines?
Yeah.
Oh, for the I get what you're saying.
For the SRR visa, SRRV visa, retirement visa.
Okay. Thomas says my girl just came back from her Zumba contest. They want salute to her and her team. I never even heard of a Zumba contest. I know what Zumba is, and I know it's still popular over there. So salute to her. Tell her we all said congratulations. You know, he says he used Starlux, and it's probably the best experience I've had flying. I've flown over 100,000 miles. He said he used a travel agency. Miss Swiss, he says, at least know your purpose of traveling abroad. Yes. Thank you, man.
When I started traveling, I did kind of like Blizzard. I started traveling in 1993. I went to see things, do things overseas and all that. Women wasn't my top priority. But I mean, if our opportunity came up, I took advantage of it.
Yeah. But don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with it. Just because I say I wouldn't do it doesn't mean I'm passing judgment or I'm looking down on nobody. Everybody has their reasons.
Oh, I don't. In general, I don't usually judge people. The only time I start judging people is, if I have to interact with them, or I want to be friendships, partnerships, stuff like that, family. But it's not like I'm really judging them. I judge people by their hearts. I just don't look at the title of a book without, reading into the book. And
Yeah,
I see how they treat other people and how they react in my story.
Luke J. Shaw says, I know my purpose, sweetie. At Miss You Wish. He says, did you hear about that Japanese tourist who was killed over $175? I didn't hear about that. Yeah, I didn't hear about that. But I heard about
Yeah,
some other crazy stuff. Like somebody got the girl, what was she, a German tourist or something? Got killed in Boracay while I was there in March. So that was sad. He says audio
Yeah, I mean,
reception. Just don't fuck with ASAP ticketing.
mm,
Yeah, I just don't I don't trust them apps like that. ASAP. There's another one. Just to look at the price, you gotta like log in and all that stuff. Make
well,
an
like,
account. And,
say, like you're in the Philippines
just
or
Google,
Thailand, you use
all you gotta do is Google Flight
like,
Planner. You can see.
do you use thing for like tourists, like go visiting a place? Go visiting a place, make sure that it's legit, because there's a lot of scams. A lot of people pay for to travel somewhere, and then they get ready to go, and then nobody's there to pick them up or anything. They just scam and
which
take
one
the money
again?
and no travel.
I see
Sorry,
Miss
Bruce.
Wishy. Miss Wishy, you was on the beach. I seen your little short. You was on the beach somewhere. That looked like a nice beach. Wherever you was at.
What was you trying to say, Bruce?
All I said is, Thomas brought up, if you don't like the food, you can always like go to the store and buy. Like, you know, you don't have to, you know, it's just for women. I mean, that's fine. I mean, but
Yeah.
like, you got to have a purpose to go there, isn't it? But I mean, they got everything that you want in the store.
Yeah,
And if you
Q
don't want
ain't
to
cooking,
cook,
bro. He married. He ain't cooking nothing, man.
And
Q ain't
not
cooking.
only,
well, no, I mean,
not
he doesn't want to cook, but that's fine. He don't want to cook. I mean, wait until when you have a one of these true Filipinos or a true Asian woman, she's gonna cook whatever the hell you want. You don't have to eat their food if you don't like it. I
It's
love it.
like I don't know if Frank Tate is in here, but Frank Tate, salute to him and his wife Lilibeth, cause she be throwing
Hmm.
down, man. She be cooking Southern soul food, man.
She
Like
does, yeah.
so.
And his Frank's wife, that's the one that introduced me to my wife.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
what's up. Yeah, I like
So
Lilibeth, man.
when
I like them
talk,
too,
when
man.
you talk about the Southern cooking, there you go. Because I mean, literally, man. I mean, Lily is a great cook.
Yeah,
You
she
can
be throwing
tell.
down. She be throwing down, man. Neil Davis says pocket carry for fan for that long flight to the Philippines. Business class. If you can't afford it, step up to business class. First class is lovely. Yeah. He also says, Neil Davis also says, or book through Asiana Airlines. They go pretty much one stop, maybe to Thailand or Taiwan. Holy knife, but it's professional. They're good. Yeah, China Airlines. Like I said, people told me don't book China Airlines, but for me, I didn't have a problem with it, man. It got me to where I was going,
Right? Yeah.
you know, and I felt comfortable. I don't know, man. He says, I always try to look fresh, Q. Don't let people deter you from looking fresh. You already know my purpose for traveling to the Philippines and Thailand, Miss You Wish. Salute. I'm gonna try to get through these. Don't be naive, Thomas. You must always be alert, especially in a country where poverty is real bad. Yep. Yep. That's why I choose to use a travel agency. They do all the work for you. I don't trust them either, man. That's just me. I like doing stuff for myself. Man. I like researching myself because I know what I want to do. You know.
Yeah. Well, complaining about another country. I mean, if you don't like it, then don't go. Simple as that. You
They
like the
think you
women,
got money, they
but
will
you don't
follow
like
you.
the. It cracks me up when people they like the women, but they don't like anything else.
Yeah, it's all right. I think he said he's gonna travel some other places too. He
Yeah, I
says I'd
mean,
retire
you
and I'm
know,
looking to find a permanent spot in the Philippines, maybe in Cebu. All right, so I would
there
say
you go.
visit. Visit, man. Don't just be
Go
like, I'm
around,
going to the
yeah.
Philippines. Visit, man. Even within the Philippines, there's so much to see. Like, I've been, I don't know, like 8 different places in the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? And,
Travel around and see first before you make a decision.
yeah.
You
And
can't just say, oh, I
it's
like this.
hard, though, because it's hard. Like, I'm not retired. So I can't, it's hard to separate that. I was in vacation mode. You know what I mean? Oh, I love this place. I'm so in love. I love this people, but that's vacation mode. That's not being there for 3 months straight and getting to the boredom phase and all that shit. So you got to kind of like separate that,
Oh
man.
yeah, yeah. Mhm.
But visit,
You
visit,
definitely got to
and
keep
don't
yourself
just
busy.
stick on the Philippines. Don't. I wouldn't just stick on the Philippines because honestly, like even though I'm going back to the Philippines next year, I'm absolutely gonna go back. I want to see some more places. I'm going other places even before I get back to the Philippines. You know, I want to skydive in Costa Rica. Honestly, I want to skydive in Costa Rica, so I want to do that. I still want to go to El Salvador. I keep putting it off, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hike that volcano, Saint Anna volcano in El Salvador. I'm gonna hike that fucking volcano and look down in the middle. Like these are things that I want to do. Like he says, Q says the boss doesn't cook. I have my workers cook for me, my wife and her family. Man, the Q, you got some like yo, I think you be bullshitting most of the stuff you say. You know what I mean? But it is
Yeah,
what it is,
yeah.
man. I think you do. I think you probably be saying yes, ma'am, to your wife, bro. Like just coming up here trolling. But hey, I don't want that type of relationship either. But it is what it is, man. If it works for you, fine. But I know you ain't really like that in real life. He says, I came from a family of good cooks, so I like barbecue pork chops, chicken, everything. Yo, go check out Lilith Tate channel, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go check her out, man. I wish she was in here. Go check her channel out. It's Lilith Tate channel. She be throwing down, man. She has a channel. She does live stream. If y'all seen Frank Tate in here, that's his wife. And I don't know if he taught her how to cook that or if she just went and learned how to cook it so she could cook for him. But Lilith, I've been on her channel. She interviewed me. Good people, man. She could cook. So
Yep.
yeah. He says he says even with the cons, he still choose the Philippines over any country. Adam, he said you put a different hat on today. Congratulations.
Well, I have two hats with the same logo on it. One's blue, the other one is brown.
Okay, you got an old one and a new one. You got an inside one and the outside one.
Oh, I got a bunch of hats. Like this hats I like.
He says, "Do you speak other languages?" Nah, I don't. I'm trying to learn, man. I'm trying to learn, but it's hard.
Well, learning the local language will help you navigate the country better.
Yeah, but you know, I thought that too before I traveled to the Philippines. Before I learned a lot about the Philippines, everybody says learn the language, and then you get there and you start moving around like I be doing, and you're like, you know, I'm in Cebu. They don't speak Tagalog in Cebu. You know what I mean? They speak Bisaya. So you also have to know that. So a person like Ron,
National language, most people know how to speak it.
and I think if you're gonna learn a language, you have to speak it every day. You have to. And that's been my problem. I'm forgetting this shit. I learn it and I forget it because I don't use it regularly. I think they think all foreigners have money. Let me catch up on this chats before I don't think I'm too far back. Ron says, yes, that's what I plan a month for first time. Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, but if he does go overseas, go there like you plan on living there, not like you on a holiday experience, so you can experience the real Philippines.
Yeah. He says, right, Thomas, that's why it's not wise to display your wealth. That validates their thoughts. Thomas says, put that cigarette down, Adam. I ain't even noticed tonight, to be honest.
One cigarette.
Do you, bro? I just be reminding you. It don't mean like what am I really gonna do? You know what I mean? I ain't gonna travel to Thailand.
Off the panel.
Q said he be dead ass the way he talking. I don't know, man. I wouldn't let you talk to me like that. If you marry my daughter, I don't give a fuck how much money you got, bro. I don't care. He says, man, y'all must not know me for real. I'm not abusing my woman, but she needs to know the dynamic roles in a relationship. My word is over Jesus himself. Salute, man. He says, Duolingo isn't bad. They funny, bro. Yeah, be funny. He's nah, man. Adam straight, man.
You know that old hat is funky, right? Like, damn. Wow.
You never heard of
Wow.
You never heard of a washing machine?
Right. I listen. I didn't say that, man.
They being funny, man. It's all right. That's what tonight's about, man. Y'all better start reading the description before y'all log on. Said we gonna have jokes tonight, everything, man. Whatever y'all want to do.
Tell me now.
I ain't know you were studying Japanese. All right, so next time you in Icy Stream, you need to talk to her in Japanese, man.
Yeah, come on, Ray.
All right.
I can speak some Japanese words, but I'm not fluent in it.
Cisco learned some Cantonese, Tagalog, and I already speak some Spanish. Where you find the time for this, man? It's probably because me, like when I did have that time, I was doing Pimsleur. And then the rest of the time I was editing and fucking making music. So that took no excuse. Yeah. He says trying to learn Bisaya is fun and locals get a kick out of hearing you try. He says we learn languages for the same reason why we travel abroad, women. I hear an echo, man.
You hear an echo?
Yeah.
Yeah, every time I come on your channel, I hear something in the background. It's just like something, like a mouse or something tapping, or like And I hear it even when I.
Ray says, I bought some books off Amazon to study the different lettering, and then I also use Duolingo. Salute, man. Salute to y'all.
Well, you can go on YouTube, and there's a lot of channels that teach how to speak a different language now these days.
I've been there. I've honestly, the stuff that I was learning on Pimsleur, it's like it's not real. It doesn't seem real to me, honestly. Like the things you actually say in a conversation. So it's kind of like maybe I'll try Duolingo if it's different, actual conversational language. That's what I want to learn. Now, where's the museum? Or you know what I'm saying? Like he says, I learned from me, I already have a woman. Cisco says, listen on the way to work, audiobooks. Ron says, are you able to take 2 bags onto the plane? And is there a weight limit? It depends on the carrier. I know that much. But overseas flights, usually you get 1 bag, 1 check bag, and 1 carry-on. Yes, there is a weight limit. I don't know it, but it will say on when you go to book the ticket, it will say it.
It's been a while since I've been in the way, so I don't know.
Buffering real bad, man. It's echoing, buffering, and everything at the same time. Sound like you're.
Yeah, somebody got YouTube open. One of y'all have YouTube open?
Look.
I don't have YouTube open. I just check the tab. The only thing I have open is StreamYard.
Yeah. Russ says he's been trying to learn Spanish for a couple years. I still hear an echo.
I told you.
What I'm hearing is almost like a sonar, like bot noise.
It sounds like you're in a hole or something.
Who's in the hole?
You sound like you're in a tunnel or something.
Like I'm in a tunnel.
Yeah, put the mic closer, like you were last time. Last time you brought the mic closer, you sound fine.
Last time you wanted me to pull it away from me.
No.
Yeah, last time you said, leave that mic where it was at and move far away from me. So can you hear me now?
I hear you fine.
Mute for a second, Adam. Let me see if it's me. Mute for a second, please, Adam. See if it's me that's echoing. Is it me?
Yeah. You said Blizzard is right. If you don't have someone to speak to regularly, you'll lose what you learn. Yeah. And then that's kind of where I was at, man. So I'm gonna keep trying. What up, Michael? Michael Alexander's in the building. What up, brother? How you doing?
StreamYard has a setting on the audio settings where you can do echo cancellation.
Yeah. They're not complaining in the chat, so I don't know.
Okay.
They start complaining in the chat, then we're Cisco says both of y'all have feedback on your mics. Yeah, I hear that.
The only thing that I got running is my AC.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute both of y'all and see if it's me. It might be me. Hold on. Let's see. Is it me? Nah, it ain't me. Because I can hear myself echoing. No. Yeah, I hear it. I think it's you, Adam. Hold on. Oh, you muted yourself. Bruce, you muted yourself? No, here you go. Bruce. Yeah, Bruce is good.
What?
You're good. You're not echoing. All right. It's Adam. But if it's not too, I don't know. Michael Ho. Who you calling? Oh, hi. All right. Wishy. Russ says Duolingo now incorporates conversations with an AI bot. Yeah, maybe I gotta try Duolingo and see what's going on. If it's better than Pimsleur. Wishy saying hi to Michael. Wishy, you want to come up? You could come up. We just talking. We just kicking it, man. I'll drop the link again. Anybody wants to come up? Yeah, I just hit my mic too. So. Brett, if you listening, here's the link. I'll put it in here. Just Brett doesn't have Nightbot. He got Nightbot blocked.
Just they said that I do something different to my mic. No, I just checked the settings. They're all the same.
He says, Blizz, what was your biggest culture shock moment in the Philippines? Biggest culture shock to me was just the level of poverty that I seen. The level of poverty. And it's not everywhere. It's just, I see poverty here in America, but it's not at that level. So Ang Museum Blizzard. That's how you say it. Where is the museum? That's Tagalog.
Excuse me.
Donde está? I know that. I know Spanish. Yeah, I know Spanish. Enough Spanish. Salute Cisco with the language lessons. That's what's up. We're not too far behind in the chat. Salute to all y'all. Are you wearing those big glasses today, Miss Wishy? The link is in the chat. We have a weight limit. Yes, Thomas, to see good people. Claire, yeah, can you see me? Oh, Russ says, I can send you a link to use Duolingo if you like. I pay for a plan that lets me invite about 5 people, have 1 or 2 spots. Send it, man. Send it to my email. Blizzard Abroad. I'll see what's up with it. I'll try it out. Blizzard Abroad at Gmail. Appreciate it, man. It says in the hole, can you hear me now? Head ass, Bruce. I think that's Adams. All right, yeah, we'll skip over that part. Thank you guys, man.
Well, I closed my mic for a while, and I hear like a little static in the background, and I also hear something like a little.
You don't be buffering on Wishy channel. When you go on Wishy channel, you don't be buffering. I don't know what you did different from me.
Yeah, you don't.
I haven't done anything different. The only difference is I'm in Thailand and you're in America. Philippines is a lot closer.
I don't know.
Oh, Wishy's in the building without the glasses. Okay. Let me let Wishy up, man. Oh, snap. There she is.
Wait, I'm gonna make more the live stream crazier. Let's see my headset because I probably can't hear you guys.
I hear you.
Another crazy
Yeah,
another one. Let me see. Wait, this is also one of my problems. I don't know if it is work, then I'll stay. If not, then right.
Yeah, because you sound good.
Okay, if I'm using a headset, is there anything in like cracking something?
No, not that I
Wow.
hear.
No.
Wow.
No, you look beautiful today. How you doing? You okay?
Oh, I am doing great.
That's good. Any topics you want to talk about?
Well, I think just go with the flow. Miss
All
Classes
right.
is yes. This is like
Is that your new
turn her
opinion?
volume
Is
down.
that the new opinion for you? Going with the flow?
I think I'm loud. Okay, unfiltered. I see you comment. I think I'm loud. Okay, I'm gonna turn down my sound. I
Okay.
don't need Blizzard to do that.
He says his biggest culture shock moment was
It's
being inside
naughty.
a beautiful younger woman. Yeah, come on, bro. You did that
It's
in
not
America.
naughty.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did that in America too.
yeah. That's why I don't agree when like the men traveling, wasting their money only on sex spot. I think for me that's sick.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean you can do it in your own country, but in traveling abroad, there is a lot of things you can do. You can enjoy. You
Yeah,
can
I
enjoy
think
like yeah.
I think so too. See,
Well,
he
it's like
says
Oh, if you
explain how it's sick. Uh oh, he about to have a debate with you. Come up, Q. Come
come
up,
up,
Q.
unfiltered. Come
It's
on.
easier to get your point across
Yes,
when
I
you're
want you to
saying
come
it and
up.
talking instead of in the
Yeah.
chat. It's kind of harder.
He was like talking about I like let's ask how old are you unfiltered before we want to know his age because he said young and beautiful.
Ah, just emailed the link. Appreciate that, Russ. He says I see you did your eyebrows before you came on.
I put lipstick on.
How is it sick? Explain. Did she
Did she
just
just
say sex pat?
yeah,
Yeah,
like
she
I was
did.
talking to some people, they traveled only like to South Asia. This is their what we call this one, please. I mean, they travel because of that. For me, like wow, you can still make it in your own country, and then traveling to Asia because of this one, like what? Wow, I think I don't know what to say. For me, like there's something issue with this person, or yeah,
Well,
maybe he
they
just
do it
wanted to
because
try Asia.
they do it
Yeah.
because it's cheaper. In America, it's very expensive if those guys do that. You can go to Vegas if you got
They're
lots of
gonna.
money. No,
Oh,
they
don't
got
hate me, guys.
yeah.
Don't hate me.
No, it's their right to do it. I wouldn't do it, but it's their right. You know what I mean? I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I
sit
mean,
here.
if
Don't
that's
hate.
what they want to do, I mean, I agree with Wishy. I don't think that
I don't
I
agree
don't
with
think
it, but
that's not
if
that's
that's
not my call to say.
I don't agree with it, but if that's what they want to do, that's their business. But you gotta look at it this way: if the women didn't sell it, the men wouldn't buy it.
Q says it's a mutual agreement. We are adults, plus it ain't your business. If you say it in the public, it's everybody' business, though. That's the thing.
Oh my
Once you
god.
once
Okay,
you say
don't
it in
hate
the
me, guys.
public,
When I say
nah, He says, yeah, don't be creepy. It like I said, I wouldn't travel all the way across the world just for women, just for sex. I think America, if you're traveling just for sex, I think America is probably the best place to be. It's one of the freest, most freakiest societies in the world. One of them, it really is.
I mean, if you
So,
got money, go to
especially
Vegas.
now, the sexual
Legal there.
revolution did wonders for American men looking for just plain sex. That's what I think. Um, some
oh,
guys
I
just
think
want to get their freak on. Yes, you can, bro. Yes, you can. Michael Alexander got a serious question. He says, "What do y'all think is our biggest problem we face as the human race?" Y'all want me to go first?
Yeah, we
One
want
of the
you to go
biggest
first.
We let we let the powers that be divide us, to carve us up into segments, into groups, and pit us against each other. Like, I think that is one of the biggest threats that we face. The biggest problems we have is that we're easily divided and pitted against each other. You know,
we used to, if you remember, we used to be able to disagree. We would be respectful about it, you know. And now we got this new age that come in, and it's like, it don't matter if they're lying or people think it's the truth, right? People are going to believe what they want to believe.
Then you're selfish.
People choose to believe. People
Bruce,
choose
you
to
sound
believe,
low.
I sound low. Well, I turned my volume.
They said
down,
I am
but
the loudest here, so I think this guy
Okay, so what I'm saying is at one time we used to be able to agree to disagree, and we were respectful about it. But today that we're in, the times that we're in, people choose to believe, like you were just saying, you know, people that are power, they say something, it's the truth to some, and it's not for the others. So, you know, how do we fix you know, accepting and respecting people's opinions without saying, you know, without calling each other names and doing all that other stuff.
Yeah. All right, Adam, go ahead, Adam.
Well, you was talking about the government keeping people divided. They do that to keep them from looking up at the real problems that are going on. That's the reason they're doing it. But I think one of the major things is we don't learn from the past. We begin to make the same mistakes. We do the same things over and over and thinking that it's going to be a better outcome this time around. You know, we don't learn from the past.
What's Swishy?
Well, I mean,
You want to answer that?
pass. I pass on that one. I don't know what is my answer.
Now let me read some comments. Do you guys lotion your feet? He says racism. I think racism falls into my answer, kind of what I said. Cisco says any other answer than climate change is short-sighted. Any other problem won't matter when the earth is unlivable for nearly every human. But we're never gonna come to an accord on that because we're all divided. We're all divided. We'll fight each other tooth and nail. We'll tear each other down, even on climate change, on everything, every point that anybody can make. The people are divided.
Let me ask. Let me ask. We keep saying we're all going to tear each other down, all of us. All right. You know, when are we going to talk about this? When are we going to actually sit down and talk about this on, you know, how we should be respecting each other, how we should be moving forward, how we can fix these things? Okay, because it isn't just what they're doing to people and the crap that they say to get people to believe anything. They could say a donkey flies, and if somebody that's in power says a donkey can fly or a horse can fly, they're gonna go, a damn horse can fly, and we're all gonna go, what the hell are you talking about? A horse can't fly. But literally, you're gonna have.
I think Cisco should come up.
So when are we gonna sit down as actual human beings and respect each other and learn from each other? That's what we need to do. First is sit down with one another. Then ask people what should we do to fix things. All right. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what Adam says. It doesn't matter what any of us say here, Liz, until we all sit down to the table and we all can respect one another and we can all you know, try to have a plan together to move forward. Otherwise, we'll never move forward.
And the key word
it starts with conversations like this. It starts with conversations like this. being able to talk, being able to listen. You know, there are real conversations going on. There are people who respect other people's opinions. You know,
No, it's we can do that here. All right, we can sit down and all be respectful to one another. All right, we see each other almost every day, all day. Okay, we can either accept people's wishes, or we can, obviously go off the handle and start acting like the people that just want to disagree, that just want to shame people, that just want to put people down, but they got no damn answers. When you ask them, "What's the answer? How do we fix this?" Nobody seems to have a plan. Nobody wants to answer what they can do. No, it's all about tearing each other down. And
yeah.
if people are just going to tear each other down, I'm not going to be a part of that.
No,
I want a
you
solution.
you
I want
you
I
talk
want to know what Blizzard.
you
I
talk
want
to
to
the
what
people.
my friend. What,
Talk to the people that
go
you
ahead.
can reach. You talk to the people that you can reach. You can't talk to somebody that's not gonna. You can't force your view on somebody that's not gonna listen. But it starts here. It starts with 5 people. Maybe tomorrow is 10. You know, maybe next week is 20. That's how you start it.
Yeah.
And you can't do it no other way. You have to build it from the ground up, or go places that somebody has already built it up. But it has to start like this is what they call typically like grassroots. Starts at the bottom. And I'm not saying my channel, you know what I mean? I'm just saying a conversation like this. It has to start like this. It has to start with a few people and grow bigger and bigger and bigger. Then it means something, you know. People are gonna come in and
Let,
try to
let me
disrupt
let me
it and try to
also
tear it
ask.
down.
Let me also ask. Which question for you?
Say that again.
I got a question for you, Wishy. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
she froze. There she go.
I don't know what happened.
I see her. I see the hair moving. She's not frozen. Wishy, can you hear us?
Not really,
Yeah, I can
because
hear
the
it.
voice
Can
is
I
like
ask you?
too light,
Let me.
Yeah, you gotta speak
too
up,
slight.
Bruce.
Okay, I think I know what Bruce
Let,
is trying to say. So that's why when you are, I think each of us has has a trigger point. You are American and I am Filipino, so we have different culture. You might say something doesn't hurt for you in your eyes, in your ears, but for some Filipina, it's hurt for us. You guys should also think before you throwing something. You might think it many times because we see the person not get triggered easy. I'm not gonna just okay move on with that person, but when something really it's too much annoying me, so it's time for me to move on. Like I am this kind of person actually. So you might see me, I'm laughing. I am so like anything you want to throw words against me, I'm just fine with it. But there is some trigger points, especially the end of the month, and you see the person is like, yeah, you know what I mean.
yeah. So I wanted to ask you since you brought that up. Okay. So you're right. You're 100% right. There's some of us, and I've even done it. I'll just even say myself. You say something that somebody like you might think, like you just said, is just like a joke. It's nothing. It doesn't mean nothing. But then they take it different. And literally, I've tried myself to not be like not to say something to literally hurt somebody, but my words obviously can affect somebody. What I say, even if it's I'm joking, it can literally. So my question is to you. I wanted to ask you is you see the people I see 'em, okay? People are happy. People are always like family. So what would you say to people that don't know much about your culture? Um, and just because you're smiling, just because you're happy, there's still problems there for you, right? That you just don't show.
Yeah, actually, I am the person when I have problem in my. It's like you're going to work. You are problem at home. You have a problem at home. Are you guys bringing it to work? Because if you are bringing it to work, it's gonna be like chum. So I am the person like yeah. What is behind me? Like I might down here, but I'm not gonna bring it to YouTube. It's different. So yeah, like I want to have fun. I want to have friends. I want to learn something. This is me. I'm non-stoppable learning. So yeah, even though I can't understand you well, guys, but I'm trying to fit in. So trying, but I'm not gonna change myself to the two people. To all just to make people liking me. I just want them. I just like. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Just be yourself. Just be
Yeah.
yourself. That's
They
it.
gotta, yeah,
But I
be
think what you're
yourself, right?
saying is like, I think what you're saying is what we all go through. Like, you, you don't need to bring
But you should,
everything to the public. Hold on. You
right,
don't need to bring everything to the
right.
public. It's like me. I've been going through some storms and I don't say anything about it while I'm going through it. Now, when I get to the other side, I might say something about it on YouTube or even to people in my life. When I'm going through something, I just get through it. I get through it. And then when I'm on the other side of it, then I might talk about it. But I think we're all like that. I think we're all like that a little bit. Some more than others. But let me read some of these comments because I'm getting a little bit behind. And then if you guys want to comment, we'll go to Russ first after I read. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Russ's thing. We'll go to Adam first after the comments. Let me see. He says, we can't even agree it's happening. Meanwhile, reality is going to kill billions of people within a century. Talking about climate change. This guy's a moral police. It starts with each of us. People live their life how they want. Stop trying to tell people how to live their life. Just be the change they want to see in the world. I agree. You got to lead with your feet. Some people lead with their mouths. Some people lead with your feet. And then if people follow you, they'll follow you. If not, they don't. He says, be great today, but even better tomorrow. Hassan says, Mo Fax and Adam Curry had a podcast. They used to play a clip that says something like what he is saying. First, you get a black man to sit down with a white man and have a conversation. Yep. It all starts with one or two people, small groups. Like you're not going to start a conversation and say, hey guys, let's talk. And 1 million people show up. Who am I? Who are you to expect that? You have to grow it. If you want that community, you have to grow it. And we all need to be doing it. We all need to be doing it. And that's why I always say we need more. I say men, but we need more good people speaking, talking, positive people. He says, can we all agree? I'm almost through with the comments, guys. Can we all agree that we are at war? He says, man, are you sensitive? Wish you. A gentleman on the bottom right may need to use some compressed air on the mic port or reposition the phone. Balance the levels. Yeah. Ron Lawson says, we all have a distinct perspective to add to the puzzle of the human race. And if we listen to each other's points and decide which one helps us a whole.
Please and chat. I just go step down. Okay. My aunt called me. I'll be
Okay,
back.
Come back, please.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right. Yeah. Adam, what you think, bro?
Well, it doesn't matter no matter where you live in the world, every country is going to have its problems and it's going to have its compromise. You're the one that's going to have to learn to adjust to that country, and if you're unwilling to do that, then you need to speak somewhere else. And that's talking about what Miss Wishy's talking about, and what some of the other people talking about. You see a lot foreigners to go to a different country entitled like they're in another country because it's to the needs. And it just doesn't work out that way. You're the one that has to do the adjusting, not the other way around.
Yeah, salute. Icy is in the building. No sound. You said you guys, if you can hear us, put a 1 in the chat, please. Michael
No
Alexander
sound.
says no sound.
I can hear it.
I hear these two. But salute to Icy, man. Glad you made it.
What's
I don't know
up,
if you're
Icy?
on break. Yeah, they hear us. They hear us. All right. Oof. Russ says, I was pleasantly surprised how positive everyone is on this channel. Yeah, it's don't always have to be that way, but I'm a joker. Sorry. He's apologizing to Wishy. I don't know. I want Wishy to feel welcome here. I don't know what was said or who she was responding to, but Wishy, don't mess with Wishy on this channel, man. She's good people, man. Of course, anybody, we're all grown, but I don't know what she to you.
We're just gonna say she was responding to me, and that's just it's just what it is. But
no, I thought that didn't sound like it was to you, but all right.
It might have been when we was talking about the sex packs and all that, and then I said plain truth. If women didn't, that men wouldn't buy.
You have to ask.
The same thing goes for drug dealers. They wouldn't buy.
Listen, it's all good. It's like this. I don't wish anybody bad. Listen, and the fact is, she did say something because I'm still trying to learn it myself to try to just keep it calm with some things, because you can say something, and just because us Americans can joke and laugh about it, it's not fun. It may not be funny to them, and I'm still trying to learn how to again. I still practice on myself, and I don't care if it was not all about me, but the fact is I ask questions to people because I'm trying to better myself, and the only way that is, and that would be for anybody. And if you're in a different country, if you don't understand something, watch, learn, ask questions. That's what I did, And if you don't have anybody, ask people. Ask the people on the ground. What does this mean? What is that? Whatever. It's not going to hurt you to ask.
Like I said, she left, so when she come back, we'll ask her. And if we'll see what happened. But she's not here now. I don't know, so I'm not gonna keep speculating. But Icy's in the building, and I'm glad she's here, man. Q says, "A smoker can't tell me to stop smoking." I don't know. Maybe they can't tell you. Are you gonna listen or not?
I can say
it doesn't mean that it's not bad, regardless. Whether they smoke or not, it's still bad. They're telling you the truth. So if you don't want to stop, you just don't want to stop. But me, typically, man, people need to live whatever life they want to live. You know what I mean? I can't tell you what to talk about. I can't tell you what to believe in. I can't tell you what should be your biggest issue in life. I can't tell you none of that shit. We're all grown. We're gonna choose for ourselves. We're gonna choose what we believe in, what we strive for ourselves. So even when I come up here and I say certain things, don't take it as me judging you or looking down on people, because I absolutely don't.
Yeah. Adam, what's your old saying? Tell us what you always say to people. What do you always tell people? When we sit here and talk about life, right? Enjoy the life that you have, right? You always come out with something like you like to say. Enjoy the life, and I'll say it to myself. Just enjoy what you have. Whatever that is, whatever that may be. If that's chasing the girls, around and doing just chasing girls and wanting to be with them, that's it. You know, I can't go around chasing women because I'm married now, but you know, enjoy whatever your happiness is.
I
Make
think
the right choices.
I think the thing that I say when it comes to that, I say several things. I think what you mean is, I say, enjoy the life that makes you happy, long as it's not hurting anybody else.
There you go, right there, brother. My bad.
Yeah, no
It's
doubt.
like
No.
me.
Jay Shar, you welcome here, bro. I appreciate you stopping through, man.
I'm currently happy with my life that I'm living now, and my motto is: if it's not broken, don't fix it. Just maintain
That's right. What is
So,
that?
Q says,
Black
Q says, the point is, motherfucker, look in the mirror and change yourself before giving me advice. Let me say something, Q. I hear that. I hear that. But let me ask you something. If I stepped off the curb and got hit by a car, right? And then I see you about to step off the curb and get hit by a car. You're gonna be like, fuck you. Like, you know, you stepped off the curb. Don't tell me, don't give me advice. That's what I'm saying, man. Fuck where the advice comes from. Who cares where the advice comes from? If it's good advice, it's good advice, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't look at the messenger all the time. Like I always say, like, you know, I used to do some street activities. I talked to some crackheads. I talked to some dope heads. You know what I mean? And got good advice from them. Do I want to live like them? Hell no. But it doesn't mean that people are beneath you or dumb because they didn't always make the right choices, or they don't always make the right choices. You could learn from anybody. That's all I'm saying. You could learn from anybody, man.
I agree. I tell people take whatever good advice you can and apply it to your life. Why does it matter where it comes from if it's good advice for your life?
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Take a little bit.
Icy need a vacation. Where you going, Icy? To the Philippines.
Yeah. You can take from 100 different people advice, you know, from each one of them, and you can use a tiny bit. You might not use all 100, but you're gonna, you know, you could use a tiny bit of what somebody says if it applies to your life. If it doesn't, then again, I guess then, you know, somebody like you would say, like you just said.
He said we called us armchair bros. You funny, bro. This dude's
Tell me
funny.
that to my face.
He always go left, man. As soon as you try to tell him something, he always go left, man. He called armchair bro. But it's like, I get it. I live what I'm talking about. I don't talk about living in the Philippines because I'm not in the Philippines. Shit, you don't even talk about living in the Philippines no more. You comment on other people's videos.
I think the main thing is,
hold up. It's like there's no topic tonight. We're just talking. We're just talking back and forth, man. And it's open, but it's hard to. I get Q now. I get him. He don't want to listen to nobody else, and that's fine. That's fine. You don't want to hear nothing from nobody. If it's good or bad, if they're not living the life you want to live, that's fine. I get it. It's just weird that you think that you can only learn from a certain person, because that's not how life works. That's not it's not real life, man. So I guess you only learn from people that you only can learn from expats in the Philippines. You know, that's it.
You're gonna learn from everybody. You can't just learn. You're gonna learn from everybody.
Always. Me too, Thomas. I'll always listen. Now, I don't mean you're always gonna learn something when you listen to somebody, but I listen. I try to listen. If it's not sometimes it's rubbish. That's not a bad example. It was a perfect example for me.
The main thing is when
I
you
live in
taking
America, so I don't know anything. And
the
if
main,
I don't even want to live in the Philippines, you're not gonna listen to me. I don't know shit. That's weird, bro.
the main thing is when you're taking your last breath in life, don't let it be full of regret. You know,
So
every
if okay, so if oh, go ahead.
you
Go
can
ahead,
go
Adam.
ahead. I was just gonna say you can. Everybody has a story. Everybody has a story. And you may agree with the story, you might not. You might have heard of another version of the story. But each story has a lesson to be learned if you're willing to take the time and listen.
Yeah, Adam been living in Thailand longer than Calvin's been living in the Philippines. You ain't gonna listen to him either,
Right, yeah,
though. You know.
right. But let's do it like I'll just do it like this.
But I'm not telling you not to do anything. Do whatever you want to do. I'm not
Right,
even trying to give Q advice. I'm just talking.
right. Yeah. So if I decided to go and I found a place, wherever, somewhere in Thailand, and really, I only know a couple of people that live in Thailand. Adam's there, my friend Dave's there. I would take advice from both of them guys because they've been there a long time. But I'm not going to use everything. But if it's my first time, I'm going to ask, like I would ask Adam if I was coming, like first time, what should I do? Whatever it was, what not to do. And I would hope that, if he chose to, say, then I would ask him and he would tell me whatever, and then I have to apply whatever to myself. I'm not going to apply everything, but am I going to ask somebody that's been there? Of course I will. But I'm also going to ask the people on the ground. I'm going to talk to people. I'm going to talk to the people that live there, that are citizens there.
Good Q. Here go Q. Let me listen to Q. Let me listen to Q for a second. He says, I only listen if you're experienced. Same reason why they don't let you counsel AA meetings if you've never been an alcoholic. Alcoholics will only hear someone who's been through what they've been through.
Well, I was an alcoholic. So.
I never been an alcoholic. I just don't get the logic, but I don't get the logic where you're coming from, Q, but it's fine. We good.
He's basically just putting it. Come on, and it doesn't matter if somebody's been through the alcohol. Listen, I'm coming up on 27 years, man. In January.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, you
just because I've done that doesn't mean everything that I say is going to apply to your life, and I wouldn't waste my time even telling people because people don't want to listen anyway. So what's the point?
No, but it's also like you're an alcoholic, whatever. He brought up alcoholic or whatever, but that's not the only aspect of your life. You know what I mean? Like you're more than that. You've lived more than that. You know what I mean? You're an alcoholic, but you're also a plumber. So just because you're an alcoholic doesn't mean you can't teach people how to be a fucking plumber. Like it doesn't make sense. Yeah. He's got this blinders on. You got blinders on.
Of course.
It's fine. You don't want to see nothing outside of that, but don't criticize the people outside of your view just because you don't want to hear what they're talking about. You know what I mean? That's the part I don't understand. You don't agree with what we're saying. It doesn't apply to you. That's the hardest thing to do for some people is walk away from a conversation that doesn't apply to them. Instead of walking away, they criticize. criticized. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Thomas Marshall says it doesn't matter where you live. You can always learn from other people. Use the meat to throw away the bone. What I used to say is save the gold, burn the trash.
Thank you, Icy.
Yeah, but Q is starting to remind me of another person that was up on this panel a while back.
Nah, he ain't. Q ain't
He's
like
not.
that.
He's not that bad, no. But yeah,
No, he's
Q
not.
reminds me. I'm sorry to say, Q remind me kind of a little bit of my brother, and that's why I don't really get mad at him. It's a certain way of getting your point across, and I get where he's coming from. You don't want to hear it, you know what I mean? But I'm not upset with him for the way he thinks or anything like that. His views.
no, I'm not. Oh, I'm not upset at anybody. I don't allow other people's negativity to run the rest of my day. Even if when I say negativity, it might be something I just don't agree with.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and dwell with it, debate over it, fight over it, and stuff like that. It's no need of that.
But the stuff that he's pushing back against, isn't rocket science, and it isn't specific to the Philippines. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm only gonna listen to somebody that's in the Philippines. And it's like, sex happens outside the Philippines, marriage happens outside the Philippines. Like, there's women outside of the Philippines. It's like the stuff that you're talking about isn't specific to the Philippines. You're not special because you're in the Philippines getting those things. It's just like everybody doesn't want to be in your shoes. It's weird. Life is going on outside of the Philippines.
Life goes on no matter where you live.
That's right.
So I'll be back in a minute.
I mean, I understand where he's coming from. Just like Hassan says, however, on the same side of the coin, like saying the richest man in Babylon, don't take advice from a seller in selling jewelry on how to take the helm. I get that. But we're not talking about things. Go back in the comment section and look at what he's pushing back on. It's not it's not a doctor or how to give surgeon, like he says down here. It's not that, man.
Well,
it's almost like the other guy that came in here and was like, you can't give me advice on Thailand. I was like, I've never been to Thailand. I don't give advice on Thailand. I don't give a fuck about Thailand. My channel is not about that. My channel is just about having conversations. But like I said, so Q, would you take advice from Adam? You said you want to go to Thailand. He's in Thailand. Would you take advice from him? He's been there for what, 20-something years, I think he said. That's the question. Would you take advice from Adam?
I mean, I would.
He said it's about credibility. I don't think he would. Because it's something about Adam he probably doesn't like personally. I don't know. I'll let him answer himself, man. But I'll catch up on this chat real quick. And then I'll scroll down and see if he answers. Jay Shar, no headache so far. Thank you. We understand you, brother. That's a hard statement, Q. He said you just have to be mindful of what it said and how it is applied. I try my best. If somebody asks me a question that I know, I'll answer it. If I don't know it, I'll say, I don't know. This is my experience. I'm not gonna. That's how I answer questions. I try to.
So I'm
not
say
perfect.
This
Thanks, Michael. Hold on. I gotta finish these. Go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
I just want to say this, okay? I listen to Icy because Icy is a professional, fitness instructor. I told her many a times, I want to do this, I want to do this, until I finally did. And literally, I'm telling you, she was willing to help me. She gave me advice what to do. She gave me advice on, what exercise to do, what to start out with, everything. So the whole 9 yards. But she broke it up for me to do it as little steps until they get bigger. Well, because of Icy and listening to Icy, and it isn't about the food or none of that. Okay, I have a wife for that. But it's because of her advice I lost 20 pounds. It's because of her. It's because her advice. Because she knows. Now, if Adam's been in Thailand 20 years, of course I'm going to ask him, and I would listen to his advice because he's been there. He knows the ropes. If I don't know shit about it, I got to ask somebody that's been there. If I'm not going to take nothing from nobody, if I'm going to say I'm not going to take nothing from Adam, I'm not taking nothing from Blizzard, and I mean, I can't just I can't be just one sided. Like, that's the thing is, even with myself being, I used to drink and I was an alcoholic. All right, if I didn't make that choice myself to stop and listen to people that had experience before me, I would never make it. I wouldn't be here today. So it's because of people and different kinds of people and different cultures of people that I learned. So I appreciate anybody. I appreciate her. She knows that. I appreciate Blizzard. I appreciate Adam. I appreciate everybody. That's Brett, even Wishy too tonight. Like, I appreciate that, just her being honest.
Yeah.
But if we don't take advice from somebody, it's going to be hard for us, man. That's just what I believe. Simple as that. So you all have a good night, good day, whatever you're doing. Blizzard, thanks again for letting me come on your show.
Salute.
You take care of it.
Nah, I think it's important to see how people think. You know what I mean? Because he said he would take, and that's what I think is coming down to for me. You know what I mean? He said he would listen to someone who's been to Thailand versus someone who just heard about it. But I still don't understand. That's not what you've been pushing back tonight against. Like, you're pushing back against sex pack, traveling for women. That's what you're pushing back against, bro. Like, let's be honest about it. That's what you started pushing back against. Nobody's up here giving advice about the Philippines and traveling.
Well,
that's what you're pushing back on. Yeah. It's not about expert shit. That's what I'm saying. That's not at the same level as taking advice from a doctor. That's not the same. It's petty. I'm not saying it's petty, but you're talking about sex with women, bro. Something we've all done before. I don't know. It's just the thought process, Thomas. It's his thought process that gets me. You know what I mean? It's because he disagreed with something about why people travel and us saying that you shouldn't travel for women. So now everything we say it doesn't matter. He's not going to listen. That's the thought process that a lot of people have. He's not going to listen to nobody else. You know. Like, all right, I'll move on, Thomas. I'll move on. Unless Q wants to come up. Appreciate you, Bruce. Unless Q wants to come up, I'll move on because I skipped a lot of chats.
Well, what I'll start off with saying is I started traveling in 1993. I moved to Thailand in 2013, so I've been happily married for 12 years. How I live my life might be different from how somebody else wants to live in Thailand. You know, first of all, I need to know their story, what their intentions are, to go over their sport and give them advice. So if the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, well, I can go win a girlfriend, I say, well, there's plenty of places you can go on YouTube to find that information for yourself. You know, I don't, it's just what somebody wants to do, perfectly fine. Like I said, do what makes you happy, as long as it's not hurting anybody else. But I don't agree with it. You know, but I'm not going to sit there and damn somebody else for doing something that they want to do in their life.
Yeah. Liz. Salute, Icy. Thomas says, you're not so smart that nobody understands you. Maybe we don't agree with you. Okay. Exactly, man. And that's what I'm just trying to get to, man. It's not exactly what we're arguing about. It's about the mindset of just not listening, cutting people off. It's something we see a lot, and we see it from a lot of different people, man. And you miss out on a lot of good things. You miss out on a lot of good people, a lot of good advice. Maybe you need it. Maybe you don't need it now. Maybe you need it later on in life. But it just is what it is, man. He says, check out Dr. Sebi. Q. Jay Shaw. Joseph's in the building. How you doing, bro? Good to see you in here, man. Talking all caps like this. Oh my god, stop yelling. Yeah. Bye, Icy. Enjoy the ride. And I know what brother you talking about. LOL. Yeah, so, you know. That's my nephew. He know what I'm talking about. So I'm so used to having these back and forths. I've been having these back and forths all my life. You know, but it's straight, man. It's straight, man. Try to get to. I've been where Q is before. I can agree with his perspective. He said he's talking about credibility. All right, I got you, bro. Hey, everyone. I don't want to leave this live, but I have a wedding I'm going to tomorrow. Thanks, Blizzard, and everyone. Take care. Salute, Ron Lawson. Thank you for stopping by, man. I appreciate you, brother, man. Icy says, gives a saying what up to Jay Shaw. Yes, I would, because she's experienced on he's credible. All right, all right. Adam seems very thoughtful. Just trying to catch up on all these chats. Are we all under mind control, family? Some of us, yeah. Absolutely. Joseph says, Icy on YouTube, what are you doing here still? Thought you said you were going away to ride a bike. You wasn't supposed to see that comment. Yeah, salute Icy, man. Yeah, I think I did, but I was trying to get to underneath the point, Thomas. Underneath the point. To more of, like, we don't just see this in this conversation. We see this a lot. The bigger picture. We see it. So I'm gonna move on. He said this is childish. I would never call someone stupid just because they don't agree with me. Nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't either. Because you don't know. You don't know what you don't know at that moment. Some shit you grow into. And it is what it is.
I just say one thing and then we can move on. It's not my place to tell anybody how to live their life. I just say make the best of each day that you have. And that's all any of us can do.
Yeah. There's stoplights. Can I not stop and look if you're around? Salute. Michael Alexander says he learns from all of us. And it, like I said, a lot of the learning I get on YouTube and from social media, it's not anything amazing. You know, it's life shit. It's regular everyday shit, man. It's not something that's gonna stop me in my tracks and change my life. But it doesn't mean I'm not learning stuff. A lot of the shit you hear on YouTube is common sense shit. You know, even from some big guys, man. And that's fine with me. Because I don't go searching on YouTube for life-changing information, you know.
You buy this program for $19.99, it will change your life forever. Start now. We even have more instructions.
Are people good in general?
That basically goes back to that old character. Grandfather was telling his grandson about having two wolves in the heart. One's good, one's evil, and he explains the difference between the two. The grandson says, "Well, Grandpa, which one wins?" Grandpa says, "The one that you feed."
I agree. I think that's a subjective. It's a subjective. Right now, I'm doing really good in life. I'm happy. I'm gonna say, yeah, you know what I mean. But to maybe tomorrow I'm having a bad day. Somebody, a bunch of people pissed me off, and I don't know. Like, life affects your thoughts, and you can't act like it doesn't. You could try not to, but it is what it is, man.
I think a lot of people today are under what I call low grade stress all the time. And it's not just from them, it's comes from outside sources too. And over time that wears down on one person and eats away the soul, and that can help people make poor choices in life.
Cisco's in the building. Let me let Cisco up, man. What up, bro?
Hey,
the bad guys here now.
You ain't the bad guy, bro. You honestly one of the most positive people, bro.
I try to be, man. I have different ways of thinking than a lot of the people in the chat do. I think that's what causes a lot of the disturbance.
The disturbance in the force.
Yeah, you good, man. No, we don't all need to meet up in person, Michael. We don't, bro. Honestly, man. I'm a friendly person, but we don't all need to meet up in person. That's just real. I ain't gonna be fake up here. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Blizzard, hold on. I'm gonna try to see if I can fix this to where I can actually see the comments, because I can't really see the comments. I'll be right back if I fly out of here.
All right.
It's like some people go, "Oh, I'm gonna come visit you in Tottenham where you live at. I'm gonna stay at your place." Well, I got 5 dogs here. It mainly depends if my dog likes it. First of all, it's gotta be okay. Second, it's gotta be okay with my wife. 3, it's not much to see in this Tottenham. I live in the village. It's not much to do here, as far as entertainment wise. So, you have to find other means of keeping yourself entertained with hobbies, friends, and stuff like that. And most people that go, "Oh, well, I'll come to Thailand because I want a holiday and party." Well, Tottenham is not right for you then.
Yeah, I think we could all have our opinions, and we're getting mad at people's opinions.
No, it ain't.
And that's really what it is. But it is what it is. I try my hardest not to judge people. I try, but I do. We all do. It's human. It's just called being human. We judge people every day. We judge their actions every fucking day. You can act like you don't, but you do it naturally. Do you come out and actively speak it and treat a person different? No, not all of us. We try to regulate that, but Thomas says, if I tell you not to go down the street that has killers and you go down there anyway and get killed, what am I supposed to do? Exactly. Some people are not going to listen to you, though, if you tell them that. And that's life. That's life. Michael says, this chat is better than playing video games alone. Absolutely. Absolutely, Michael. Thank you, man. That's how I feel when I go to other people's chats. It's entertainment for the most part. It's entertainment. If you can learn something, yeah. If you could help somebody, yeah. But for the most part, social media is about entertainment. Malambat Napuso. What's that mean, Cisco? Malambat Napuso.
Malambat Napuso.
Malambat Napuso. I say it right? So I believe humans can choose to be good, and it's an option. It is. It is, man.
Yeah, but sometimes it might not be an option to be good. Especially say like if you're starving and you're hungry, you might decide to steal food so you won't be hungry. You know, some cases circumstances can change how you view things.
Here's
Like you,
Joseph. We got Joseph in the building. What up, bro?
Hey, what's up?
hey
How you?
Joseph,
Good. How you, man? How you been, man?
I've been doing pretty good, man. Just my mind is set on my next little adventure. It's a local adventure this time instead of out of the country. Um, to my surprise, New York is one place that not looking forward to it, but that's the next stop. So I'm just preparing for that.
Yeah, that's what's up. Oh, Cisco's back. All right, you up, Cisco? Let me read
Oh
these
shit! What
comments real
happened?
quick. Let me read these comments real quick. Russ says,
Hello?
I think people are not nearly as good. Yeah, I hear you, Cisco. Russ says, I think people are not nearly as good as they think they are. Yeah. I know that about myself. I always say that I'm not no angel. I'm a nice person, but I'm human. I make mistakes. I get angry. Every human emotion, we all do. I don't try to hide it. I don't try to front. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Unfortunately, Joseph, just passing a message collaboration if you need to know. Unless it's chat, the chat is open. Go with the flow of the show. Yep. Unfortunately, you can't teach young dogs anything. That's fine. This is why it's important to be coachable. How many of us have mentors? Ah, man. I still hear an echo. IC is right. As a content creator, I think it's always nice to have email for business purposes on the About page. Yeah, I had to make the email just for YouTube. Like Hassan says, people are people in general. Think about the gumball machine. There are probabilities to draw a red gumball and blue gumball in life. You have to be careful with people, places, and things.
I'd say in general, I'm far from being perfect. The only difference is I try to make the best of each day. That makes me happy and the people that I include in my life. That's all any of us can do.
Yeah. Russ says people are indifferent to the suffering of other beings. Yeah, some people need to suffer for a moment, though. Honestly, it's called like letting people hit rock bottom. When you can't change a person, if you're trying to, when you can't get through a person, it just is what it is. You never know who's seeing red. I only give advice to people who are in the dark. Otherwise, stay blind. Yeah. I'm trying to catch up, man. Call of Duty. I don't play video games. Nothing against people who do. I stopped a long time ago. The flesh is weak. It has to be controlled by your spirit. Danica says, Malambat Napusos. Soft heart. Okay. Yeah. We must live in love. Icy saying hi to Danica. You don't want me to answer that question, honestly. Unfiltered Black Abroad says, is being good really good? How do you define being good? I don't know. Love is the answer. A lot of the advice people give you is common sense for some of us. I agree. And that's all it is. Like I was saying, it's not earth shattering, mind breaking, rocket science advice. To some people, yeah, you've never heard a conversation or a phrase used or a point made in a certain way. Other people have heard that phrase, that point, have understood that thought process for many, 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 many years, you know, and that's how this shit works. That's how it works. That's called sharing information. I say, if it's not meant for you, if it doesn't work for you, let it go. Walk away from the conversation. Don't try to stop the conversation from happening because you don't agree with it. It's not for you. Maybe it's for somebody else that needs it.
If it
You know what I
doesn't
mean?
apply, let it fly.
You Americans, and with your what accent?
That's
See, we
what I
don't
was.
know we have an accent, so just
We
like
don't have no.
y'all,
We have
y'all.
very standard English, don't we? Like I feel like people from Chicago, New York, Southern people, California, they have an accent. I feel like we have like a very by the numbers kind of speech. I mean, we got it. I don't hear it.
If aliens landed on Earth and started eating people, would that make them monsters? No, I don't know. If that's what they eat, they that's what they eat. Like we wouldn't like that. You know what I mean? But just like chickens don't know what's going on, we like I don't know. It's a weird question,
Being a monster is subjective.
right?
That
We
reminds
would
me
Depends on
think
of,
who
they
you
were
ask.
monsters, but they wouldn't. They just be eating what they usually eat. You know?
that reminds me of an old TV show. I think it was on the Twilight Zone. These aliens come to Earth and they were showing technology and they were going to bring people back to their own planet. And they gave them a book, and the book says how to serve man. And people, when they started loading up on the flying saucers, they finally translated what the book meant. It was a cookbook, how to cook men and eat them. And then the people trying to get off, and they pushed them up on the UFO, and it took off with them.
Yeah, that was the old Twilight Zone episode.
You know what,
Yes.
Cisco? You know what, Cisco? I watched that movie today. I had some time, like after I got out of work. So let me watch this movie. Idiocracy.
Oh man, come on,
Yeah.
tell it, tell it,
I watched that before. It's the
tell it,
2006.
bro. Is that not what we're living in right now? Come on now,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
down
watched
on
No,
that a
rocks.
while ago.
we hadn't definitely heading towards that.
You know what's crazy about that movie? You know, because all the characters were Crocs, right? The directors of that movie went to this guy and said, "Hey, we need you to make these shoes for our movie. The movie is about this, right? And so we need these shoes to look so stupid and ridiculous that only fools will wear them, because the people in the future, they're all fools, right? So we need something just ridiculously stupid that people will wear it. And now look what we got. All these people that are wearing them, and they don't even realize, they have no clue, like, this is how these shoes started, because in
Wow.
their mind it's like, these are so cool. But hey,
Are you
you can't
serious?
tell stupid people they're stupid.
Wow, that's a 25-some-year-old movie. That's where they got the idea for Crocs from? That's crazy.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
2006.
I thought they were just like at first they were just like shoes that nurses wore to keep their feet comfortable. And then
No,
like for
they're
years, all you seen were nurses wearing Crocs. Basically, all I seen was nurses wearing Crocs. Then all of a sudden, like they just blew up, and everybody started wearing them. Like,
well, I mean, I've never worn them myself, but you know, my wife wears them. You know, they're comfortable shoes from what I've heard. But yeah, I just won't wear them on principle.
yeah, me too. I'm the same way. I don't care how comfortable they look.
I was
You guys,
in Thailand. I wear flip flops, so I never worn Crocs in my life.
like we don't even wear slides outside where I'm from. Well, where I'm from and in my age range, we don't wear slides or flip flops or anything outside. We just don't. You go outside, you lace your shoes up.
I
Well,
mean,
wear flip flops is usually around my house. If I'm gonna go out somewhere, I'm wearing shoes or boots or something like
Yeah.
that.
there
I
was a
see.
time and a place you wouldn't want to get caught with slippers on because you know things happen, and the last thing you want to be wearing is some damn slippers or some flip flops.
Yeah.
Oh no, like going out, I wouldn't wear flip flops around the house or go outside the house, near the house, stuff like that. I'll wear flip flops, but not going out.
I see. Got a question. Is choosing to be good enough? I don't know.
That's an interesting question.
What's good
But
though? Good, like Cisco. I think Cisco said it. Good. That's subjective. You may think you good, and somebody else think you're shitty. You're a shitty person. You know what I mean?
I think there is objectiveness to goodness. I mean, there's like levels to it. Like you have different shades of blue, different shades of gray, whatever. But we all know the color blue. We all know the color gray. So we can't pretend as if, this is good to this person, but it may not be good to this person. You know what good is, right? You shouldn't hit somebody. You know, if your child is being attacked and you would attack that individual attacking your child, that's a good thing. Obviously, to the person who's being attacked for hitting your child, won't see it as a good thing. But objectively speaking, the society will see it as, oh, that's a good thing. That parent was protecting that child. So we can, someone who has a subjective understanding of what good is may not have the right perception of what good is. But then what is good, like Foxy is saying, I think that standard for me always ties back to whatever God's standard is. And for some people like myself, it would be the Ten Commandments to a large extent. That's to the standard of what good is by which we can measure what goodness is. Otherwise, we're just kind of making up things as we go. Oh, slavery was good at one time. But of course, we learned over time that wasn't so good. But then it makes you wonder, well, what does God think about slavery? I can't imagine that he ever thought it was good. But we as human beings, thought it was good until it became, oh yeah, maybe putting people and subjecting them to, you know, uh, a level of treatment that we wouldn't want for ourselves isn't a good thing. But it took us thousands of years to figure that out. So goodness, I think, has to have some sort of level of objectivity to it, a standard by which we ought to follow. And I think a lot of people veer away from that standard because of our own human sinful nature.
I don't know. See,
I
but
think I think there's definitely
you tie it back to religion. That like you tie it back to religion. Everybody doesn't have your religion. Like everybody doesn't believe in that. So it's kind of like almost you taking your standards and placing them on other people. And that's what I try not to do. That's why I phrased that the way I did.
I think you can definitely say some things are objectively good, but you have to start from the standpoint of, who are the people that who's deciding what's good and bad? Well, ultimately it's us, it's human beings. So everything we do is from a human centric, mindset. So we kind of all have to accept that because we're not dogs, we're not lizards, we're not, birds, we're human beings. So everything that we think of as good and bad has to start from, human beings. What's good and what's bad for human beings. And so for me, it's like I think that my definition for what's good, generally speaking, is what's good for the. I try to think of things in terms of what's best for the most amount of people. Like what causes the best outcome for the most amount of people. Now, some individuals that's not going to work for them, but for the majority, that generally speaking, we can kind of say what's objectively good and bad for human beings, and then from there you can kind of narrow it down, into each little situation or scenario.
Well, probably one of the easiest ways, say, like something that you would consider that is good is, somebody not killing somebody in cold blood. Everybody can agree just murdering somebody with no reason, and even if they have a reason. The only time I think that somebody's life should be in danger with possibility in their life is when a person is defending himself from harm. yourself or the family or something like that. So it's all subjective because it's based on your morality, you know. Some people, they won't even think twice about killing somebody. Other people, you know, they have a hard time dealing with it.
I mean, I think there's definitely objective morality. I mean,
Yeah.
not everything's subjective. I mean, when you talk about killing somebody, for instance, I think generally speaking, killing people is not a
Yeah,
good thing, generally speaking, because if everybody was killing
yeah,
everybody, we'd all be gone. So, uh, I think this generally it's not a good thing. But if someone is going around killing people and somebody killed that person, then that probably would be considered a good thing because they're doing what's best for the majority of the people in general. So to me,
And
that's objectively a good thing. And like RS has said in the comments, you know, how about what's best for cows? Well, we're not cows, so we don't know what's best for cows, objectively
yeah,
what's best for cows, only from our perspective. So we can't really speak on what's best for cows. We can consider cows, we can consider other animals and other plants and things, but at the end of the day, we're human beings. We have to kind of start with that.
yeah. But I mean, it's hard even when you get to taking life. You know, like you said, if somebody's killing somebody and, you stop that person from taking life by taking their life, that's generally for the good of other people. But there are also wars that have been fought, and I'm not pushing back, I'm just bringing this topic up. There have been wars that have been fought where people have killed or been killed, in enormous numbers that we believe now was for the greater good. You know, it's just, you can say that was good, but that's taking of innocent lives. Like there were, like, say the Germans in World War II. There are a lot of innocent Germans that were killed. They all weren't Nazis, So when I say it's subjective, that's what I'm talking about. It's like you see people look at that and say, "Yeah, we did good things, and we fought a good war, and we saved the world," but we took innocent lives. Innocent lives were lost on both sides.
I think
So
you gotta look at the
there goes the 10 Commandments. You know what I mean? Like, it's only convenient when it suits what we want.
I think in that case you got to kind of look at the parts and not the whole. You can objectively say what Hitler and the Nazi Party was trying to accomplish, and you can go one by one down the line, and you can see all of the things that were objectively, bad and immoral things that they wanted done. You can also look at, the Allied side and look at some of their, what their goals were and say, yeah, some of these things were objectively bad as well. I mean, it's pretty complex, but at the end of the day, I mean, I think that these things can be pretty much, figured out for the most part, which side is relatively better than the other in terms of like what's objectively better. But you're right, man. I mean, at the end of the day, there's no perfect scenario where
It's
in
tough.
a war, innocent
It's,
people aren't going
I
to get
mean, like I
killed.
think about the
Exactly.
World War II, like Blizzard brought up, and it's tough because hmm, you can look at the bombing of Hiroshima, for example, and say that was terrible, right? Hundreds of thousands of people's lives were lost. From American perspective, they figured, well, there will be 200 some thousand soldiers of American soldiers who would have lost their lives, guaranteed, fighting on the mainland because they saw what happened on the island, the two islands prior. And that one, Clint Eastwood, he made videos, two movies about that actually. But then you say, well, that was an atrocity. But then you also have to look at what happened in Nanking as well. I mean, it's like that was an atrocity. So it's like it's atrocity upon atrocity. It's almost like you're using fire to fight fire in some cases, and you're hoping that your fire is big enough to stop this fire, but then you inadvertently start a bigger fire because your fire is bigger. Now we have this nuclear war issue where everyone has nuclear weapons because of something we started as Americans. We were the first ones to use it, supposedly for the greater good, which in a way ended the war, but it also potentially started a lot of wars following that. Now you have this tit for tat back and forth with North Korea, with Russia, all these different powers. Now we have to kind of like, we got much more powerful nuclear arms than we did at World War II. So now we have to be more careful. It's just, this is why I always say I go back personally to God in terms of, as far as morality, where he says, thou should not kill. It should probably just be that way across the board. Because if you're going to take someone else's life, they're going to want revenge. They're going to do something bigger and better than you did before. Then that person's going to want revenge, and back and forth we go like a seesaw until nobody wins.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
hard for
I
me to
can't get
really.
into the religious side of it because
Me
which religion are you
either,
gonna
bro.
listen to? Which religion are you gonna listen to?
Not
You
even
know,
that. I
I
get
mean,
you, Cisco. God, I don't mean to cut you off.
no, go ahead, brother.
I'll follow up.
No, I'm just saying. I just want to make that point. Which religion do you listen to? You know, that's the problem you have with running into religion. There's no logic, reasoning behind most of religion. You know, a lot of it is just, you know, make it up as you go or follow what somebody thousands of years said that didn't have, you know, the knowledge of the world that we have today. There's some truth to, you know, things that are in the Bible. There's some truth to things that are in the Quran. There's some truth to things in every religion. But overall, ultimately, I think that they fail at, you know, helping us, you know, create a good moral framework. You know, God makes a lot of pronouncements about what's good and bad, but he never helps you figure out why it's good or bad other than because I said so. And that's never a way to decide what's good and bad.
And on
But
top of that, is for me, it's like because you keep bringing it back to. I bring it back to religion, but it's like the people who spread that religion around the world did the most killing, bro. That's how they spread it. That's how they spread that religion. The Crusades, like that's how religion was spread at the edge of a sword, you know.
what are you talking
But
about? Religion? There's
I'm talking about
definitely a
religion.
difference.
I'm talking about religion.
God. Well, yeah. I mean, anyone who has a actual belief and faith in God directly, as opposed to religion, which is the Bible, which is the Quran, which is any text that was written by man that does take inspiration from God, but then we make the mistake of taking the things that is written by man as God. So then we deify these entities, these Muhammads, these Jesuses, these Buddhists or Buddha, deifying human beings, and then it's gonna have some consequences to it. But you know, I speak more closer to, I follow more closely to the Christian side of things because it aligns more so with my spiritual beliefs, but it's not 100%. Because I get into a lot of spats with Christians way more than atheists. Like you're not a Christian. I'm like, I never said I was. I just more so in alignment with that. But that's
Yeah,
a whole different topic.
I get what you I get kind of get what you're saying.
Because you can throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, I don't follow religion. What is it? It's like, well, let's just talk about God. Or is that a touchy topic to talk about? Because that's a real thing.
What's that sound coming from?
Oh, that's Adam. Hold on, I'm gonna mute
He's back there whooping somebody's ass.
him. The dog.
You ate my last Snickers bar.
Q says, "Who are the guys who created and promoted religion? Are they good?"
What do you ask? What was the question?
I didn't. It's way down there, so I didn't even. I just read it on the screen. He says, "Who are the guys who created and promoted religion? Are they good?"
Initially, I believe like Muhammad, I believe had good intentions. I believe he saw what he saw. He got information. And he had the Quran. I believe Jesus saw what he saw and did what he did. And you have the Bible or the people who wrote about his life, not necessarily him specifically, right? Buddha the same way. So I believe it all starts off good, and then we get a hold of it. We add things to it. We take things away from it, and we bastardize the text. We change it up. You switch it up, and then it becomes like a shadow of his actual self. So there's a lot of things that's missing from scripture and all different types of religious texts that will give a lot more context that we
Yeah,
don't
but
have
that
because we get in the way of it. We impose what we think and believe as to what God is supposed to be, as opposed to who and what God is. And that's where you get the problems that we have today. That's how you get the crusade. That's how you get let's just say the Muslims doing things to the Jews and the Jews doing things. you have these issues because it corrupts what was originally good, and that's just that's our nature. We take what's
Wait, but
good given to us by God, and we corrupt it.
but you gotta start from a position saying that there was a God in the beginning that said this, and this. And then you have to say, well, people came along and screwed that up. So before we even get to the people part, let's start with the God part. How do we even know that there was a God that said this, and this? My experience, there's no evidence of that at all. But I mean, there's a lot of explanation that you could say that people came up with it um, to begin with. And so if that's the case, then we're just starting with people that said all this stuff. And yeah, there is some good to it and there's some bad to it. But again, you're still talking about people made this. You can't just say, well, God did. Well, which God? And how do you know he said anything? How do you know she said anything? How do you know it said anything? If you don't go by what people are telling you, because none of us was around for the last 3,000, 4,000, 10,000, however many years religions have been around to be there in the beginning when any of this was supposedly done. All we know is what people have told us. So that's really, and again, my experience, this is people saying this stuff. And, unfortunately, it's just such a deep part of human, uh, you know, culture that it's hard to get people to think outside of it.
Yeah,
People
that's
actually don't even want to talk to you because, they think, oh, you're going against God. Well, I mean, we can't even start talking then.
that's how I
How do
see
we
it.
improve ourselves if we can't even have a conversation about it?
That's how I see it. People say it's in the Bible, it's in the Quran, and the way I see it is like it's the world's greatest novel. It's, that's basically how I see it. It's the world's greatest epic tale, and you don't know the true author. You don't. You don't know who came up with that. It's been it's a good book. It's a good story, To me, to me. I may be wrong in the end, but it's just for me, that's just how I see it. It's
Well,
been
I heard
passed down, it's been changed, it's been edited. It's a good story, it's a good book. It's the greatest book ever written.
no, it's definitely not the greatest book ever written. Not in my opinion. I would say there are medical books that are way better.
It's
There are
the
science
most
books that are way better.
well, I mean like by how many copies have been sold. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
kind of in that way,
J Lo has sold a lot of records. That doesn't mean she's better than Diana
No,
Ross.
no, that's the greatest book ever sold because people keep buying it. People keep buying it.
There's
But
something to it.
Bestseller,
You know
but
what
not
artists
I,
best
I,
book. I agree.
I could see the benefit in it. It's I could see the benefit in it, but I don't think I need it to live my life. You know what I mean? And I think it's kind of a tool to control people, and
it
and
can
it
be
works.
used,
It works.
and it does work. It can also be, well, it's kind of like, well, Blizzard, as well as I do, you can use a knife for two different reasons. You can use it to cook a meal that serves a family and brings a lot of people together, or you can use it to stab someone to death. So a tool, you're absolutely right about the Bible itself being a tool. But I think, you say, I try not to be biased. This is your bias, is that you immediately said, it can be a tool to be used against people. And that's true because as black people, we know that it was used against us to pacify us and our ancestors during slavery to keep us from uprising against the slave master. So it was used as a tool against us. But there are many, many examples of it being used as a tool to uplift humanity and society. So many places that I've seen, you can just look at the beauty of the world of architecture. Some of the most beautiful places I've been to was a cathedral church. I mean, and they still standing today. Thank God, compared to what? The lifeless, soulless buildings that we have in most cities today. So a lot of the inspiration we have for like the Michelangelos or the paintings that we have was all religiously based in some way, shape, or form, or godly based, or someone was inspired by something above themselves to create these things. And I feel like that a lot of that lack of creation, that moving away from these basic principles in the Bible, not everything in it, but the basic things in it, the goodness of humanity. You walk away from that, and you have the sterilization of the world that we have today. the ugliness that we have today, the wars that we have today. So it can be used as a tool for evil, as we know personally, you and I, Cisco, from our ancestors. It can also be used as a tool for good. Just depends on what
Yeah.
we choose to use that tool for because of free will, which is something that God has given us all to choose to
It,
use how we choose to use it and see fit to use it.
it could be used as a tool for good. It could be used as a tool for bad. Do you need religion in your life to be a good person?
Do you need Father
That's what I was
to
going to
what?
push back on what he just said though, because I
Do
think
you need Father?
religion takes credit for a lot of the things that he just talked about. Religions don't the religions aren't people were making churches uh for all kinds of different religions prior to Christianity. Buildings were being built before Christianity. There was morality before religion came along. A lot of the stuff that religions take credit for, they hijacked from just human culture. And today we see it as, oh, that was Christianity that did that. Well, actually, it wasn't. It was human culture that Christianity hijacked, or that Islam hijacked, or that whatever you name it. All of these things existed before these religions came along, but now we see it as, oh, that's from the religion. So to me, it's like, if you think about it, you know, I don't really see that there's anything that you can take from religion that you couldn't find somewhere else. It's just that for some people, it's an easier pill for them to swallow if it's in a religion. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. I mean, because everybody's mind works different, but I mean, we get into trouble when we start feeling like what your religion is superior to other people's, or your religion has the answers and other people don't.
I agree, actually.
Yeah. And
I agree.
I'm not trying to tell you what to believe, what not to believe. It's just that when the only thing that bothers me is when people let their religion seep outside of their self. You know what I mean? Your religion should be for you. It should be for
That's not
you.
how it works.
If you have a personal relationship with God, it's for you. It's not for me. And I think what we do is we take our religious values, our religious beliefs, and we say that people outside of ourselves should be living this way too. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
there's a difference between that and someone, as you talked about the Crusades and such, and people who are very, even today, like very aggressive. There'll be street preachers that go outside and they harassing people, saying things that gay people, like crazy things. And you would say that's not what I would imagine Jesus to do, and you would be right. But they are convinced, based on what the scripture says, what it says about homosexuals, that this is the way they should behave towards those of that community. Oh, they're choosing that lifestyle. That's just not who they are. We know better for them, but that's not the nature of God. But because it's in the book the of the Bible, it gives the impression that these are things that God would condone. And so you have a lot of people who would look at the things in the book intelligently and say, wait a second, this doesn't seem right. Because their morals is telling them, this is off. This is not a God I want to worship. And so they throw God out completely, as if God was the one person who wrote the Bible, or who wrote the Quran, or who wrote the Buddhist text or whatever. So they lack that sort of like nuance. And it's very difficult to navigate those waters because it's very murky. Because a lot of people hold to that Bible as the written word of God or the written word of whatever from God. But it's different when you're having that relationship with God. So what you're talking about, the both of you, is religion. And I would agree that if
I
you
want I
have
want
to
to hear what
really
I want to hear what Adam has to say, because he hasn't said anything about it.
Adam don't want no parts of this conversation. He's silent, bro.
If he wants to say anything about it.
So when it comes to the Bible, the Quran, and other texts and stuff like that.
Adam, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
I hear you.
There you go. Yeah, you kind of glitched for a second on my end.
Put the Bible, the Quran, and other texts and stuff like that. The only thing problem that I find with it is it was written by men, and men are not always honest.
That's it.
So, what's the difference between Jesus and religion? Religion will condemn you for having dirty feet, while Jesus will wash them.
Oh, I like that. That was great,
I
Adam.
mean,
That was
I've heard that quote before, but the question I would say is, how would we have any knowledge about Jesus without religion? Outside of religion, how do you know anything about Jesus?
A great question.
When it comes to Jesus, and when you read about him in the Bible, nowhere, no part in there that he says create a religion for my teaching. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that.
He
Man
doesn't say
created.
you shouldn't own slaves either. So I mean, you could say a lot of things he didn't say, but I'm just saying outside of the Bible, and outside of any Abrahamic religion, how would you know anything about Jesus today? You wouldn't know anything about him.
What's gonna really get you going is if you really look at the stories in the Bible, including Jesus. If you go back to older civilizations before Christianity ever started, you'll be amazed how them stories are very similar to one another.
And that's why I say it's human culture. That's exactly proving my point. It's human culture. A lot of these religions have so many things in common because guess what? Human beings all have a similar culture at the heart of it.
Well, this depends on how far back you want to go back in civilization. If you just go back to the Sumerians and the Anunnaki, they say that we were created for mining. We're created as slaves to mine gold for the Anunnaki.
You got Russ. You got Russ in the building. Russ is up here. Russ, you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Welcome to the conversation, bro. Well, you've been a part of it in the chat, but
yeah, thanks. Probably too much. But I posted a few things because it's something that's sort of I think a lot about and have thought a lot about over a long time. Is I don't think any of us are particularly good. I think I was in an accident and had moderate to severe pain for 20 years and spent a lot of time in bed on heavy drugs and stuff. And it started to make me think more about animals and what they experience, these
Icy's in the building. Icy's up.
These pigs that are in cages their whole lives that are so small that they can't turn around. Other animals that are vegetarians that we grow to just eat them, and we now are at a place where we have protein sources that really don't require us to eat animals, but we do it because they're tasty. And I kill things all the time, but it's just interesting, to how we think about ourselves and whether we're good or bad or whatever. I'm certainly no better than anybody, and probably worse than most, but I just think it's interesting. Yeah.
I would say, Russ. What's up, Russ?
Hey, man, I was going to say.
Hey, because I've kind of struggled with that thing myself, as far as because I don't want to kill animals per se, but yeah, you're right. There's some of them are delicious, so it's this you kind of feel like guilty, but at the same time you're like, oh well. But the what kind of gets me around it is that I look at it this way: basic biology is that life devours life. Life can't exist without it devouring some other life, so or causing another life to go extinct, if you will. So if we stop eating animals and we start eating plants, I mean, in my mind, well, now you're just taking one life for another life. And some people will say, well, animals are sentient, they're conscious creatures. Well, what if we found out that because there is evidence that plants are, to some degree, they do respond to the outside world. Let's just say we discovered they were sentient and they could, they had a conscious. Would you suddenly say, well, let's not eat plants either? And what the hell would we be eating?
I was about to say that. I
eating?
said pretty soon somebody's gonna be saying plants have feelings.
Well, they have.
Plant lives matter.
I'm
telling you.
Cisco's right. Yeah, Cisco's right that people have brought that up. I mean, if you look at it, the evidence for that is pretty weak. But all living things respond to external stimuli. So the difference between something responding to its environment and having a nervous system that's capable of experiencing pain, it's different. But hey, I am a vegetarian. I quit about 15 years ago when I was having all these thoughts, and I'm 6'6", 275,
Whoa, whoa.
but but
Well,
I don't know what it
I'd ask
means.
you this: why is the line for you having a nervous system? That's kind of a nervous system centric way of thinking about things, And so that's why I
I
said,
guess I say that because and I'm probably wrong about a million things, Cisco, but I say that because the nervous system is what mediates pain. So you have motor nerves and sensory nerves, and those sensory nerves are ones that transmit pain to the brain. So without a nervous system, many would argue that you cannot experience pain.
and my question would be, why does that matter if you experience pain or not? There's a lot of people that don't experience pain because they've had traumatic brain injuries. We wouldn't say, okay, now they're worthy of being eaten and killed. I guess my point is this: how we measure good and bad, it's based on our human brains, and we're always going to be biased as human beings, and we have to accept that that's just the way that it is. We're going to try to do the least harm to the least amount of living or not living things that we can, but we got to start with people first and then work our way out from there because we're human beings.
Yeah, I
You know,
think that's
it's so
perfectly
weird
reasonable.
that
I
I
see.
come up here and I'm thinking to myself at first, was like, should I really come up? It was religion moment. I don't want to talk about religion. I might say something that is not really, really good. And then it comes down to good and bad people. It's like, why is this seems to it's like I'm trying to figure out what am I supposed to add to this conversation right now. But anyways, guys, hello to everyone. And I just want to chill here before I go back to work. So that's it.
Thank you,
Nobody,
Icy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
nobody
Because
talked
yeah,
about
we probably are getting way too deep for this venue.
I like it, man. Look, I like it. I don't shy away from having
You like
discussions.
it? Oh,
But it's the way we're having the discussion that I enjoy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's not arguing, yelling, you're right, you're this, you're that. It's just
Yeah.
talking. It's just talking. We can talk about religion if it's the right people, I guess.
Well, I
Yeah, and
find
I
it.
was like, before I come up, I was trying to construct a question, and I was like thinking, I wonder if I'm gonna rub the people the wrong way if I said
no.
that. Because it's like, I was like thinking, okay, everybody always say Christian and religion, and I even have this discussion about we cannot talk about these things, the things that I do advocate in my channel, if we don't talk about religion. And I was like, huh? It's like,
Mm.
what do you mean? Like, so there are two things. So the question I was like thinking, is there anybody here in the chat? And it's not something that I'm gonna be fighting or arguing with you. Just want to know, is there anybody in the chat that if you know someone who is not religious, who doesn't believe in whatever you believe in, then you won't even talk to them? It's like, just be straight to me. Who are in the chat like that? Like they don't want to even be associated if you don't believe in the
I don't know.
God or whatever.
Yeah,
Can anybody
I've de-
say that? Press
I've
one if
definitely
you're
met
like
people
that.
like that. I've definitely met people like that.
I
so
met people like that.
one religion we've been left out is Buddhism and the belief in reincarnation.
Wait, what did you say,
Frank
Adam?
Tate, hold on. Frank Tate, salute. Welcome. I was talking about your wife earlier, Frank, so don't get upset with me, man. I was talking about how good of a cook she is and how does she be cooking soul food, and because we was talking about food earlier. But Salute to you and your beautiful wife, Elizabeth. Um, thank you for showing up here. But yeah, I was saying how she cooked soul food and it looked good. I haven't tasted it, but salute. Go ahead, Cisco. I'm sorry.
No,
I
I
just
was
had
just
to say
asking.
that.
I didn't quite hear what Adam had said. I was wanting him to repeat what he said.
Well, it was until Blizzard started going off talking about soul food.
Right.
um, what I said is we could talk about religion, but we never did cover the topic of Buddhism, where they believe in reincarnation instead of an afterlife.
I mean, yeah, Buddhism is definitely a religion, I would think. But yeah, reincarnation, do I believe in it? No, I don't. I
Well,
think we got one life and that's it.
well, I mean, there is an argument that, from a science perspective, that the physicists say that matter can neither be created nor destroyed. So, I suppose when we die, ultimately our matter will go into something else. Maybe we'll be go into fertilizer and be eaten by other people and become incorporated in other people and other things. And so I suppose some form of reincarnation is, but not in the sense that people generally think about.
Yeah, my body will
Actually,
be
guys,
something else, but who I am, no.
I
talking about this stuff, there's like one thing, and I know it's a dumb, okay? Do not harshly judge me about this, but it's just, I wouldn't say it's recent, but recent years. I just know that the dust, the small particles we see, is old people's skin. I'm sorry.
What the
It's
hell?
like every time it passes my head, it's like I'm breathing it out.
That is actually, hey, that's actually
It's
true.
true.
A
It's
that's
lot of
true.
the dust in your house is dead skin and dead hair.
Skin
That is
and
true.
dust mites and dead
Yeah.
skin and yeah.
right.
Yeah, I mean that one, dead skin, and I was like thinking, oh my god, we're all connected for real, gross.
And we're all
Yeah.
breathing it
Anyways,
every day.
Yeah.
That is true, actually. I mean, she's laughing, but it's kind of like it's real.
It's
I mean, I don't
the
think anybody
circle of life.
So I see.
want to try to. I want to try to answer her question, her original question. If we know someone personally who we basically disown for not believing as we believe. Um, well, I guess I could speak for myself personally. I don't disown. They say birds of a feather flock together. So I think it's not necessarily from me in my perspective disowning someone. I can give just a quick story of someone that I've childhood friend that I've known way back 20 years ago. Met him at this work job I was doing. We had a conversation. He was involved in some very interesting supernatural things that was troubling, and he was asking me for some advice. I gave it to him. He was liberated. It seemed like at least for that moment, and he had the information. He offered me a ride back home. I accepted the ride back home. I got into his car, and something told me something doesn't feel right. Now, this is not me personally judging him because he's not necessarily where I'm at in terms of my, I guess, spiritual life. But as trusting as I am, there was something else outside of me telling me to get out of the car. So I got out the car and I told him, I think I'm going to catch the bus, actually. And he looked at me and he said what he thought he suspected it was. You said, nah, as in, I can't do this. I'm not going to take this risk. And I said, yeah, I don't know why I want to, but I can't explain what this is outside of me that's telling me not to do it. So on the surface, it may appear that someone is disowning someone or shunning someone. But just like you would keep certain people away from you who doesn't vibrate at a certain level. You don't like negative Nancy's, for example, generally speaking. And if you're operating on a positive certain frequency, you're going to eventually, if you hang around that person long enough, that person can bring you down with them. And we all kind of know that instinctively. That doesn't mean you don't love that person. That doesn't mean you don't want to be around that person. Well, that doesn't even necessarily mean you judge those people. But you do have to have a certain boundary in place. There's a certain limit. Even Blizzard himself said it earlier. When someone said we should all get together and meet up, he himself said, "Nah, I don't think that's a good idea." Some of us, some of us, it has to be a distance. This is the distance. Some of us will meet up together. Myself going to Japan, maybe Icy, maybe me going to see Blizzard. But there's certain people that you know, okay, that's a person I can talk to, but I know not to be in proximity to physically because I don't know what it is, but I can't mix. There's water and oil. I can't mix it. And I'm not saying that person is oil. You're not trying to, but you don't know. You just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna follow that instinct and not deal with that person. So sometimes, unfortunately, it does have to. It does. You're gonna have family members that are like that. People that you love, your own brothers, your own sisters, your own mother, possibly, that you may have to distance yourself from, based on where you are personally at in your spiritual life. Religion excluded. Just where you are vibrationally, your energy will determine the type of people that you generally hang around, regardless if they're family or friends or even strangers. But it's much harder when you're dealing with family and friends. I hope that answers that question.
I mean, even because I agree with a lot of what Joseph just said, as far as instinctually, a lot of people can see people as good or bad for them. I mean, we all have some degree of understanding of people and how they act and all that. Um, as far as the spirit goes, I can't say that I believe that there's a spirit in the sense that a lot of people consider a spirit, like ghosts, or like when you die there's there's something that goes on that's still you. I don't believe that. I don't, there's no evidence in my mind for that, but I do try to speak in the language that people speak, right? And when I hear people who are religious or quote unquote spiritual, the things that they're saying, I try to look at it from the standpoint of they're saying it in the way that they understand it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's right or wrong. It's just that they're speaking how they understand it to be. And if I can take them from that level, from that standpoint, then we can come to an understanding. But I mean, it's hard for people who don't think like me to take me at that level. And that was what I found. I can take them at that level, but it's very hard for them to take me at that level.
I get what you're saying, and that's the judgment part. That's the person who
Yeah.
thinks that they're the person who considers themselves, let's say, Christian or they're super Muslim or whatever, spiritual, even the super spiritual types of the hotel, whatever they want. They will look at you, Cisco, and say, "Well, you're not where I am." So they see themselves as elevated above you, whereas you could actually have information and knowledge about the nature of God that they don't have. I've met people like that. I've met atheists who were more closer to God and His ways and in the way I see a Christian should be, and Christians are like the opposite. A lot of them, but yet they perceive themselves to be the super Christians, right? You have atheists. Sometimes they can be, some arrogant ones, but by and large, they have the position of I don't know, I don't care, and yet they live their life in such a way that you would expect a Christian to live, and they sometimes do it better than a Christian does. But because Christians who call themselves as such will look at the atheist and say, well, you don't say you believe in Jesus. You don't say you believe in God. Therefore, you're not of God. And therefore, I can't do nothing with you. But really, it's the other way around. It's you who may not have anything to do with that person who calls himself a Christian. Because if they're a real Christian, they will be treating those people like yourself with that kind of contempt.
Well,
Thank you.
those have been my
Thank you.
experiences too, like Cisco mentioned. But
Thank you.
I think part of that is that, at least my lived experiences growing up in the South, and so you have a lot of Baptists or whatever, but this isn't specific to Baptists, but a lot of Christians, just the fundamental part of the faith is faith, and to that this is right and everything else is wrong. And so if you buy into that, then by definition, Cisco's always got to be wrong. Cisco, like you said, might have an open mind towards other people that have that kind of mindset, but they just, by definition, are not going to be able to relate to Cisco in the same way that he can relate to them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
see where Joseph's coming from too, because I know that I've seen that happen in real life, where the person who doesn't proclaim to be religious that doesn't proclaim to believe in Jesus or whatever is actually living a more holy or righteous life
Yeah,
than the
yeah,
people that
definitely.
that loudly proclaim it. But also what we tend to do, us that are not heavily religious, is to take that person or that group of religious people and kind of say, oh, they're all like this. Oh, this is how Christians act. So we do that too on the opposite side. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is why I'm not religious, because this one person or this one church shunned me or looked down on me. And we attribute that to, you know, all Christians. So that does happen too.
That's
I,
fair,
I can
but
see
like
both
one
sides.
thing I would say is that it happens a lot more amongst Christians in terms of that one-sided, that lack of open-mindedness. Although they say with their mouth, "I'm open-minded," they're not. I find that atheists, though true, how they look at Christians and kind of like naturally you group people in a certain category because of your group experiences with that group of people. I find they tend to have more open minds, which is why I like talking to them.
Yeah, me too.
Because even though it's clear that he doesn't, they don't believe it's okay, he doesn't believe in God. Which to me, it's obvious. But I know a Christian who would, if they was here, they would talk to him in such a way to infantilize. Okay, well let me break it down for you now, Cisco. See, God made the heavens and the earth to insult your intelligence because they try to do it with me as if I don't.
Yeah, in a
So I get it.
condescending way.
Very condescending and very like just like you're again that you're a child. They treat you not as if you are an equal to them, or just that level of mutual respect. It's that you give me respect, but I'm going to treat you as someone I need to save, and that's not their job actually. And if their intention is to try to save someone like a Blizzard or someone like a Cisco or someone like a IC or whoever, then they're doing it the wrong way because it's going to make you move further away from uh, any thought of going to God if He does exist. So the smarter thing to do is to do what Cisco does, which is to speak in the language or speak on the level that we are on. But it's also incumbent upon those of us who do believe in God to speak on the level that He is on and to relate to Him in a real, genuine, and personal way,
Well,
so that He
what's
may
crazy?
eventually come to that truth for Himself and not by force or not by threat of hell and damnation and eternal torture.
Yeah, because I don't lose sleep over that. What's crazy to me though is how many times I talk to people who are, and we'll just say Christians, because that's what I come across the most. I live in the United States. It's
Mhm.
it's for the most part, the majority of people who live here are Christians, so that's what I come across the most. But what I'm saying could be pretty much any religion. What's crazy to me is that I'd say probably 9 out of 10 times know more about their religion than they do, and the reason why is because I've studied their religion. I was baptized a Catholic.
Mhm.
I did, go to church with my grandma when I was younger. You know, I was, when I was about 15, my aunt, who's uber Christian, she basically had me, accept Jesus and all of that stuff. So I understand that side of it. But outside of that, I've studied the Bible very closely. And I've also studied the Quran. I've also studied Buddhism. I've also studied, Mormonism. I have actually each of their books in my library I'm looking at right now.
Wow.
So I've studied a lot of religion, and for me, what matters to me is to learn the truth. I don't really care about doctrine and what people think I should know. What I care about is the truth. Wherever that leads me, I want to know the truth. And if Jesus is the truth, or Muhammad is the truth, or the flying teacup that's going around Jupiter is the truth, then that's what I want to know. I want to know what the truth is. It matters to
Oh,
me.
by the way, guys,
Yeah, I
I
get you.
really,
I
I,
get
I
you.
really
But
hope
that's an
that
epic
I
quest
could
you're on.
explore with you guys about religion, but maybe I will come to a point where I'm comfortable enough that I wouldn't be shunned here.
I
That
don't
was the
think you
things
have to
that
worry
I
about
would
that.
say.
We just talking. See, you got to get comfortable. We just talking. But
No, but it's also like my fault. I gotta go to work. I gotta go back to work. So I was actually waiting for Adam because I think Adam supposedly has a question for me, but I don't see him right now. So I'm gonna
Adam went mute.
head.
Adam
Yeah,
went
I'm
silent.
gonna
We
head
just
back
brought up.
Adam
to.
took a
We brought
smoke
up.
break. Adam went on a smoke break.
No,
I guarantee you.
I think there's probably in his settings, if he updated it or
There
There it
something,
is.
is.
there's must be a setting or the StreamYard settings on the music. It might be like on the high, set to high. So the mic is overblown. But not sure. Just check it out for me, Adam. But anyways, guys, I gotta go back to work. I would replay this definitely because I want to know people on their religious belief because I want to know who you are, guys. At the end of the day. Oh, so
Oh,
he's
what was that?
eating.
Oh, Adam, you holding out on us.
So also, guys, if you're a content
Eating.
Hey,
creator,
stop that, Blizzard.
Yeah, man. Look,
I
it's been
know
a long
that.
day.
I know that. I don't know if you've seen that, Cisco, but there's a person who wants to reach out on you about collaboration. So it would be nice if you have like an email business type of collaborations on your YouTube account. Just
Oh,
passing a
Oh yeah,
message
I don't
on.
have one.
Yeah. Yeah.
oh,
So like or Discord, like check out my Discord. Then you'll probably see the message
Yeah.
in there.
Oh,
So,
okay, yeah.
anyways, guys, thank you, Bleeze, for this one. I really gotta go back to work.
All right.
I'm
Thank
so
you,
sad to
Icy.
go,
All
but
right. Hey,
I'll
take care.
replay
Take
this
care.
for sure. Ciao, bye, bye, guys.
All right.
Smile
Take
for
Thank you,
care.
me.
Icy.
Well, you
one
know,
thing real quick.
Q says the Mexican who was just arrested in the Philippines for molesting them children was a pastor. I didn't hear about that.
So, I just got one
I, I,
thing. What
that's crazy.
what Cisco said earlier. Just one quick thing, which I love, and which is what frustrates me most about Christians. Which is you said it, and I knew that's what it was. You said I'm the seeker of truth. And when you find with a lot of Christians is that they believe they already found the truth. They believe they have all the answers. They figured it all out. So they come with this hubris, with this attitude of, I know the truth. But yet they don't realize how far away they are from it. Whereas someone like a Cisco or a Blizzard, oh my goodness, it's the weirdest thing when I hear some of y'all talk. Like when you say, "Oh, I don't have the spirit, I don't believe in it, but I'm seeking for the truth." When Jesus himself said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life," that is one thing I do believe they did get right in the Bible in terms of what he actually said. So you're speaking in words. Sometimes we may not even realize we're saying. Atheists will talk about these things. They will speak in religious or spiritual ways and don't even realize it. They're seekers of truth. There's people like myself who actually believe or call themselves Christians. They're the ones who believe they already got it, and that is their stumbling block. It's like a noose around their neck. They're hanging themselves, and they don't even know it. Whereas someone like an atheist says, "Listen, I'm not tied to anything." That makes you free to explore what the truth is, and you are more apt to come closer to the truth quicker than someone who believes they already got it. So it's that humility that you have that makes you much more likely to be closer to God. And you know you don't believe it now, but you'll get there a lot sooner, let's say in the afterlife, than someone who believes they have it all figured out. Oh, I got the truth. Let me tell you, let me wag my finger at you, let me quote this scripture to you 1,000 different ways, as if they don't have a mind of their own, as if they don't have a relationship with God of their own, because they go to the Bible for everything that is God, as opposed to God for everything that is God. And that's the difference, which is why I like having these conversations with yourself, Liver, Adam, and yourself, our sister.
Yeah,
well,
I agree.
you know, the my background is in science mostly, you know, and I come from a mother that's very religious. She's in her late 80s right now, and still always trying to convert me, and which I love because she loves me, and that's what she believes, and you know she's going to try to make sure I'm okay. But to me, science is the pursuit of truth, you know. And it was an interesting thing in the book Contact. I can't remember which scientist wrote that, but it's a book. They made a movie with Jodie Foster, and one of the ideas was that,
Wasn't that Carl Sagan?
yeah, I think it was Carl Sagan. I think you're right,
Yeah.
Cisco. And there's an interesting idea that God would use physics in a way to communicate with us, because wherever you'd go in the universe, physical principles would be the same and they would work. And so this truth, and maybe in transcendental numbers, like in non-terminating numbers like pi and things like that, that, you know, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, whatever, that that meaning is in those things, and that you can find the nature of God in the pursuit of science. So I don't know if it's true,
I
but
think that just muddies the water, though. I think that just muddies the water. Here's the problem I have with that, because I've heard that before too. The problem I have with that is, why are we assuming that there's a God? Because when we say a God, that kind of, we each have a picture in our mind of what God is, of what that word means. And I'm just saying, why do we insert that in there? Why can't we just accept the fact that maybe it's just things are the way they are, and that's the way they are, and I don't, people have made arguments, well, there had to be something that started the universe. Well, why does there have to be something that started the universe? There could have been something that started the universe, but it doesn't have to be a god necessarily. But why can't the universe have always existed? We don't know that. And these are the things that, I think what you're saying with science, I agree that in science, we don't assume to know the answer before we figure things out. We figure things out and then we say, hey, here's the answer. Which with religion, it's the opposite. They have it figured out and then they try to backtrack. And, when as science advances, they keep having to change their story. So for me, it's like, why do we always insert that and say, well, there's a God that had to do this? There
yeah,
doesn't have to be.
I
We could have, it could have been anything. We just don't
yeah, and
know.
I agree with what you're saying. I think I just added the God part, is that being just an interesting idea that he put out there. But I like you believe that there's not a Charlton Heston gray bearded guy, or whatever, that's standing on a cloud.
And even what Michael Alexander just said, he says you can't understand God. And that's usually the last thing that Christians will tell me. Well, you just can't understand God. I'm like, well, you seem to understand him pretty well. I mean, you're telling me exactly what he says and what he believes and what he wants from me and all these things. And it's like, well, you're telling me, you're saying that people can't understand God's way. He's mysterious. But yet when it comes to who somebody can marry, who somebody can, love, if somebody can have an abortion or not, you seem to know exactly what he wants. So
Yeah.
to me, like I said, it's a lot of people putting their own feelings and biases in, and I get it, man. We all want better things for people. I think people who are religious generally are good people. I think they want what's best for themselves and for other people. It's just the way that they're going about it is probably not the best way for other people outside of themselves.
Well, yeah, I think, doesn't there have to be a major like fear component in that too? It's like, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, when we die. We all have our thoughts. Nobody really knows, but yeah, it's like, hey, even if there's a 1%, like Blizzard sort of joked about something earlier, just chuckled about, hoping to, go to the
Ooh,
right place or whatever. But yeah, I think that pushes people
I did.
to believe in the Bible or whatever, because you think, well, if it's right and I do what it says, then I'm covered. And if it's wrong, then oh well.
so
But
here's a movie. Here's a
Fear
movie.
tactics. It's fear tactics. And if you have to
yeah,
be
yeah.
scared into put the fear of hell in you for you to do the right thing, then is it really genuine? You know,
Yeah, it's
that's just
not,
like,
but
oh, if you don't do the right thing, you're going to hell. That's the only reason you're doing it. If that's the only reason you're doing it, then it's not genuine. And then on top of that, it's like when people say they believe in God or they understand God, that's kind of what gets me, is because it's like you, like Michael Alexander saying, that's why I highlighted that. It's like you wouldn't, if God was such a powerful, all-knowing being, you wouldn't understand him. You couldn't possibly think that you can have a conversation with the creator of the universe and everything in it.
You
You're
believe
not
that?
that special. You're not that special, bro. I don't think you,
Wow.
me, whoever could sit down, have a conversation with God, bro.
Have you even? Well, you say that's not possible, but then you would actually
I
let
said
you say,
I
I've
don't
done
think
it.
you would be able to.
Well,
I
How would
not
here's the
how,
thing.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that if there was a all create an all encompassing, all knowing being that created the universe, however many millions of years ago, if he spoke, would you be able to understand that
Here's
yes,
what I
amount of
tell people. This
intelligence?
is what I
That
tell people.
amount of intelligence, and would you?
hold on, hold on,
Here's
hold
what
on,
I tell people.
hold on, one
Go
second,
go
just
ahead,
real quick,
Joseph. Go ahead, Joseph.
just real quick. The answer to that question is going to be on the level that you understand it. It's not going to be based on if God is all knowing, all intelligent, which assuming that you believe in God and that's true. He's not. If you're a child, for example, he's going to come to you the way that you understand as a child, as a 5-year old, and it's going to be different the way he comes to you now as you as a 40, mid 40 year old, early 40. So it's going to be different levels in which you can. He's never going to go above your head. He's never going to speak to you in such a way that you he use all these fancy words or all these different terms and things that he knows that you don't know. If he's all knowing, he knows you don't know these things, but he's talking to you in this way to intentionally cause you confusion. Not going to happen. He's going to speak to you on the level that you are on, but it's a mutual situation.
You're
It's like when you go and talk to a girl, she
you're
has to agree.
assuming he's gonna do that. You don't know. You don't know.
Oh no, I
And
know that for a fact.
that's the thing
I
about
mean, that
faith. No, no,
one thing I don't,
it's
I can't
faith.
say like, oh, I know that for sure. This I know for sure because I've done it and I've been around enough people who have done it who did it better than I did, who made me like, whoa, you mean I can talk to God like this? So I did it to one level. I got around certain people who did it at a higher level, and I said, oh, I didn't know that was possible. And I started doing it at their level, and then it's like, oh wow. So you do it yourself. You have to seek that for yourself. I mean, literally, not to sound cliche, but it's seeking your kingdom, first, and all
It's
things will be
just,
added to you. If you seek that, then you'll get that communication that you think is not possible. But
I
you're
get what you're
saying, oh,
saying, man. I mean,
well,
I
it's up to
get
you.
some people say they talk to God, other people say that you're crazy and they would have put you in a damn mental home. Like, how
So
do
you
you
come to me and you're,
differentiate? It's kind of like,
And that's the problem. That's the problem. How do you differentiate? People who are religious, they make a lot of assumptions. You have to make a lot of assumptions in order for your, way of thinking to even work.
mm,
You gotta not care about evidence. You gotta not care about, things that are logical to make religion work. I mean, there's certain parts of religion that, you can kind of make sense, and then there's other parts that you just can't make sense of it. Not even the people who are the strongest believers can make sense of it. So then they fall back on, well, you just have to have faith. Well,
yeah,
what does
it's
that
fake.
mean? That means
It's
believing
fake.
things without evidence. You have to believe something without evidence. That, to me, I can't do that. I can't
I
believe
agree.
something without evidence. And if your evidence is, well, I have a feeling, that's not evidence either.
I agree.
And so to me, it's like I said, people ask me all the time, well, you know, how come you don't believe? I said, because I don't have enough, there's not enough evidence for me to believe. And I said, if God wanted me to believe in him, he would know exactly what it would take for me to believe in him, and he would make that happen so that I could believe in him. And then they tell me, well, he gave you free will. He gave you free will, so he's not going to force you to believe it. Okay, so he gave me free will. So I'm using my free will to follow evidence, which to me, I think a God would appreciate that I'm actually following evidence and following a rational path to get to him rather than just believing it just because. And then if I don't get there, what happens to me? Well, then I burn in hell. Okay, so basically you're telling me it's like I want you to follow me. What he's saying to me is I want you to believe in me. I want you to follow me, but you don't have to. But if you don't, I'm going to burn you forever. Okay, man, what kind of that's not free will. That's not free will. That's not how it, in my mind, that's not how a God would act. That's very petty. That's how a person would act. And
It
that's why I
doesn't
think it's
sound
more
like an
likely.
all-loving
It
God.
really
Yeah.
doesn't. That sounds like a person, a very petty person. And so for me, that's why I feel like this is stuff that has been created by people to explain the world around them. They were trying their best to explain the world around them, where things came from. They didn't have science like we have it today. They didn't have telescopes that could look back at the beginning of the universe. They didn't understand germ theory. They didn't understand, the theory of gravity. They didn't understand all these things. And so they tried their best to come up with reasons for it. And it was very basic and it's just stuck. And in fact, I think a lot of human beings, it's just a part of our DNA to have these kind of beliefs because it really honestly it does help some people, whether it's a good or bad thing. It does help some people cope with their lives. Some people really need it to cope in their lives, they feel like. So I would never want to harm people by saying, don't ever believe that. I'm just saying I can't. And if I can get people to understand the world around them a little more science minded, then that's what I'll do. But I definitely understand why people feel they need the religion in their life.
Yeah, me too. I do, and that's what I meant. There's the other side of using it as a tool from earlier is that I believe it can be used to bring people out of dark places. But it's how you use it. Like I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying we shouldn't be forcing our beliefs on other people. But if it's working for you and it makes you do good things and you want to do good things and you want to better yourself and it helps you come out of a dark place, doesn't mean that now you force other people to believe your beliefs. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like
it's an
that
interesting
that's
thing though, because you wonder, is the country better off because of the religious institutions, even if they're predicated on some untrue things, but they're still out there teaching the
what
young
country?
people values of this
What country?
country. Yeah, this
US?
country. Yeah. Teaching people right and wrong and using Sunday schools and things to do that.
You mean now?
Hey,
Is it
Ray
Yeah.
better
said,
now? Is
Yeah.
it better now or was it better before? What do you mean?
Well, I'm better overall now or before. I mean, I think obviously a lot of bad shit has been done and by the church. So, but people, I think they've had a positive impact too. I think I'm not a religious person, but I
I
think
don't I don't think
there's been
religion
some
causes that
benefits.
stuff though. I will play the devil's advocate, no pun intended, and just
Yeah,
say religion is not the reason why people do evil things. People do evil things and hide behind religion, but religion is not what's causing them to do these evil things. I think that these are all people doing people things. People are amazing, people are beautiful, people are good, but their people are also bad, and people are terrible, and people are horrific. So that's what human beings are. And I think a lot of people use religion to do bad things, but religion itself, I don't think that's what's causing it. I just think it's just a tool that people use.
but I think it might be causing some good too. You know, maybe not the cause of the bad, but it might be the cause of some of the good.
I think people are
Teaching.
causing the good, not the religion. People are causing the
Yeah,
good.
I mean, but I mean, if you're a little kid and you're home with your parents and they're saying, "Okay, I'm going to teach you these commandments about thou shalt not steal and lie, and commit adultery, and all these other things," uh, maybe otherwise they wouldn't have, enforced or reinforced those ideas. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
those aren't religious ideals. Those are human ideals. Those ideals existed long before any religion that's around today. People
Yeah, I
knew
agree,
long
but
before Christianity not to kill. People knew long before Christianity not to steal. Those are things, like I said, that religion hijacked these human cultural facets and said that's ours because there's not a religion in the world that says, yeah, go kill people just because you feel like killing people. There's not a religion in the world that does that.
I like to say something. In general, I believe in a creator. What that actually is, I couldn't tell you. And I have researched civilizations all the way back to Gobekli Tepe, which is the oldest civilization known now. It's about 13,000 years old. And the only thing I found is more questions. There, so far,
Yeah,
I haven't found a true answer to what I'm seeking.
that's why I said Cisco's on an epic journey because that's where I believe that it leads to. I believe on that journey you learn a lot about life, about other people, about yourself, but you're never gonna find what you're looking for. But
Yeah,
it will make you a better person. But as far as finding the answer, you're never gonna find it
Well, we're getting
because
close. I don't
if
agree with that. We're getting closer all the time. We're getting close.
I
We
mean
may not
you,
find in our lifetime.
no,
Yeah,
I
I
mean
personally may not.
yeah,
I may not personally find all
yeah.
the answers to everything ever, but let me say this: there's not one thing that science has proven that some religion later on disproved. It's never happened, but there's been numerous hundreds of millions of things that science has proven that religion has gotten wrong. So for me, it's like between those two things, I got to go with the one that has the better track record. Now, a lot of people say, well, science is a religion. No, it's not a religion because a religion, somebody said, look at religion. Religion is defined as the belief in a superhuman or supernatural being that, you worship and um, are led by. That's not what science is. It has nothing to do with supernatural. It's the opposite of supernatural. It believes in the natural world. We can find the answers to a lot of these questions in the natural world. We don't have to, go find something outside of nature to explain the things that are happening. And science has been doing that since day one. I mean, it just takes time. It takes time to find these answers because there's certain things that we just can't know right now because we don't have enough evidence to show it. But eventually, we will find the answers to these things
Yeah.
if we last long
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. I don't know how many answers we'll find, but I agree with that in general. But it's also fascinating that you know, just like looking at subatomic particles and quarks and all that, and it's like every time you dig a little deeper, it's like there's ultimately nothing there. There's uh, it's a fascinating thing, but yeah, I don't know. Science is definitely a much better tool for answering questions than any religion. I agree with that
But
completely in the
effectively,
scientific method.
I'm not saying
effectively,
the answers. I'm not saying the answers will never be found. I doubt they'll be found in my lifetime.
Yeah. And I didn't mean the answers to all. I just meant because I remember Cisco said that he's on the quest for the truth or something like that. And I said, I know that quest. And like it, like Adam said, there's always more questions. Because I think
there's
like if you had the kind of mind to where you were gonna find the answers in religion, then you would already find it already. But
I think
like
that's
you
what makes
said,
life
you
interesting.
you have a scientifical mind. You think different. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
yeah, I mean, I think
you're
that's
not
what
gonna be
makes it interesting again.
satisfied with what answer you find in religion. You're not. But go ahead. I'm sorry,
No,
bro.
no, because I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. When I was younger, I really did try. I wanted to believe. I really did believe at one point. A lot of the things that a lot of people who are Christians believe. I believed a lot of those things. I believed that there was a God. I believed that He created the earth. And I believe He created people. And I believe that if I pray, I could speak to Him and He speaks to me. I believed all those things wholeheartedly, 100%. But then as I got older and I got exposed to, ideas outside of what I grew up with, that's when I realized a lot of the questions that I did have that I couldn't answer. And I would ask my aunt or I'd ask other adults and they couldn't answer. And I would ask, a pastor, they couldn't answer. Nobody can answer these questions. But, for me, it was like, well, how come nobody can answer these questions? So I went looking for myself and I found the answers to a lot of these questions. And it turns out that a lot of things I was taught were wrong and they were demonstrably wrong. And it's for me, like I said, the way my mind works, I want to know the truth. I don't want to know what makes me feel better. I want to know the truth, and if the truth sometimes hurts, then so be it. It does hurt to know that in my mind For me, I know that I'm going to die someday. And when I die, I will cease to exist. It'll be just like before I was born. I didn't exist before I was born. I won't exist after I die. So for me, it's sad to think that, but at the same time, the way I cope with that is I believe that I'm very lucky to be alive right now. There's millions and millions of sperm that I'm gonna get graphic. There was millions and millions of sperm that was inside my father when he did what he did with my mother. And out of all those millions of sperm, guess what? I'm the one that made it. So I'm pretty damn lucky. I feel very lucky to be alive. And I appreciate it. I'm grateful that I'm alive. And I'm gonna use this life to find as much knowledge and understanding as I can about why I'm here, about how everything got here. And if I never find it, then I never find it. But during my life, I want to be as happy as I can and enjoy life as much as I can, try to do the least harm to other people and just live my life.
These questions that you're asking, it's, see, this is what I wish I heard more often. And listen, I love my Christian brothers and sisters. I love them to death. And there's a lot of positive qualities and things about them that I find much more endearing than someone who doesn't believe in God. But on this issue, when you say that you have these questions, your desires, this curiosity, a lot of that is stomped out of you as a result of being indoctrinated in the religious text that we are given to us since we were kids. So you become disillusioned when you get older, as you become an adult, and you realize, oh, I've been lied about this, about that. What else have they been lying to me about? Scrap it all, start from scratch, and just have a blank page. That's essentially what atheism is. I don't want to put any pen on this paper. It's a blank page. I'm done. Put something somewhere out there. But the dangerous part is that you can run into a level of cynicism that, let's say, the Christians have an over optimism. They overzealous in the way they do things, pushing, pushy, forceful in their way of speech. Whereas atheists, they take the complete opposite approach. They're taking a back seat to things, or they're like, oh, whatever happens, happens, or I don't know, let's just see what happens. It's much more of a laid back, do as thou wilt type of mentality. So there's a balance somewhere in between. And the questions that you ask, so if that curiosity in itself is proof that you have a spirit, because it's impossible to have that. Those when you say I feel sad when I think about it, the possibility of no longer existing. That feeling of sadness is there for a reason. It's not because it's true. It's because there's something that was given to you outside of yourself, that spirit that allows you to feel those emotions of sadness, that makes you feel like, okay, wait, I feel sad if that's true. But if you're a true atheist, then you wouldn't feel anything at all about it. You would be indifferent to it. So the fact that you feel anything about it, in the sense that I care about the fact that I'm no longer going to exist, and that makes me sad. That in itself is the proof that you have a spirit.
Well,
I'm
I
not even.
disagree. I disagree with that.
I
I
disagree
disagree with
too.
that because that's
Yeah.
not what atheism is. Atheism is simply a lack of belief in a God or gods. That's it. That's all it means. There's no doctrines to it. There's no texts or laws or rules. It's just simply meaning you are without belief in a God or gods. So that has nothing to
You
do with
believe in
feelings. That has nothing
nothing.
to do with anything. No, I don't believe there is no such thing as nothing in my mind. I don't even know what nothing would be. But as far as me, if you ask me what do I believe, I would say this. I believe that, yes, a lot of the things that Christians claim to believe, I believe a lot of those same things. Outside of the supernatural things, I believe, yeah, you shouldn't kill people without there being a legitimate reason for that killing, such as you're defending your children from somebody. Could you kill somebody? I think, yeah, you should be able to kill somebody for that reason. But outside of a reason that you can justify to other people, no, you shouldn't go kill people. You shouldn't steal outside of, hey, guess what, my family's starving to death, and if I don't steal this piece of bread right here, they're going to starve to death. At that point, guess what, I'm going to steal. But you know what, generally speaking, I think most people would agree that stealing is wrong. There's a lot of things that I believe, and I think that's the problem, is people don't understand what it means to be an atheist or an agnostic. Atheist means you don't believe.
And
Agnostic
you're an
means you don't.
atheist. You're not a
Atheist,
theist.
you are without the belief. And
So
You don't
agnostic
believe in
means,
God, you don't
wait,
believe
wait,
in
wait,
the
wait, wait.
Bible.
but
Explain what agnostic means.
if you're an agnostic, it means you don't know. Okay, that's the difference between
Don't know.
an agnostic and an atheist. But here's the thing: knowledge is
Ah,
a subset. Knowledge is a subset of belief. You can't know something without believing it first. You have to believe something in order to know it, because if you don't believe it, you can't know it, right? So in my mind, if you say, "Oh, I'm agnostic," you're just basically saying you're an atheist. You just don't want to take the label because the label has
Ah,
been stigmatized by so many people. But I don't think that you have to say to yourself, "Well, you got to believe in something." Well, you don't got to do anything, but do I? Yes, I do. I do believe in things, and a lot of things I believe have nothing to do with a supernatural power or authority. It has to do with me as a human being living my life, learning from other human beings, learning from my own life experience, and saying, okay, this is what I believe. And as best as I can, I try to believe things that I can credibly show that there's evidence for. Bottom line, because I can't believe it. I can't if I can't believe it. If there's not enough evidence, I can't believe it. Like, I can't force myself to believe that there's a God. I can't force myself to believe that if I jump off a building, I'm not going to fall off and hit the ground. I can't force myself to believe those things. I believe them because in my life experience, evidence has shown me time and time again, if people jump off a building, guess what? They're going to fall. They're going to hit the ground. Evidence has shown me if I stay in the water for longer than I can stand it, I'm probably going to die. I can't believe that I won't drown if I stay in the water for 30 minutes. I can't believe that. So, if you ask me, what do I know? I would say I know certain things 99%. I can never know anything 100%. I know things 99%. And that knowledge is a level of my belief. If I believe something very, very, very strongly, I would say I know it. If I don't believe something very strongly, I would say I believe it, but I don't know it. So for me, there's levels to it. But that's just the way I look at it.
but we do have a sense that we know gravity exists. We can't see it physically without any of our senses, but we can somehow feel it because we're still on Earth. It's a sensation, the pulling effect. So in the same way that pulling effect, you can't see God in a way that you would say, I want evidence that God exists in such a way that it makes it damn near like this. This is damning evidence, clear, crystal clear with my eyes, with my sense of smell, with my touch, all my five senses. That happens in such a way that we call it nature. But if you don't accept that, then you would have
Yeah, but
to look at what gravity is, and that's just the pulling effect.
But
And
why
the only
why
way
do
that
why do you believe in the first place?
I,
What
you
made you
can measure
believe
gravity, though. You
in the
can measure
first
gravity.
place?
You can see the effects of gravity. You can show that gravity exists.
and you
You
can
can you
measure the
Yeah,
can
you
heart of
measure
can
it.
God.
make
Hold on.
predictions about the
You make
world.
predictions on it.
Yeah.
And
You know
you can measure. No, I agree with you, Cisco. But you can also measure the heart of God. So
how?
you
What?
can measure
Wait, wait, wait. But I want to know where the belief starts from.
for me.
Yeah,
So I saw this movie. Hmm. No. I'm gonna make it
like
quick. Too short.
first ever. Where did it start from? Where did your
It it,
religious belief start from?
it came. Y'all
Six
might say,
months old, you have been going to church. 2 years old,
nah,
your mother brought you. That's what I like. Where
no,
did it
no
start
church for
from?
me. Now I did go to synagogues, but Jewish people they have a different approach to things. So, but I never got the sense of God from even going to synagogue all my life up till I was 13 or so. It was when I was around 6 or 7 years old. I had this really intense. Now, to this day, it's the reason why I love the color purple and the smell of lavender because I smelt this intense lavender smell while I'm asleep, in the middle of sleep, REM sleep too, like drooling from the side of my mouth type sleep. And then you just have this intense, as if someone just let off a lavender bomb in my room. Woke up. I said, "What the heck was that?" And I'm looking around the room. I'm 6 years old. I don't have any preconceptions. I didn't watch no movies about this stuff. It was just there, and I sensed. Now I didn't understand it, but what it felt like was it was a presence that I was not familiar with, but it felt good. It felt loving. It felt gentle. So it wasn't a threatening thing. It was just like, what is that? So it wasn't until I got about 13, 14 that I did some research. My capacity, you know, brain development is starting to get there to the point where I want to find out what that was I experienced when I was 6 years old. Turns out it was a archangel Michael. So I was like, what angels? I don't believe in that stuff. So now I'm looking at this stuff as a teenager, trying to understand this experience I had when I was 6 years old, many years ago. So that was the first like kind of opening of the lock. It was a door that was open, like a crack. And then from there, it was a hard journey, my friend. It wasn't like I was raised in the church at all. I was the one who took the Bible. I remember ripping out the pages of the Bible and say, I don't believe in this crap. So it wasn't like I was raised in this way. Even though I was taught about God, being taught about God, reading about God is nothing like experiencing the love of God for yourself in a very personal way. Whereas the Bible and all these other spiritual books is very impersonal. So that's how it came to me. And lastly, it was a movie that I'm sure most of you probably saw. If you did, you probably forgot what it was. It's called What Dreams May Come. I saw that one when I was about 10 years old at my uncle's house. Now, this is a movie with Robin Williams. He's showing all these things. And I remember seeing things and scenes in that movie that reflect heaven in such a way that I saw in my dreams that before I didn't know what that was. It wasn't until I saw that movie that I said, whoa, that looks kind of like what I saw in my dreams. I thought they were just dreams. I thought they were just imaginations I had when I fell asleep and I woke up. I thought, wow, that was pretty cool. But I didn't think in my head, oh, that's heaven. No, it wasn't until I saw that movie I said, how did they know that? How did they know that? Whoa, that's exactly the way I remember. Whoa, and I have not seen any movie since to replicate what that was I saw in that movie. And that's like a 30-some-year-old movie. And I've tried looking at other movies that try to, this is heaven and all. Nothing came close to what I saw in my dream. So it's that connection. And then me ask the question, simply asking questions, going in the dark room, going in the closet, wherever, and saying, what does all this mean? And then having to confront a lot of my own demons, my own insecurities, my own trauma, and then God dealing with me personally. And that's how I came to where I'm at right now.
Well, can I say something real quick? I mean,
You know,
first and foremost, Joseph, I want to thank you, man, for sharing that because that's a very personal experience, and I've talked to so many people about this same subject, and a lot of them have a similar experience to what you're talking about. Not the exact details, but very similar experience, and you can tell it's something very personal. It's something it affects them very, very strongly.
Yeah.
And I believe that what you're saying, you felt that. And I would only share this story with you, okay, just to kind of, give you kind of my outlook on what you experienced. My mom
right
used to
on.
tell me this story. Yeah, my mom used to tell me this story about how when she was young, I don't know, maybe like a young teenager, she was in her bedroom and she was asleep and suddenly she found herself awake and she kind of was like, oh, I'm like waking up and it's middle of the night, nobody's up, and so she kind of is like kind of surprised that she's awake. Well, all of a sudden she had this really, and this is my mom explained this to me, she had this really like just severe feeling of like fear, dread, fear, and she was like panicking, and so she went to get up and she couldn't move, and she was like felt like she was stuck to the bed. She couldn't move. All she could
Hmm,
move was her eyes. And so
hmm,
suddenly she's looking around like freaking out because she can't move, right? And so she looks around the room. In the corner of the room, she sees this little short figure kind of kneeling down in the corner, and kind of like something was sitting on its butt with its knees drawn up to its chest, right? Trying to like almost hide in the corner. And she said as soon as she saw it, it stood up. And when it stood up, it like freaked her out and she really started panicking because the creature, whatever it was, creature, I guess you call it, it had like a face where you couldn't see a mouth. It had these little tiny dots for nose. And then the
hmm.
eyes, the way she described it was, she called them little orphan Annie eyes. And the way
Oh,
she described it was like little orphan Annie, the cartoon back in the day, her eyes, they didn't have like eyeballs. They were just like round black circles, right? So she
Shadow
sees this
person.
like a shadow person, right? What people would call a shadow person or an alien, I guess, whatever. So she sees this thing. Okay, by this time she is freaking out. Okay, because she can't move. She's awake in the middle of the night. Nobody's around. This creature's in her corner. She's freaking out. The next thing that happens, this creature starts walking towards her. So now she's really freaking out, right? Freaking out, freaking out. It comes right up to the bed and looks right in her face. And like I said, at this point, she said her fear was so high at this point. She said she felt like she was going to pass out. She wanted to pass out and she couldn't. She just couldn't pass out. So
wow.
right at that point, this thing walks right out of the room and turns the corner. And as soon as it turns the corner, she's able to move. And so she gets up and she's freaking out. So anyway, make a long story short, she's telling me this story when I'm a kid, right? And for my whole life, I believed that this is something that happened to my mom, and I was freaking out, man. I was like, "Holy shit, man! I hope this never happens to me." It's some crazy stuff. Okay, but then later on, as I got older, again, and just living my life, learning about things, I heard of sleep paralysis. There's this
Mm-hmm.
thing; it's a medical condition called sleep paralysis, and it happens to millions of people every day. And what it is you will be in a situation where you're asleep and you'll wake up, and what your brain does, because the brain is a very powerful thing, it will make you feel like you can't move. It will make you see creatures. It will make you basically hallucinate. And it's a medical condition, and now if people didn't know about this medical condition and they just had it happen to them like my mom did, they would assume that this is like an alien or an angel or who knows what, right? And so I told my mom about this. To this day, my mom is telling me, nope, 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 nope. What I saw was what I saw, and what I felt was what I felt. And how am I going to argue with her? But at the same time, like I said, you can either choose to, say, well, I'm not going to listen to, medical or scientific evidence. I'm just going to take what I know. You can do that, but for me, it's like I can't in good conscience accept that, knowing that there's millions of other people in the world that experience this, and we can actually show where in the brain this is coming from, what chemicals in the brain are causing this, and why it's actually happening. Why would you not believe that unless you just don't want to? So for me, I'm not saying that what you felt didn't happen. I'm just saying that would be my way of explaining it. There was either there was an explanation for what happened to you that may not be what you feel it was, but it was real. It was real to you.
You know what? That's possible. I would say it's possible, and I'm not. And even to the point where I might be even more critical about that process than you are, which is crazy. Like you might not believe it, but I'm the one that was disbelieving of it stronger than you would disbelieve of it. Probably more so than most atheists, like almost extreme to the point where it was cynicism, like extreme, like bad. And it took something outside of myself to break that cynicism within me to then say, no, there's something more to this. No, what you experience is actually real. No, you're not going crazy. No, you're not, no, it's not schizophrenia or all these other medical diagnoses, whether it's sleep paralysis, bipolar, whatever. These are all things that it's like naming the symptom, but not getting to the root of the cause of a lot of these things that take place within us. Um, we look at the surface and say this is what this is, but the root cause of it is oftentimes, not all the time, a spiritual thing. So with your
Yeah.
mother, yes, you got some people who wake up, they don't see demons in the corners. I've had that happen to me. Sleep paralysis, it's like your body wakes up and you just kind of look around. I've never had what your mother experienced, but I would not discount it and say, well, that's just sleep paralysis. I would say that's the case for me and probably most people. But there are some cases, a lot of cases where people, it's a spiritual something that's holding them down. That has nothing, that they're invoking that sleep paralysis medical condition. They're invoking that. But then if you look at it objectively, you say it's just a scientific explanation. But a lot of times it's also a spiritual explanation. That's the confusing part. It blurs the lines. So you don't know if it's a hard science thing, if it's a hard spiritual thing. Oftentimes it's a blend of both. And that's yeah, that's what I feel.
All right. All right. Let me ask you something. Has religion personally, has religion helped you to be a better person in life? Has it helped you?
That's a good question. That's a great question.
You got to
For a
find
long,
somebody that is actually says they're religious, because it seems like nobody wants to admit they're religious, but they all want to say they believe in God, but they're not religious. So I don't know how you can have one without the other. But
you
Well, has
you
has your has you have you in your relationship with God helped you be a better person? Has it helped you do things you wouldn't have done
oh,
otherwise? Good things, good deeds, you know?
in ways
Because
that surprised me, and it's like in a way that some people they'll go out of their way to do good things to give the appearance that oh I'm a good Christian, I'm helping the homeless, I'm doing this for the needy. There are things that I do that I know how selfish I am. Listen, very, I know it to like it's bad, and I find myself doing things for people other than myself that make me go, I would not have done that. Where is that coming from? So it's not me actively saying, "Oh, I'm gonna do it because it's the way I'm gonna get to heaven, or it's the way I'm gonna get in good graces with God." No, it's me being not necessarily reluctant, but just like it's just something that comes over me that that persuades me to do good for other people. So when you say, "Is there anything that God that in which it does it's benefited my life?" It's not even necessarily my life, which is interesting because I thought it would be just about me. It's actually about other people. Like even this conversation right now. I mean, I don't know what it leads to, but me having that conversation with that man at work, this man with his hardcore, yeah, I'm asking all these B's and all this other stuff. We having that conversation. You know, your P word. I'm like, okay, cool. Then all I said was something about God, and then suddenly this man looks at me in the eyes and started having tears in his eyes. This hardcore. I went to prison. I served time. He started looking at me like, oh my God, bro. He said, oh my God. Like, I think something about this God thing. And I barely said anything to the man. All I did was look at him. So that's not me trying to convince him of anything. So it changed me in a sense that it helps me change other people. So if it's changing me and I see the change in other people, then that's how I know it's changing me as well. So it's not just a personal, it's done this for me. However, I would say recently is the trip I had in Brazil. I thought I was going there to have to have some fun with someone. I'm just being honest. And I had some fun, but it was not what I expected it to be. It was a spiritual journey that I didn't know it was what it was until the end of it. I said, "Oh, so that's why I came there," and I didn't get there by myself. The money came out of nowhere. There's, I did not. I don't know. I still don't know how I didn't do it. That's all I can say. And like, of course, I did it physically. I had to go out there and make the money. But there are things that happen, and just certain things. Okay, I'm going to go on this date. No, I'm going to push it away. Yeah, but I want to. No, we're going to push it up for 2 weeks. That was the perfect time.
Yeah.
It's synchronicities, coincidences that you can't explain that happen come together. You can either choose to ignore it or you accept it. I've ignored
Yeah.
it for a long time. I've just recently started accepting, okay, these things, maybe there's something to it. But there's also the caveat. People can read too far into things and say, oh, this is because of God. This is because of God. This is because of God. No, sometimes it's because of it's something we did that caused because we have free will. So it's it's not going one extreme or the other. You know, this is all because of me, or this is all because of God. It's a co-creator, co-relationship type of deal where you're partnering up with God. You're working with him. He's working with you. That's free will. And it's like a dance. It's like a tango. So
Wait, how about Adam? How about Adam? How it's affected his life?
I say when people give God and the devil a lot of credit for a lot of things they've never done, as far as God directly, I don't think God actually influenced my life. As far as the teaching in the Bibles and stuff that I've done research, yes, some of it has affected me and I applied it to my life. Most of it is just based on basic moral values that most people should have anyhow, in my opinion. Everybody's different, like thou shalt not kill, you shouldn't cheat, you should honor your parents and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But is in general, any prayer that I pray for, like ask somebody to be healed or something like that, or help me out of a bad situation, God has never answered those prayers for me. So
Yeah.
what has he done?
The reason I asked Joseph that is because to me it's personal. Like I said earlier, it's personal. And if it's helped you, it's guided you to being a better person, and it's guided you to helping others, doing good deeds in life, then I'm not gonna tell you that it's wrong. I'm not gonna tell you right or wrong anyway, but it's serving a good purpose. You know what I mean? But if you feel that you need to go out and force other people to adhere to your same principles, your same values, then I don't agree with that part of it. You know, how everybody says, do you, do you. If you can influence somebody in a good way without forcing your judgment on them, forcing them to, you know what I mean? If they don't believe what you believe, then they're a bad person and they're going to hell. That's the part where it gets kind of like, all right, you're doing a little too much. I see that it helped you, and that's wonderful. that's where it should stay at, because everybody really doesn't have the same beliefs. But that's why I asked it, just to see and to hear how you were going to respond to it. And I think it's easier to listen to you because you can articulate your feelings, what you feel, a lot better than a lot of people. So
Oh, thank you.
yeah,
That's
that's why I
I
asked
would I would say my experience with it is that people that I talk to tend to be religious. When I dig down deep into why they're religious, why they have a strong belief in God, I mean, almost 100% of the time, they're people that, again, this is just my experience, they're people that have a lot of fear in their
mm,
heart and in their minds. They have a lot of fear. A lot of time it's a fear of death. A lot of
oh,
the people that I know that are religious, they're very afraid of death. They're very afraid of dying. And their way of coping with it is to, believe that, well, hey, when I die, I'm going to go to a better place. Or, hey, when my loved one died, they're in a better place. And I get that feeling. I get feeling that it's so hard for you to accept that you're going to die. It's so hard for you to accept that your loved ones are dead and no longer here, that you hope for something better on the other side. And I'm not going to get in the debate if there is or isn't. I mean, I think it's probably pretty clear what my opinion is. But to me, I just feel like fear is at the root of a lot of these religious beliefs. And there's even been studies that they've shown that the parts of people's brains that regulate that emotion of fear, a lot of people who are religious, their brain is more active in that place. And it also is tied to people who have conservative beliefs, people who tend to be conservative in their politics and their morals. They tend to have a more hyper that brain, it tends to be more hyperactive than other people. And so there's something to that. There's a reason why these people tend to believe the things they believe. And again, it has nothing to do with right or wrong. It's just biology.
Yeah,
And I
and
mean,
that's why I was saying about the fear thing earlier. I mean, if half of the world, or whatever percentage of the world, believes in some religion, and this is your key to being safe for all eternity and not feeling more suffering and pain that we all experience in life, or you have some other group that says we have no answer, yeah, it's sort of, you naturally have an inclination to try to choose the thing that you feel might give you a chance of safety.
Yeah, but where the
absolutely.
Uh,
need, what I don't get is where the need to convert people comes in.
that's
Because
the
they
people.
want to have somebody that can confirm that what they're feeling is the truth. The more people you have believing what you believe, the more you tend to believe that you're right. I mean, you can have 99 people in a room that believe something, and they're going to believe that they're right, and that one person that actually knows the truth, they'll shut them down. I mean, that's
well, and
just the
not
way
to
that
be
it
too
is.
cynical, but it might have a little bit to do with money as well.
Yeah,
I
and a
mean,
lot
yeah,
of
that always
us,
has something to do with it.
I mean, a lot of us were forced into our religion. We were forced into our religion. And I'm not talking about back in the days. I'm talking about our parents, our aunts, our uncles. We were forced into religion. You know what I'm saying? Like Cisco, I think you said your aunt made you go to church or something. I don't want to speak for you,
Yeah,
but
no,
and
that's
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 why
basically what happened.
and that's why I also asked Joseph like how he got into religion, because I didn't know, like, I'm asking questions.
It
And
was the same. So for me, I mean, the church, to me, it's the same. The Jewish synagogue is how I was, quote unquote, forced to do it. Thing is, I actually did enjoy it. I love the people there. I thought the service was boring, like most kids do in any church or service. But I found that the Jewish people were really cool. I love them, man. I actually miss them. I had a good time. I know a lot of people have a bad experience from going to church. Oh, I hated going to church. For me, it was like, man, it was bliss. I mean, it was so nice, inviting me to their homes. They had gold everywhere, gold chandeliers and gold menorahs. It was just dope. Oh, I'll give you some food, giving us all kinds of food and shit. Little matzo balls. Like, it was cool. I had a great experience. But even that wasn't enough to persuade me that God was real. All they did was tell me, oh, I love being around you, or I like being around people who believe in God. That's the way I felt at the time. And so, in my mid 20s, that I had some sort of weird situation that was like, oh, okay, yep, I know you will. And I can't. I'm trying to deny. I can't deny this. You know, when you have a big ass hand come to you in a dream and pulling you out of this dark pit or whatever this is that you're in, and you thinking like, how can I get out of this? And you call out just God, and then you see the big hand open up the sky and pull you out, like you're in the sewer and someone's pulling you up from out of the sewer closer to you. They're not pulling you to the side, but they're pulling you into you, like you're going through a tunnel, like you're in a train, you're going through a tunnel, and it's dark at first, and it gets lighter and lighter. The more you go into that tunnel, that's what it was. And as he's pulling me in out of this tunnel, this hole that I was in, I knew only he could do it. I tried to climb out of it. So I said, okay, there's something there. I can't get it. God, if there's a God, I need help. If there is, I don't know. I don't. There you go. Boom. Pull me out.
Nice.
I'm like, what the hell is this? Just, yep. There's something. It was so awesome. Dude, I woke up angry because it ended. I was actually upset because I was like, oh no, I've never had a dream. I've had a lot of dreams since before and after that, and there was nothing that ever come close to that. And I was mad that I woke up from that. And I was like, what was, okay, all right, you must be real. I got it. I got the message. So when you ask Blizzard, you know, God's intelligence, you know, if you speak to him, he's so intelligent, why would he speak to us? He speaks to us in a way that he's able to communicate with us. It might not be dreams for some people, it might be through other people. It might be an audible voice. It might be something you see visual, like an apparition. Maybe you might see an angel. It might be however way he gets to you that it causes you to be like, no, I can't not believe this. It's like, it's ridiculous. That's the evidence that I know Cisco's looking for, and that's the evidence I was looking for. And that's how the evidence came to me. And so I don't push nobody in anything. I just tell stories. And people naturally, at least when I'm around them, they get emotional. These are people who tell me I don't believe in God and all this. I'm like, yeah, I get it. God. And I still can't believe I believe it. I can't believe I believe it.
I think there's other explanations for what you're talking about, because to me that's actually evidence against a God. But I would ask this: can Ray come up? Because Ray's been, you know, I think we're kind of one sided up here, you know, and I feel like there's a lot of good comments in the chat. You know, Michael, Thomas, um, um,
It's up
what do you
to
call it,
Ray, man.
Ray. You
It's
know,
up to Ray.
there's some good
Nephew, you
comments out
want to come
there.
up? You want to come up? Come up,
You'd
man. The link.
wish, Miss You'd wish. There's some good
Yeah.
comments, and I mean, I feel like we're kind of I can't
Um.
type, so I can't even speak to them. I don't want to interrupt other
Yeah.
people when they're talking. You know what I mean? But
Me too. That's
there's
why
good
I'm kind
comments
of
down
like
there.
just highlighting them, because once you
In
get the
the
piano, up, you kind of lose the chat a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
If it's a good enough conversation, right? If it's kind of like the
Well,
one that
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Keeps your interest. And I think even though I know you said we don't talk about religion on here, I remember you saying that multiple times. Yeah, we all
I
talking about it. But it's
Nah, I
interesting.
never said that.
Yeah, no, he never said that. No, he never said we don't talk about it.
I said they don't want us to talk about it. People don't want us, but I think we could talk about anything we want. You know,
Oh,
Like one of the things
I
that
never
Ray
been
put up
this.
there.
I never been this deep, but I
One of
like
the things
it.
that
I
Ray,
like it.
yeah, 'cause I think it's. I mean, we're just spreading, you know, information between each other. One of the things that Ray said, he was talking about Occam's razor, which to me, I mean, again, I think that kind of disproves, that kind of leans against there being a God, because Occam's razor basically states that the simplest explanation for something is usually the right one. And it's like, what's more complicated? Creating a whole a God and a whole religious explanation. What's more complicated? Having that, or just saying, you know what, the nature of the universe is the nature of the universe. It just is what it is. We don't understand why it is. It just is
but
that.
but
You're
have
isn't that
you're
any
more?
adding us. You're adding another piece in.
have
But
any of
isn't that?
y'all any
Wait,
of y'all reflected on just how so many things just have to be just right in this world for humankind to exist here? Have
Well,
you
they
ever
wouldn't
thought on
exist if
that?
that wasn't the way, though. That's the thing. We exist here because things happen the way they happen, and if they didn't happen that way, something else would be here. But that doesn't
Yeah,
mean that
but
somebody made that happen.
all the other planets and all the galaxies out there in the universe that's out there, why are we the only ones?
But
Well,
we probably aren't.
we don't know
We don't
that.
know that.
But
We
there's a lot
probably
of
aren't.
honestly,
There's a
there's a
lot of
lot of
things we don't
wrong
know.
things. There's a lot of wrong things that go on, and there's a lot of things working against humans that go on. So it's kind of like, you know, a lot of right things, a lot of wrong things. There's a lot of
Well,
things
look at
killing human life, and
yeah,
we
Yeah,
don't
look
even
at
know.
do
the
it,
We don't
Dev,
even
if you
know if
don't.
we're the first iteration of humans. Like we don't know. You know,
well, I mean, ask yourself this: look at how big our planet is, and
oh,
then look at how
raising
big
it
our
back.
solar system is, and then look how big our galaxy is, and then understand that there's literally millions and billions of other galaxies. If we're the only
Hello.
ones, look at it this way: this is the only place we can exist.
Can you
There's
hear
no other
anybody?
place that we can exist.
What up,
So the
nephew?
universe wasn't made for us, for sure. What's up, Ray?
Where'd he
Oh,
Oh
go?
shoot, he
happened.
just dropped out.
That was quick.
He dropped down.
You
See,
know, we
I
got
was so brilliant right there. He just said, "Nah, I'm not even gonna take him on."
you got the Earth's got to be just the right distance away from the
Maybe
sun
one
for
day
us to be
AI will give
here.
us the answer.
Earth's got to be
Man, I'm
centered on the
tired.
5-degree axis, or we'll spin off the Earth.
Well,
We
the
we breathe oxygen. Plants breathing
There you
carbon
go. You back.
dioxide.
You back.
the the difficult thing between religion and science, and they're not mutually exclusive, but that science gives you just all these things that you can prove, and different people in different locations can replicate experiments and prove that what the nature of reality is and help you predict things. The Bible doesn't allow you to do any of that.
But in general, how can you say that science is the truth when it's created with man? You know, that's just what people are saying. And
Well,
yeah,
that's the thing.
they
Science
might
isn't
have
truth.
evidence.
Science isn't truth in and of itself. Science helps you find the truth through the
Exactly.
scientific method, right? But again, like he was saying, you know, there's actual a method to this that anyone can follow and come with the same result. That's how we prove things. Whereas religion, you've got all kinds of different religions, and none of them could really claim facts on anything over the other, because what one says, the other could say the same thing about their God or about their religion. Whereas science, there's only one right answer. There's not
Uh,
multiple right answers.
I have to disagree
Oh,
with that because
Ray keep dropping.
science in the past, what they believe in the past, is different from what we believe now.
Right. And that's why the scientific method
Which
works.
it changes as you get in there. You know, at one time
You're,
they believed the Earth was flat. What kind
well,
of
that wasn't
scientific
science
proof?
though. That wasn't
But
science
it
saying that though.
but it was
But
based
here's
in
the
science from the people.
not really, but I mean, but the thing of science is you said it exactly right, Adam. Science keeps getting better and better. It keeps getting more precise. It keeps getting closer and closer to the truth. It doesn't get further from the truth. It gets closer. As we learn more things, we refine what we understand as the truth. Where religion doesn't do that. It does the opposite. It says, here's what the truth is. It's unchanging, except that they do keep changing it, which tends to me to believe that they're not changing it based on the scientific method. They're not changing it based on they have better facts. They're changing it to suit the culture that happens to be existing right now, because they know if they stick to what they did in the beginning, people today wouldn't follow it. You know, we don't, when people are disrespectful to their parents, we don't stone them to death. We don't do that today. But the Bible says you should do that. Why did that change? You know, people are disobeying the word of God when they eat shrimp. People are disobeying the word of God when they wear mixed clothing fabrics. You know, there's so many things in Leviticus,
When they
in
eat
the Old
pork, when
Testament,
they eat
you
pork,
know,
it's
eating
like
pork. There's so many things that that people don't follow today, and they say, well, you know, it's the New Testament. Well, okay, so ignore what God said in the past. Let's talk about what he said when Jesus. You know, it keeps changing, not based on better evidence. It keeps changing because they have to change, because people wouldn't follow it if they didn't. That's the difference between science and religion.
And
I think that
science, yeah, Cisco was saying, science, it updates itself, when it's got better evidence, and it, if it finds that something was incorrect, then revisions are made, and then we have our best new information. So it Yeah, whereas
Basically, science is man's best guess on everything that's happening because it's
not a
forever
best guess,
changing.
not a best guess, but it's coming up with doing observations, coming up with theories, and then testing those theories.
extensively.
Yeah, and those
Very
people
common.
at that time believe in those theories to be facts, and then later they change when more evidence comes out or what they think is more evidence.
Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. So we got to define words right. Okay. So first of all, a theory in scientific terms, a theory is a fact. Okay, like the theory of gravity, that's a fact. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The theory of evolution, that is a fact. There's no if ands, or buts about it. Those are facts. And people can say, I don't believe it. That's
Uh-huh.
because they don't understand it. But what we're actually talking about our hypothesis. Hypothesis is what you think something is until you prove what it is. So there are a lot of different hypotheses that science comes up with to explain things. And as we get more and more information, the hypothesis changes. But once something becomes a theory, a scientific theory, that means it's a fact. So theories
Well,
don't change.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but it
Hold on.
is,
Let me see. Let me
All
you
see
right.
if
know,
Ray's up. Let me see if
it's
Ray's up real
If
quick.
All
if
right.
if you guys if you guys
Ray,
Google
hold up,
scientific
hold up, hold
theory,
up.
it will tell you it's a
Ray, are
fact.
you up? Can you hear us? Nah, I can't. I can't unmute him. I can't do nothing. All right, my bad, guys. I just wanted to see if he was going to join the
Just
conversation.
talking about evolution in general, saying that we came from apes, Neanderthal. They say in between Neanderthals and human today, there's a missing link. They never found that missing link, so it's a hypothesis because they
What a
No,
haven't
no,
found the
no.
link.
yeah,
Actually,
but
we didn't come from apes. We
just to
are
go
apes.
back for a second, if you Google theory, it's not a fact, but
No,
it's
not theory. Scientific
well,
theory.
uh, well, either way, it's still not a fact, but it's what we have yet to disprove, you know.
yeah,
So, but it's the closest thing we can get, you know. But
Yeah, it's. I'm not
but the
just.
evolution thing, you know, that's seems to me fairly straightforward too. Yeah, maybe you don't have the archaeological evidence to find some missing link, but you know,
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Can
Okay,
I?
we we
Can
we
I?
all
Can I?
we all go
I
ahead,
was
Miss
Adam.
just.
Wishy. Miss
I was
Wishy's
going to
still
try to
here.
explain that. I'm just saying because they haven't found a missing link, there isn't a missing link. It's just like years in the past when they were talking about the temples in Mexico and stuff like that. They was talking about the oldest roads that were ever made was in Roman times, but they actually found that they had roads there many thousands of years before. It's like they used to say the oldest civilization was Samaria, but they had found out that Göbekli Tepe is the oldest civilization there. It's not that it's not necessarily that the evidence isn't out there. We just haven't found it, or so much time has passed. We'll never be able to find it because it's been completely destroyed.
yeah,
It,
that
it,
certainly happens. But
okay, wait a minute though.
yeah,
Wait a minute though. I will say this. Okay, how many people on the panel and in the chat have actually read an entire book that is about evolution or the theory of evolution?
Not me.
Okay, I've read at least three. So here's the thing. I'm not going to get into the whole evolution, not if you believe it or not, because we'd spend all day. I don't have any way that I could, quickly and easily explain to you why it's a fact. And it's just there's DNA evidence, there's fossil evidence. I mean, there's more evidence than you can possibly imagine that proves that the theory of evolution is as close to a fact as it can possibly be. But here's the thing. You're right. There's nothing that we can know 100%. But as close as we can get to something being 100%, that's what a theory is. It's what we would consider a fact because it's something that is so far beyond proven that unless the laws of nature changed, you wouldn't find that it's wrong. So I mean that's the difference between a scientific theory and just a regular colloquial theory. And I think that's what confuses people.
so with that being said, how I think it's interesting how you equate spirituality with religion, but yet I don't know. I don't think you see that you have a certain slant or bias to which your, what you call theories or what you call facts, well, not theories, you call them facts, the evolution, or you don't see that itself as a religion, in the sense that although religion is often associated with a spiritual or supernatural existence, i.e., Christians, Buddhists, whatever, you don't seem to hold that same ideology when it comes to people like yourself who hold a very hard stance on evolution is a fact. Um, there's no such thing as a sleep paralysis that explains everything. You do have that very strong. It's like a religious sort of like a practice, right? Strong uh,
Like science
stance.
is his religion.
It's a religious. It can be. And you have some scientists who verge on the spiritual side and say, it's like a blend. It's a nice blend. But this is an example of someone who is religious in their scientific understanding of how the world works. Where you have someone like the majority of people, where they have a religious or a spiritual understanding of the world. So they're overly religious in one area. You yourself are overly religious in this other area, because it takes a lot of balls to say, evolution is absolute fact, which then gives you reason to believe that because we're no better than an ape, we just evolved from the common human gorilla, essentially.
But that's not
Um,
how it works, though, Joseph, because you don't have an understanding of how evolution works, and that's the problem. I'm not saying you're dumb or anything like that. I'm just saying you have not learned what evolution actually is, because what you just told me proves that you don't know what it is. We did not evolve from gorillas. Okay, we did not
oh,
evolve from
well,
gorillas.
I
We
mean,
didn't evolve from monkeys. Okay,
like
what we
advanced,
evolved from, hold
advanced with
on, what we evolved, hold on, listen, what we evolved from was a common ancestor that gorillas, monkeys, baboons, gibbons, we all have a common ancestor. Okay, all of the creatures that are around today evolved from that common ancestor. Something that if we saw it today, it would more likely look more like a ape, gorilla, what we consider gorilla, than it would look like us. But that common ancestor is what we all evolved from. Okay, so that's just a basic fundamental thing that you need to understand about evolution. And like I said, we I'm not going to go into it here because there's so much more to it that there has to be explained and learned. That what I would do is this. There's a book. It's called The Descent of Man. Okay, and I would probably read that. Okay, that's a good book to start with. But if it doesn't really explain things in a way that's like easy to understand. That's Charles Darwin. Okay, he wrote that book. But there's a better book. It's called The Greatest Show on Earth. Okay, it's written by Richard Dawkins. Write it down. It's called The Greatest Show on Earth. He gives a great explanation for the evidence of evolution. But like I said, I think people have such a misunderstanding of what evolution actually is, and they don't even realize it, that for them it's easy to just blow it off because they're making an argument against it that is not what it is. So it's easy to say, well, how could we come from gorillas? We didn't come from gorillas. That's a
well,
basic
I
that's a
was
basic
being,
thing with evolution.
I was
And
being a
if
little, I was
even
being,
if
Evolution
we
was
did,
autobacting gorillas.
I
well,
was,
and
I was, I
even
was
if
being a
we
little,
did, the
I was,
general idea is Charles Darwin made observations that the environment seems to affect the adaptations that animals undergo. So they make adaptations to better survive in their environment. So this environmental pressure causes a natural selection of genetics that are well suited to survive a particular environment. You might think about giraffes that may
Lady
have
Logan.
evolved
Lady Logan's
longer
in the building.
necks because they can reach leaves higher in the trees in areas that have droughts and stuff like that. So it's all about, these over the eons, these genetics being favored for particular environments combined with mutations. But evolution is mostly about those slow changes that are adaptations to an organism's environment.
And the thing of it is, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of explanation to explain it. That's why I didn't want to get deep into it here. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we can move past it. I mean, if people don't want to agree
I don't know. I
on
never
what
studied
a
evolution. I don't know shit
yeah,
Yeah,
about
I
it.
mean,
we
if you
all
haven't studied
all
it,
from
we're
lizards.
not gonna get it from tonight. We're not gonna figure it out tonight. And I mean, I would challenge everybody though to to go back after this and either read that book, look into it a little bit more, get a better understanding, and also to look up the difference between a theory, a scientific theory, and a hypothesis. They're two different things.
Yeah, they are, and that was my
What
bad on
if
that.
it's what if it's a science or something else? A theory is a theory, plain and
No,
Well,
it's not. No,
I'll
it's
give
not.
you the
Uh,
Google
you can change the
response.
word however people can change the word however they want to, but it's still a theory. It's a theory.
Well,
Well,
that's the
I'll
thing
give you
about
the
words.
All
That's
right,
the thing
I
about
got
words.
it.
They mean whatever we
I'll
want them
give
to
you
mean.
what I got here. All right, what I got here when I looked it up. I just googled it too. A theory is a well-substantiated, testable explanation of phenomena built on extensive evidence, unlike an everyday guess. All right. So there's just basic. In science, a theory explains facts, incorporates laws and hypotheses, and makes predictions that can be supported or contradicted by new evidence. The strength of a theory, the strength of a scientific theory increases with the amount of evidence, the number of tests it passes, the number
right,
of observations it
right,
predicts.
right.
So
But it
And that
also says explicitly a scientific theory is not a fact. Instead, it's all those things you said. So, but it's just it's
it's
a
a
it didn't say it's
difference
sci-
without
I
a
I didn't
significant meaning.
science.
I didn't see it
Science
say
is.
it's not a fact.
Well,
I say
on my screen, it had everything you said, except it starts
Uh
with no. I Googled, so we probably Googled different things.
yeah,
I Googled, is a theory a fact? And the response
okay.
I got is no, a scientific theory is not a fact. Instead, it's a theory of well substantiated explanations of some aspect of the natural world, yada, 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 built on facts that have been repeatedly confirmed, yada, yada, yada. So, all the stuff you said, you and I searched on, I don't know what search you did, but they were probably very similar, but you searched maybe on a few different words.
I say science is based on the current evidence we have found, and we try to fill in the gaps. And as we get old, as science
Cisco drop.
progress
Oh,
with
Cisco drop.
future, progress for future, that will change. Will some theories of the past still apply?
There it
Sure.
is.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And that's basically what I'm trying to say. I'm not
Cisco, you
discounting
back
every.
up.
I'm not saying that everything that science has done is not don't have any facts in it. I'm just saying that it's based on the best evidence that we have now to
Yeah,
come up with the
right.
best conclusion until we
Definitely.
find out
Yeah.
something different.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it takes too much again. I don't think any scientist that's a legitimate scientist would say, oh, what we know is indisputable and that's just the way it is forever. And we know the reason everything is the way it is. If a person says that, they're not really, they're just some nut, you know. So, it's just,
No, I'm not discounting what Cisco is saying. We're just basing it on what we know as of currently now. That can change with even more evidence or new theories
yeah,
in the
yeah,
future.
yeah. But the general, I guess, idea was that science is this unbelievable tool for predicting things and making life better. The Bible is a story that people came up with that is,
Cisco, you up.
what does it tell you about the real world? I don't know.
It can tell
Wouldn't
you a
it?
lot about. It can tell you when you say the real world, you're talking about the physical world, which that's what that is, and that's what science does in spades greatly. But then you talk about the real world. I'm thinking the real world is not. It's a spiritual essence that a lot of you don't even believe it's real, or not even believe, but you don't have to be honest and say you don't know that it's real for yourself yet. But you will come to eventually find out how much more real the spiritual world is compared to your external world. So because we're so desensitized to our own
Where's
true
Cisco
self.
at, man? Where's Cisco?
So wow.
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, I enjoy listening to
Hello?
Cisco.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I'll
Yeah.
keep quiet.
I hear you, but you sound real low. I just wanted to make sure you were in here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my end or what, but yeah, it's kind of acting weird.
Well, Joseph, you're right. Science doesn't say they know why things are the way they are. It's more about characterizing, yeah, like you said, the physical world. But
It can't measure. It can't measure the same way uh, a scientific tool can measure gravity or can measure the wind or whatever, measure whatever. Anything that's atoms, or even look at atoms with a microscope. You can't necessarily look at the nature of yourself with a microscope. You can't measure the weight of your own spirit. You can't look at you can't take a pair of binoculars and say, I'm going to peer into someone's soul. This is something that the science just can't do. But it takes a level of humility to be willing to make that, to be willing to do that. Because now you have to say, okay, well, the things I can't see, I have to be willing to see it. But if you're not open to seeing something, you can walk around like Stevie Wonder with your eyes closed and say, the world doesn't exist, but it's right in front of you. So it just depends on how far you want to go. And you will eventually, as we all do, get to that level and you realize, oh, your eyes open to a certain extent. You say, well, I didn't know that. Or I tried to ignore it because of whatever things that for whatever reason, maybe certain books you read, maybe certain way you were raised. We all have certain that came to this culmination of who we are that caused us to either believe strongly in a God or believe strongly against it. Um, and I would say that God always promotes both. He doesn't discount science. He certainly doesn't discount religion. It's just most people lack the ability to kind of merge the two in the way that God intended it for it to be. Because the fact that we can even observe the universe the way that we can is because it started from somewhere. It's because He created that. But then yet you
well,
discount the very you discount the
I will
very
be the
creation.
first.
You
I'll be
discount
the
the
first
Let him
person to
finish.
say
Let him finish. Let
I'm
him
like
finish.
the dumbest person on the planet.
Russ, let him
So,
finish, man.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There you go.
But Joseph, you do be kind of going a little long, man. But he gonna let you finish, bro.
I mean, it takes more. You say a little long. You got to be
Nah,
honest, right? It takes more. I could get a lot longer. I've just learned how not to do, and
I'm
it's difficult to. This is a very complex, obviously, a topic.
yeah.
So to say something in what 30 seconds, 45 seconds or less, because not just as people's attention span, that's not the issue. It's just the fact that the panel, other people here, I'm aware of that, and other people. So I am actually more interested in other people's thoughts and perspectives because I know what I think, but I'm more interested in how other people think and feel about the subject, which is why I might, have a little 2 cents, but it's going to take a little longer than 30 seconds. You got to give me at least that. And
No, I got you.
then,
I got you. You good? You good?
Well, I'm the first to admit I'm, probably one of the dumbest people that ever existed. So I don't think I know
I don't know
anything for
about that.
certain. Well, pretty close, pretty close.
If he want to call himself dumb, I'm not
Uh,
gonna stop him, bro.
I,
Like, not tonight, man.
I'm
Just
okay with it.
let people
I'm
talk
okay with
tonight,
it.
man. Like,
I have no problem with it. No problem with it. So,
I actually want to hear Blizzard's view after you finish, Ross.
well, that's. I'm just saying. I respect everybody's view. I have my thoughts, but I do a million stupid things a day. So it is what it is. But
like I don't have some deep thoughts on religion, to be honest.
What
It's
about
basically
Scientology?
about
Oh
either
no.
one of about either one of those, to be honest. I don't know a thing about Scientology. I really don't. So that's why you
I
see
do.
me not. I'm speaking up when I have something to say. Um, this is not like my wheelhouse, and I'm not gonna act like I told you guys when I don't know something. I'm not gonna sit up here in front. So, like I said,
Um, Spoken on it
when
really
when when
intelligently,
when
deep. I mean, it sounded like you knew a lot. So I don't
when
know.
I'm just speaking on the things that I speak on, and it's mostly if you listen to what I'm saying and what I'm pushing back on, it's usually when it comes to people forcing their views on other people. And that's a theme of mine. If you watch my channel, this you're gonna probably hear over and over and over again. Right. So that's it. I'm not saying, hey, Joseph, you should be a Muslim, or Joseph, you shouldn't practice Christianity. You're not gonna hear that from me. You know, what I would say is like, hey, if it works for you, like I did, I said, if it works for you and you're doing good things because of it, and you're a better person for it, great. Doesn't mean that somebody else that gives you the right to go forcefully or by shame or by insulting try to convert somebody else. That's
That
that's
is the
been
problem.
basically my contribution to this. You know what I mean?
And I think that's what keeps a lot of people, man, unfortunately, away from anything that has anything to do with God. And so they look at what Christians, a lot of Christians do, and they like, man, they do it to me. That shit is, it's so bad that it makes me want to be like, they ask me, are you a Christian, Joe? I'm like, man, no, I ain't no, I had to check myself and say, you know what? You know, I got to be more patient. I got to start expressing this brotherly love that the Bible says because they be testing me because of things that I stand for that they don't stand for. One, like I said earlier, big thing is homosexuality. Oh, but you're not gay, so why are you standing up for them? I said, wait a second, isn't that something you should be standing up for? You're a Christian. Yeah, but the Bible says. I said, okay, but what? Can you just think for yourself? So it's always that alone is a contention. Then me saying Jesus is not God. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that it would question anyone who says, how can you say you're a Christian? I would say, I follow God. And I do believe that Christ exists. It's historically factual. So it doesn't really matter if you believe he does or not. Historically, he existed. Even people outside of Scripture who know that his presence. So it's like, whether you believe in his teachings and what he stood for, that's up to each individual person. I believe in terms of the proselytizing, going out to people and that forcing or that shaming, that guilting, that part of it, if you change your life a certain way, then God will love you or God will, bless you and all this other stuff. That's, to me, that's evil. That's not something that God did with me. So I know that it's evil just from my personal, how he changed me. It wasn't because someone guilted me into something, because that doesn't last. It was just because of how he came to me. It was like, wow, this is love. So when someone heard earlier say it was fear, I said, yeah, a lot of people come to believing in God or believing in whatever religion because of fear. It's supposed to be out of love. That's the first mistake. So they're starting on the foundation of sand, quicksand, really, and it has to be built on a pillar of rocks, of stone. And the stone and the pillar of rocks is the love aspect. And a lot of people don't get that, so they perpetually live their life in fear. And so what do? They preach and they project that fear that they have about God onto others. And so now you got people who may have been open to it. Now they're saying, "Oh, I don't want nothing to do with that God." And so they say, "God is not for me because this God that everyone is preaching to me is someone is of death, destruction. He kills babies in the Bible." Yeah,
Okay,
I
but
bring
that's
that
but
up.
that's the problem though, Joseph. But that's the problem though with all of this because here's what I would respond to that. So if I heard you correctly, you said that you believe in God because God, speaks to you basically. He tells you things or leads you to things. Is that basically correct?
Essentially. And I know you understand that speaking is not literally speaking. It's
No,
how it's
no, no. I'm
dream.
not saying you hear a voice or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't know, however you worded it. Basically, you're saying that God leads you to different things.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So here's the problem with that. Number one, you now just lost your ability to tell anybody else what God is or isn't telling them to do. So some of those people would say to you, well, God's leading me to go out and make sure that gay people are put to death. or God's leading me to go out and say, you know what, go bomb an abortion clinic. So you can no longer tell them that they can't do that because you yourself are telling them God's leading you to do things. That's the first problem with that. The second thing is you have no way of knowing who, if anyone, is leading you outside of your own self. Because for all you know, it could be Satan, it could be Allah, it could be, you know, it could be anything, it could be aliens telling you things or leading you to do things. You have no way of knowing that. Okay. So if we go back to what Ray was talking about, which is Occam's razor, and Occam's razor basically is saying that, you know, the simplest explanation for things is usually the right answer. The simplest explanation for all of this is that you, as a human being, have a consciousness, and your consciousness comes up with all sorts of things. You know, your subconscious comes up with all sorts of things without you being consciously aware of it, and some of those things come to the forefront of your mind and become your actual thoughts. So a lot of the stuff that you feel someone or something, God or whoever is leading you to believe, that's just your subconscious mind coming up with this stuff for your conscious mind to take hold of and actually put into action. That's what the easiest explanation is, because we actually have evidence for that. We actually can show that that's what's happening. You know, outside of that, there really isn't any evidence for anything else other than people's feelings. So that's how I would, because I've heard a lot of this stuff. Believe it or not, guys, I talk with so many people about this stuff, and all of the stuff that I'm hearing tonight, I've heard. There's nothing new that I've heard. I've heard all of these same stories, same explanations, same everything before, and I mean, it's really, like I said, it's crazy that I can't show you guys like how common a lot of this stuff that you guys are talking about is with other people, because it's very common, and a lot of people feel the same way. And I mean, all I can say is that there are actually explanations for why these things happen that are, you know, provable beyond supernatural beliefs.
Well, it's not about words, right? And, you know, for you, it's a broken record. I get that, you know, especially someone like a Richard Dawkins. He's heard every angle, every possible apologetic person who came and challenged him in debate. The guy before him who passed away, he was actually, I listened to a lot of his speeches. He was really good. He got cancer and passed away, but he was an atheist. This is when I was like really into Christianity. I just wanted to hear what the other side had to say and listen to he made a lot of great points. So if I don't go into a conversation personally, even if I suspect that the other individual or group of people is going to say something that I anticipate they're going to say, for me personally, I don't see the point in saying, well, I've heard it a million times. You know, this is like a broken, even if that's the case. It's just, there can be some nuance to it, or maybe me hearing it multiple times is something I need to hear in order for me to get it, as opposed to me dismissing that very thing because I've heard it multiple times. So it just depends on your perspective. I just don't personally go in the way my curiosity, it expands beyond my spiritual understanding into the scientific, into the Darwinism, into the evolution theory. I'm even looking at a recent debate on this guy who's going back and forth with Christians and debunking a lot of things in the Bible. Like, Christians don't do this stuff. I do, because I still don't identify myself as one, even though most people would look at it and say, oh, wow, you know, this is your character, your nature. Okay, I'll take that. To me, that's a compliment. And that's how people should actually be evangelized. It's by their character. Because when you think about Jesus, he wasn't out there beating people over the stick in the head and saying, you better believe in this or else. It was his followers. It was the people who came after him, who wrote stories about him, who said, well, Jesus is God, so if you don't believe Jesus is God, you're going to hell. Jesus never said these things. He's praying to God. How can he be God? Little things like that. So it's based on love. When it comes from a place of fear, then you're going to have a lot of these issues with people, as Blizzard said it, pushing it, forcing it, and maybe not as they used to do before with the Crusades. They used to burn you at the stake. They used to call you a heretic, and you got punished for that. You used to get ousted from society if you didn't believe in Christ or Jesus. But now it's more of a insidious. I think it's worse. It's kind of like how racism today is different from it was back then. They used to let the dogs out on us and open up the fire hydrants. You saw the racism in front of your face. Today is more overt. It's covert, right? It's hidden. It's that red lining. It's that you don't know that you're not getting approved for a loan because you're black, but you have to assume that maybe it's something else. But you see all these other people getting it. They don't look like you. So that's weird. Whereas before they used to tell you to your face, I'm not going to give you this house. N-word, and you used to know, okay, I know who I'm dealing with. So that's how it is today with a lot of Christians. They'll tell you to your face, I love you, I accept you for who you are, this, that, and the other, but they still hold a lot of those old school beliefs that persecute you in their heart. So they judge you from that perspective. And people are not stupid, they feel it. So that's that judgment that comes from that. But the way that Christ did it is real simple. He just simply embodied it. He was the example by which people came to follow him. He didn't go out looking for disciples. The disciples found him. So that's how people come, at least to me. You know, if I'm speaking about it, sometimes I don't even speak. Most of the times they don't. They come to me, they talk. I look at them, I listen. I ask them a few questions, and they just, I don't know. It's nothing I do. There's nothing I can do in my word system to say, okay, this is something new you haven't heard. This is what's going to change your mind. Because part of it is that you've heard it all before. Part of it is that it's my own personal
Oh,
suggestion.
man.
So, with that being said, I can see that, you know, I guess Blizzard is
One
getting
thing,
bored with it, so I'm going to shut up.
No, it ain't bored, bro. It's
one thing
almost
they
24 hours, man. Being up.
uh, one thing that gets me about the Bible is in the Old Testament, it's an eye for an eye, a tooth for the tooth. In the New Testament, it's turn the other cheek. If God was so perfect, why would we need to change?
Wait, say that again. Say that again, Adam.
In the Old Testament, it was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In the New Testament, it's turn the other cheek. If God was so perfect, why did things need to change?
Well, the answer I've heard from a lot of Christians is that the Old Testament was the old law, and Jesus was bringing the new law. And another thing I've heard is that the old law was for specifically for Jewish people, not for everybody. So there's always some thing that they some slick reason, excuse, and I mean, and that's the thing is that everybody is free to interpret the Bible however they want, because there's nobody here to tell any of us whoever it was that wrote the Bible, the multiple people that wrote the Bible, there's none of them are alive, and none of them can tell you what they meant. None of them can tell you what they actually heard or saw. So people, it's just left up to us to decide what it means. So I mean, but that's what I've been told though. Basically, the Old Testament is the old law, the New Testament is the new law.
Yeah, I've heard
Now,
the same thing. Yeah.
and my next
Those.
question is, have y'all ever read the Dead Sea Scrolls, some of the books that were omitted from the Bible because they're saying they were more stories than actual truth? Like, for example, the Book of Enoch. If you read the Book of Enoch, the way that Enoch is like the grandfather of Moses, the way that he describes God, angels, and heaven, all it sounds pretty much like a UFO. It's kind of crazy. If y'all ever get a chance, y'all have to read the Book of Enoch, Book of Adam and Eve. It tells more about Adam and Eve, their life, what they went through after they left the garden and stuff like that. And they used to be in the Bible, but they've been omitted from that.
Thomas.
They've been omitted from that. So, like I
So
said,
sorry, bro.
I'm not saying whether I believe in it or not. I'm just saying that it's just, it's a lot of stuff out there.
Well, it's so difficult because if somebody says the Bible, it's about a purple unicorn that is ruling the universe. It's a story. There's no way you can refute that. If you want to believe it, you can believe it. But it's just, what do you say to that? It's like, okay, well, maybe, I guess. I don't know. But, it's if people want to believe it, what do you say to that?
And if you
Who
look at
gonna?
these,
I got a question, man, because I'm about to get up out of here, bro. I really am getting tired, but one of you guys, Adam can go live and continue, right? Cisco could go live and continue. If you guys want to pick the conversation up, please.
I'm probably gonna get offline. I've been here
Come
5 hours, and I was on Miss Wishy. My whole
Yeah,
day's
I'm out.
just about gone. See, for y'all, it's nighttime. For me, it's daytime, so I'm burning
It's
daylight.
No, it's
20 to
3:38.
4 for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been up since 5 a.m. So I'm about to go to sleep.
It's only 12:30 here. Y'all need to just go ahead and stay on.
Yeah. Cisco. Yeah, right. We're
Well,
going right. Y'all go right to Cisco's page.
It's
Wait,
I mean,
$2:35
that's
p.m.
At
here.
before we go,
Cisco
can Ray
International.
say some stuff? Can Ray say some stuff? Because we haven't heard from Ray.
If he was having problems, so Ray, the floor is yours. We gonna get up out of here.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah.
you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I downloaded the app.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So let's see. What could I say? About the Occam's razor. I think what I meant to say about that, I was feeding the baby when I wrote that, so I forgot the last part. I I don't think that always. I mean, I'm a skeptic naturally, so I tend to not believe in just, I guess, whatever the main narrative is. But I disagree with Occam's razor that the simplest solution is going to be the best one, or the best solution is the simplest one. I think it could be that it's the opposite.
Well, that
Uh,
how comes Ray's going to say it is that is the answer? It says it's
Most
generally the
likely,
answer. Yeah,
yeah,
most likely. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But I
and
think,
Occam's razor is just some sort of witty thought somebody came up with. I don't think it's
yeah, definitely,
anybody's done a study.
yeah. But it's a good thing. But I think too. I guess if I could say something personal, like I went to church all the time as a kid, every Sunday, Wednesday Bible study, Friday Bible study. But it was just like something my grandma made me do to get out of the house. Like I didn't really believe it in any of that stuff. And then just going on about my life, I've always felt like I just coasted through life. And I'd probably say about like 12 years old, I was just like, Grandma, I'm not going to church no more. I don't want to go. So I didn't have to go. Maybe I had all that, the stuff that I had heard, but I never really, like I said, believed in any of it. And so it was about 12 years I didn't go to church. And I have a younger brother that used to live with me because me and all my siblings kind of got separated. But I had a younger brother who used to live with me, and he got sent to his father. And I hadn't seen him in probably about 15 years, up until a couple years ago, since he was 5. And I had just started a journey. Really, I started reading the Bible just so I could talk shit about it. I'm just like, oh, this shit is fake. These motherfuckers in here talking about giants and all kind of stuff like that. And I just didn't believe any of it. I'm looking at conspiracy theories. I remember watching a video about how Adam had another wife before Eve.
Yeah.
Like Adam was talking about the book of Enoch. Um, but then one day I just decided that I wanted to find my brother. I hadn't seen him. I didn't know where he was, nothing like that. And one day I found him online. I messaged him. I messaged his mom or stepmother. They were like, "Oh, we go to church here. If you want to come by, whatever." I go to church with them. I'm sitting 2 rows in front of them. I don't even know that they're behind me. And the whole sermon that day was about being your brother's keeper, and just how sometimes family can do things that might hurt you. And I don't know. So it was along the lines of family things, but just I cried so hard during that whole sermon, and you couldn't tell me that that wasn't my, like, that wasn't God telling me something that day. That of all
I
that
can
I
tell you
chose
that.
that day, that day I chose to go to church because I wanted to see my brother that I hadn't seen in 15 years since he was 5 years old. That was the day I was supposed to, that I showed up to church and you gave a sermon about being your brother's keeper. So that's what got me back into the church. Um, so I guess I'll just say that.
Well, I mean,
If you're
that's to me, that's
Christian,
beautiful
will
that you
say that
reconnected with your brother. I mean,
that's
absolutely. I mean,
affirmation.
I don't think anybody can argue that it's not a good thing that you reconnect with your family. But in terms of it being God or not, I mean, in my mind, that it's a coincidence. I mean, I don't know how many times they talk about "Am I your brother's keeper?" I've heard that same sermon so many times in church. It's crazy. They talk about that one a lot. There's a lot of sermons that they repeat over and over and over again, because if they really went into a lot of their stuff that's in the Bible, people would leave. I mean, like you said, giants and, the size of donkey penises, and, you know, uh, daughters raping their drunk fathers. That's all in the Bible. I mean, if they talked about that stuff in sermon, nobody would listen. But I mean, that's a beautiful story about, in the Bible. That's a beautiful story, and I think that it was something that affected you emotionally. And I definitely feel that, you know, for you, that was a reason why you were there. And I'm not going to discount your reason. All I'm going to say is, from my point of view, it was a coincidence that that was a sermon. But had that
Mm.
not been a sermon, I think it still would have went down the way that it went down between you and your brother. Do you agree with that?
Could you say that one more time?
If you had went to that church, and they would have been talking about, let's say for instance, they were talking about, Jesus flipping the tables at the money lenders or something like that. If they had been talking about that instead of, my brother's keeper sermon, do you not think that you still would have connected with your brother, and you still would be where you are today with him?
Yeah,
I mean,
probably
so either
if it
either
was a
way, you
different
you
sermon. Yeah.
probably would have been into it the same way. But I think the only difference is that, you've kind of tied the religious aspect into it now, which, I'm not telling you that it is or it isn't. I'm just saying I don't believe that it is. But I just feel that, I'm grateful that you reconnected with your brother, man, because I mean, I went through the same thing. My dad was out of my life when I was about 4 years old, and I didn't see him again until I was 17. And then that's when I met my other brother and sister, and then my other stepbrother. So, I mean, I know how that feels, man. And I mean, it's a very powerful thing. And I'm glad you were able to, get back with your brother, man, because that's very powerful.
Yeah.
You know, that's the coincidences thing. At some point, and you're right, there are obviously going to be times where, they say the hand of the clock strikes 12 twice a day. And you can say, oh, well, that was God, but so I get it. There's truth to what you're saying, and that sometimes you just at the right moment, at the right time, and the hand struck 12 at the time you was expecting it to strike 12. Then there are times when it's 150, where it's 11:59, and you know it's not 12 o'clock, but somehow it came to you in that way. And it's not just one time. It's usually not even two times. It's multiple times. So it's kind of like that story of Gideon, where you had that. I know you know the story. Most people probably don't, but he asked God whether or not he should go and do a certain thing, or have a certain people, and if this is true, then you'll do this. And it was like a piece of cloth. The cloth would be wet, but the land around it would be dry, which is
Hmm.
impossible. And then supposedly, it did the he woke up the next morning, the cloth was wet and the land was dry. He said, "Oh, that's a coincidence. All right, God, do it the opposite way. Now make sure that the cloth is dry and that the land around the cloth is wet." I mean, dude, okay, all right, fine. He wakes up the next morning, it's exactly this. The cloth is dry and the land around it is wet. So, and at that point, he said, all right, I got it. It's more than a coincidence, because you're not wrong, Cisco, in that in some cases it could just be right place, right time, or wrong place, wrong time. But then there's times where you can ask for that test. You can say, well, is this what this is? But as your faith grows bigger, as your trust in God gets more, you start to question it less and less. You need less and less of those confirmations to back up the thing that you just saw to be that you thought was true. I'm not really sure. So it just depends on how close you are in your relationship to the higher power. And that closeness will make it so you need less confirmation. So three confirmations become two become one, and then it just becomes total faith. I'm not even at that point yet. I still need confirmation. Sometimes two, sometimes three. But some people need 8 or 10. You might need about 30 of them. And that's okay, because that's how God is going to come to you. I mean, that's just the way it works. Coincidence is true, but God's providence also true.
I
Well,
disagree, but that's another story.
what I want to say
Blizzard, take
real
it away.
Beat your life. What up? Beat your life in the building. What up, bro?
I was
How
going to
you
say real
doing, man?
quick, thanks for having me on the panel. I'm going to go ahead and go, and thanks for the people in the comments. And that gives a Blizzard excuse so he can go ahead and get offline and get some rest.
Hey, Adam, take it easy, man. Thank you.
All right,
All right,
bro.
take it.
Adam, thank you, man.
I
Appreciate you always,
I would
bro.
say everything. I appreciate all of y'all. You know, I appreciate every single one of you. And thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, bro. We'll catch up, man.
All right, thank
You been up for
Yeah.
24 hours, bro? 24 hours?
No. 23 and 48 minutes.
So we got 12 more minutes, man. Go for 24, Blizzard. Go for 24. Come on, man.
Oh, bro, I'm done.
Quitters
I'm
never
done.
win, bro.
I'm done. I love it though, and I got time to get some sleep before Icy stream. So
You
we
should have
good.
ended
right.
this a long time ago. I didn't know. Had I known, you should have been left this and got some sleep. But 24 hours is
Nah. I'm good,
dangerous.
man. I'm good as long as I could get this sleep. Because honestly, man, I'm not gonna be able to stream next week. So I wanted to come like really, and that's why I just wanted to let y'all talk about whatever y'all want to talk about tonight. Next week I'm on call, so it's gonna be tough. If I could squeeze one in, I'm gonna squeeze one in. But the way it's been going, like I said, I did 30 hours last week. The week before that, I did like 26 hours at night. So it's kind of like no complaints because life is good. So, but I like these conversations we're having. Honestly, I watch a lot of YouTube. I don't see it happening like this a lot. You know what I mean? Where we can have different opinions. Like I don't 100% agree with Cisco. I don't 100% agree with Joseph. I don't 100% agree with Ray, any of y'all, to be honest. But we can still come up here and not yell and scream and name call and you know, we don't need to do that to have a conversation. And that's what's missing. That's what's missing in a lot of these spaces, even amongst grown ass men. So I think Fridays, I said it before, Fridays is going to be more of an open panel, open discussion. Y'all come up. If y'all want to talk about religion, you see that we can talk about it without it going crazy. We can talk about politics without it going crazy. We could talk about any fucking thing except talking down on other people and other cultures and stuff like that. Other than that, we're good, man. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys because this is your show. You know, this is your show, man. And honestly, you see that tonight. I'll be honest. You guys really drove the conversation the last couple hours. So you did. So
for real, yeah.
I appreciate that, man.
It's your channel. At the end of the day, this is your platform. This is, you know, you don't have to do this.
This is y'all channel.
But you choose to allow people to, you know, to an extent that level of freedom, which it takes a lot of time and energy because that's time that you're not spending with, you know, your grandkids, your kids, you know, getting sleep. So you don't have to do this, and you're not getting paid to do it. So, you know, I certainly appreciate it. I know every one of us does. It's on our end, it's fun to do, but on your end, it's work to do. Because you're trying to keep up with the chat, you're trying to make sure everyone, you know, you're being a moderator, you're being a host. It's a lot, you know. And you don't have to. You do it honestly, clearly out of passion, out of. I mean, there's no money in that. You would have to be more.
It's becoming
more controversial. You got to be like a Kevin Sanders. You got to be like a really controversial. You got to put out a lot of junk content. You got to put out things that makes people want to click and view, so you get paid to do it. That's just not the kind of content you do. So then, what other reason are you doing it for? It's got to be. I mean, I perceive it to be just love for it. You know, I'm just guessing. I really still don't understand it because this is a lot of time. 5 hours. Strangers. Basically, you never met any one of us in real life. So it's not like you're obligated to give us any of this time. So I'm very aware of that. And I appreciate you for doing it.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Anybody else want to some parting words?
I just have a
It
question.
don't gotta
How
be. It don't
long
gotta
have
be
you
about
guys
me.
been chatting together?
Cisco, I met in Sunshine Shoulders. I don't know how long, a year and a half ago, probably.
Yeah,
We
probably.
weren't
Yeah.
we weren't really talking, but we crossed paths there. Joseph, just since I started doing live streams a couple months.
Okay,
But
I thought you'd been doing this a long time.
no, I didn't really even start doing live streams consistently until damn, I came back from so I got laid off shit in May. It's like when I really started like on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in May. I was like, oh, I got time now. so it hasn't been that long. It hasn't been that long. But
That's interesting.
I'm loving it, man. But it's not like Icy. I've been around Icy, knowing Icy for over a year. Miss Wishy over a year. Same with Bruce. So, but in person, no, I haven't met any. Ray, of course, he's my nephew. Ray, yeah, Ray. Some people that pop up. DC, I know DC personally, so I know my brother watches. My blood brother watches. My mom watches. So I know it's not like I'm just talking to nobody. I know the people that pop in and watch, and they I get feedback from them in real time. I mean in real life. So no, but.
Well, I'll say this. I want to say shout out to your mom, your brother, and the rest of your family that watch. I hope they do watch this, and I want to say to them personally, thank you for, especially your mom, for raising a brilliant man. He's a special guy. I mean, he's doing a lot in his own personal life, and he's been through a lot in his own personal life, especially recently, and he still finds the time to do this. Like Joseph said, maybe someday this will be for money, but for right now, it sure ain't about money. He does this out of love and about wanting people to be able to connect. So, I mean, that's a special person to do that, and especially to do it the way he does it, to not tolerate the bullshit. You're very patient, Blizzard. I mean, I think you tolerate a lot of stuff more than I would tolerate. But you know what? That's what makes you a special person, man, is that, you give a lot. You give a lot, and but you have a line, and you draw that line when you need to. So I appreciate you and your family for, for helping you become who you are. And the last thing I'll say is this, for the guys on the panel, man, definitely respect all of you guys. I know, again, me and Joseph kind of go back and forth sometimes, but man, Joseph, he is a passionate man, and I know Joseph does care about the truth. I know he does care about, having an open mind. And
Absolutely.
every time I talk to him, I leave with a good feeling. So I appreciate him. Russ, man, I think we agree on a lot of stuff. It's been good talking to you, and Ray. I hope we'll be able to talk some more next time.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it. It's been fun.
I enjoy the verbal DOT. I don't do it as often, which is why I do it here. I can go for weeks and weeks, and then this depends on the person, their level of experience, intelligence, ability to communicate. Blizzard and Cisco is one of those people. So, okay, I can. There's some people, come on, you're talking to a brick wall, or they don't have they're just not, I guess, intellectual. They're just not there. It's like, okay, all right, well, all right, I'm good. I'll keep to myself. So I know that consistently when Cisco comes up, it's going to be fun. We're probably going to disagree on a lot of things, and he agreed with me on things that I was like, oh, he agreed with me on that? I'm surprised. And I'm sure vice versa. Like, really? I thought you said, I
Yeah,
assume,
no, definitely.
and that's what makes it fun to me.
What do you guys do for a living? I know, Blizzard, you said what you did. You're a foreman for a mining company.
No, tire company.
Foreman for a mining company.
Did you ever?
He gave me a raise.
Yeah. Did you? So you never had anything to do with mining a tire company?
Yeah. I worked on a lot of the equipment, the mining equipment. Yeah.
Okay. So I wasn't
Mining.
complete.
Mining.
Mining. Blizzard
Oh,
got diamonds and things.
You were selling tires to mining equipment.
Yes, sir. I was changing them,
Okay.
motherfucker. I was changing them.
oh, those big old tires.
Yo, yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
shit, dude.
And Joseph, what do you do?
I trade stocks. I'm a day,
Oh, that's right. That's
day
right.
trader.
Yeah.
You know,
Interesting. Yeah.
that's how I get to Brazil. That's how I'm gonna go get to New York. That's the pathway. Now, is it easy? Far from easy. You know, but it's a lot of money involved. So it's kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna stick this through. When the money comes, it's crazy. But when it goes, it's also crazy. You make
Well, I
dollars.
learned how to lose it. I never learned how to make it.
You're an engineer, right?
Yeah. Cisco, what's your background?
Yeah, I was supervisor of a warehouse here in the Valley, Central Valley, California.
Oh,
I'm getting
cool.
ready to retire though. I've been doing it for a long time, and I'm ready to hang it up.
Well, you just seem like you have you have knowledge about a lot of things, so it's interesting.
I like to read, man. I like to read. My stepdad was really a good influence on me. So yeah, I definitely like to read a lot.
Yeah, you guys are a really sharp, interesting group.
Just
Well,
regular
thanks a
guys.
lot.
Much
I
appreciated.
Just
Same
regular. We
to
all
you.
just regular
Likewise.
guys, man. And that's what I like about this. That's what I like. We're all regular guys, man.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? But yo, thank you guys again.
Wait, what's Ray do? What does Ray do?
Ray, I don't know where he went, man. Ray, where you at?
I'm here.
Where you at, man? All right.
Didn't he sell it for like those cologne bottles? Like I thought it was him. I could have sworn.
Oh yeah.
No, I ain't me.
Oh wait, no. That was I think didn't you have another? Was it your cousin?
My cousin. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
my cousin. He talking about cousin Reg.
Cousin
Oh,
Rose.
God, similar,
He
right?
sell everything.
That's
No, but what do you do, Ray?
That's his wife's.
I just work in a factory, little stamp operator. I'm about to start
right.
doing training to be a tool maker.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
I wish I would have
I
did
did
that.
factory work too, man, for a few years too, man. That's not always the easiest.
Oh, this shit is easy.
Well,
Is it?
I
Must be nice.
I think so, but it's probably just because I've been doing it for like
I didn't like
5 years, so it's I'm used to it now.
Yeah.
well, I worked in the middle of
Thomas
the
Marshall
ocean.
said he a pimp.
What? I worked. I'm a pimp.
He already started with the Sam McGow. He said he was thinking about having one. He started already, man.
It pays well.
He
It
had me
pays
laughing
well.
a
I'm
couple
sure.
times. I'm trying. Y'all talking about something serious, and he talking.
Oh wait, I'm just
trying to
seeing
hold it in.
Lady Logan. I see your comment there, Lady Logan.
Yeah.
And
What's you
I
say?
see also Thomas would hate to work for me. Oh well.
Wow.
Oh yeah. So hit her up. Cisco, man. You have to check that out. I mean, if you want to. I ain't telling you what to do, bro. But I would love to see you. You too. Oh man, that'd be a great conversation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Lady Logan and Cisco. That's a salute. But yeah, I gotta go, man. Thank you guys, man. Like I said, I do appreciate you guys, man. I really do, man. I'm gonna try to pop in Wednesday. If I'm not going crazy, like right after work, I'm gonna schedule it, and we'll hop on. If I have to go, I hope you guys understand. I might have to go. I might leave it open, and until I get back. Usually it takes me for one job. Usually takes me like 2 hours though, so I don't know. But we'll see, man. But again, thank you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. I'm about to sign off. Hopefully, I'll see y'all at Icy Stream coming up in a couple hours. And until then, go Niners.
Oh hell no! I'll never be back then.